fresh start. Are incredible and unforgettable. Summertime together. You called? I found new friends! This is a gift for my friends! You're gonna play with Kuro? I'm Kuro! I'm 3 years old and I'm a cat demon! I was looking for a servant to take care of me. Meow! Here's your gift! Meow! I'm back! Kuro is serious. Rend the sky, cast down the moon. Full moon slash! If you say yes, I'll let you rub my belly all day long! Look there, Roxy! We've got a new toy! You ready, Roxy? You bet! Got it, Roxy! Die! So, how are you gonna entertain us this afternoon? Hey there, my name is Maxie. I'm a fiend who likes playing pranks. Entertain me! Roxy, come play! I'll shred you! Eh? Let's go, Roxy! Sure thing, Big Sis. Super Ultra Sister Attack! Perfect! I won! Like I always do!
Ya, ini gue. Tahu nggak kenapa gue ada di situasi ini? Karena kaget Grab Unlimited bisa sehemat itu. Gratis ongkir, diskon jalan, gratis coba 8 minggu lagi. Langganan dulu lah.
Moment, a ninja appeared! I'll show you real ninjutsu! Ninjutsu frenzy smash! I'm drawing out my chakra! Watch and learn my ninjutsu move! Ninjas are the strongest! This is ninja power! Let's fighting love!
Ya, ini saya. Kenapa saya ada di situasi ini? Karena kaget Grab Unlimited bisa sehemat itu. Dapat gratis ongkir, gratis coba 8 minggu lagi. Langganan deh.
It's time to hunt intruders. I'll show you the desert's fury. With surging hatred, remove the intruders. Who dares step within my desert? Insolent wretch, on your knees! I'll thunder you! Become sand! Commence annihilation protocol. Dispatch all support sentinels. Destroy the target! I appreciate the antimatter resupply, intruder.
and gentlemen, please enjoy the show. Ha-ha! Abracadabra! Pay close attention. Were you scared? For my next trick, disappear! Are we having fun yet? Keep your eyes peeled for my upcoming performances.
Finally, a fresh start. Are incredible and unforgettable. Summertime together. This blade has long defended an ancient city. Are you prepared? The flower has bloomed. Shall we? Upon the white snow, they stand in bloom. Welcome. And goodbye. The rain has stopped. Shall we return? You called? I found new friends! This is a gift for my friends! You're gonna play with Kuro? I'm Kuro. I'm 3 years old and I'm a cat demon. I was looking for a servant to take care of me. Meow! Here's your gift! Meow! I'm back! Kuro is serious. Rend the sky, cast down the moon. Full moon slash! If you say yes, I'll let you rub my belly all day long!
that moment, a ninja appeared! I'll show you real ninjutsu! Ninjutsu Frenzy Smash! I'm drawing out my chakra! Watch and learn my ninjutsu move! Ninjas are the strongest! This is ninja power! Let's fighting love!
It's time to hunt intruders. I'll show you the desert's fury. With surging hatred, remove the intruders. Who dares step within my desert? Insolent wretch, on your knees! I'll sunder you! Become sand! Commence annihilation protocol. Dispatch all support sentinels. Destroy the target! I appreciate the antimatter resupply, intruder.
Finally, a fresh start. Are incredible and unforgettable. Summertime together. I am Ava, your personal automaton. This time, I'll keep you safe at all costs. Please, give me an order. Any order. Firing my shot. Do you need some help? You can leave it to me. Time, lend me your continuum. Now, I will protect them! Are you impressed by my new functionality?
This blade has long defended an ancient city. Are you prepared? The flower has bloomed. Shall we? Upon the white snow, they stand in bloom. Welcome. And goodbye. The rain has stopped. Shall we return?
Rayakan hidup dengan Tango Wafer.
Lapisan kebahagiaan dalam wafer renyah dan krim lebih tebal.
Tango, berapa lapis?
Finally, a fresh start. Are incredible and unforgettable. Summertime together. You called? I found new friends! This is a gift for my friends! You're gonna play with Kuro? I'm Kuro! I'm 3 years old and I'm a cat demon! I was looking for a servant to take care of me. Meow! Here's your gift! Meow! I'm back! Kuro is serious. Rend the sky, cast down the moon. Full moon slash! If you say yes, I'll let you rub my belly all day long! Itsumo, so datta. Nani hitotsu 守れずに重要な瞬間はいつも助けてもらった守るべき人たちに心配ばかりかけて私の目を見て
Welcome to Creator Rumble 60. This edition of Creator Rumble 60 will be played as a snake ladder game. In the snake ladder game, players can move their board pieces based on the number rolled on a dice. The snake ladder game has two main components, snakes and ladders. First, if you reach a number with the head of a snake, you will slide down to the tail of the snake. Next, if you land on a number with the bottom of a ladder, you will climb up to the top of the ladder. Another important element is the dice. There are 5 types of dice: normal dice, control dice, power dice, even number dice, and odd number dice, and their quantities are limited. Players will participate in 4 games: Free Fire, Chain Together, Fall Guys, and the Finals, and can earn 2 dice from each game. After each game ends, players will choose their dice based on their ranking. Dice that have depleted cannot be selected. Once a selection is complete, the number of available dice resets, and players can choose dice again in ranking order. Each player will roll the dice a total of 8 times, and the team whose board piece is closest to position 100 will be declared the final winner. The winning team will receive a grand prize of 500 million rupiah. Additionally, the first team to reach space 60 on the board will be awarded 100 million rupiah. Use your gaming skill, strategy, and luck to reach the highest point.
Welcome to the Creators Rumble 60 World Cyber Game Festival 2024. Sebentar lagi kita akan menyaksikan 20 tim yang terdiri dari 60 top influencers global yang akan bermain di The Creators Rumble 60 World Cyber Game Festival 2024. Dan inilah dia tim yang pertama.
Tim yang pertama adalah tim A dari Indonesia. Ada Kalping. Ada Sigibo. Dan ada Lestiar.
Dan ini dia tim B dari Indonesia. Please welcome Kevin Alviando, B-Corp, dan Dewa Fabian.
Selanjutnya, tim C dari Thailand. Ada Tyra Sport, Siam Sport, dan The Standard Sport.
Berikutnya, tim D dari China. Ini dia FF, FG, dan AE.
Tim I dari negeri jiran Malaysia. Ada Sultan Rick, Rini Ramli, dan Azri Chess.
Indonesia. Aru Dagul, Salvin dan Tele Putih.
Masih dari Indonesia, Tim G. Ada Asgardians, Kapsat dan Jas Karenina.
Coming up next, Team H masih dari Indonesia. Ada Kristi Grisel, Jekalista, dan Swansea.
Tim A berisikan Indonesia. Ada Babin, Sandy Luo, dan Mike Square.
Tim E dari Indonesia. Kita punya Bobby, Shandilo, dan Mike W.
Selanjutnya ada tim C dari Filipina. Ada King FB, Sherilyn Pega, dan Sola Hey.
Tim K dari Korea Selatan. Gatebot, Taster Hoon, dan Hyun So.
Tim L masih dari Korea Selatan. Suya, Tayo, dan Tal.
Tim M dari Indonesia. Natasha Delin, Dean Kate, dan DXSH12 Alicia Ananta.
Tim N dari Indonesia. Virga Dana, Ibnu Wardani, dan Wiwal Gang.
Tim O dari Indonesia. Ivos Bika, Zigri Kaze, dan Yansen Lim.
Tim B dari Indonesia. Ada Rizan Imalano, Winda Basudara, dan Big Marcel.
Coming up next, Team Q dari Jepang. Please welcome Yuki, Lian Quen, dan Tamati.
Team R from Japan, Haikure Tomo, Gunlos, dan Runa Momoy.
Tim S dari Indonesia, Ramsdale, Bang Dongeng, dan Pose Ijon.
Last team from Indonesia, Tim T, Johan Stur, Kylie Trix, dan Doniza.
Dan itu dia 20 tim yang akan bertanding di The Creators Rumble 60 World Cyber Game Festival 2024.
Selamat datang di The Creator Rumble 60 World Cyber Game Festival 2024. Mana nih hype-nya? Berikan semangat kalian di seksi kali ini.
Exactly, karena sebentar lagi kita akan menyaksikan ke-60 top influencer akan bertanding di The Creators Rumble 60.
Wow, ini keren sekali karena 60 top influencer ada di seksi. Langsung kita datangkan secara global berada di atas panggung kali ini.
Exactly, dan tentunya masih bersama kita berdua, ada saya Darius Drew dan juga
Saya Kiva yang akan menemani teman-teman semua di sini dan juga teman-teman di rumah hingga 2 hari ke depan.
Exactly, dan tentunya kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih yang luar biasa tentunya karena World Cyber Game Festival 2024 ini bisa hadir karena dipersembahkan oleh Big Picture and also founded by Smilegate. Dan tentunya kami juga mau mengucapkan terima kasih banyak untuk para sponsor yang sudah mendukung, baik dari beberapa partners kami, supported by PBSI, Komite Logo, Cakra Logo, Korea Embassy, dan juga our partners yaitu Ticket.com, Grab, Brexus, Coca-Cola, IOH, dan juga World Class, Revival, dan juga Tango. Itu dia.
Oh, jadi
Banyak. Oke, dan pastinya sebanyak 60 top influencer ini akan bertanding sebentar lagi, betul
Ya.
ya Kiva ya?
yang tadi sudah kita panggilkan ya, dan pasti teman-teman punya kan influencer favoritnya yang mau menang. Coba mana suaranya? Coba mana suaranya sebelah sini?
sebelah sini.
Luar biasa banget ya. Tapi
Luar biasa.
Itulah hebatnya dari WCG ini ya Kiva ya.
Yap.
Kita ngebagi 3 stage, ada stage W, stage C, dan stage G. Tapi penontonnya luar biasa, mereka semua sangat antusias dan sangat ramai sekali. Boleh sekali lagi kita minta tepuk tangan dulu dong untuk WCG, come on!
Ini aura kompetitifnya itu terasa banget ya, dari mulai tadi masuk hingga para penontonnya aja udah lihat sebelah kiri yang tadinya kosong sekarang langsung penuh.
Langsung penuh, semuanya kayaknya pengen mendukung influencer masing-masing yang mereka support.
Dan tentunya influencer ini kan memiliki jutaan pengikut ya.
Yes, betul banget. Dan tentunya buat kalian yang mungkin berada di rumah saat ini yang sedang menonton dari saluran streaming kita, baik itu di YouTube ataupun mungkin di TikTok, kalian kalau pengen datang kalian masih bisa, kalian cukup menghubungi langsung saja tiket.com.
Betul.
Atau kalian bisa langsung hadir ke ICE BSD.
Ya tentunya, tapi kalau buat teman-teman yang nggak bisa datang dan pengen nonton selama 2 hari ke depan, tenang aja. Event WCG Festival 2024 juga disiarkan secara langsung melalui kanal YouTube WCG Festival Official dan TikTok WCG Official dan WCGC.
Yes, betul banget. Nah, sebentar lagi kita akan menyaksikan pertandingan antara ke-20 tim dari masing-masing top influencer global ini.
Betul sekali.
Dan pastinya juga mereka nanti akan memperebutkan uang ratusan juta rupiah.
Ya, untuk special prize-nya adalah 100 juta rupiah.
Dan juga 500 jutanya nanti buat pemenang.
Oh, 500 juta. Jadi total 600 juta ya?
600 juta.
Wah, banyak
Tapi yang 100
sekali.
juta itu hanya diberikan kepada siapa yang lebih dahulu berhasil masuk ke kotak nomor 60.
Oh, oke.
Gitu. Jadi kalau dia berhasil ke kotak 60 duluan, dia akan mendapatkan si 100 juta tersebut.
Oke, makanya special prize ya teman-teman. Jadi yang pasti ini akan seru banget. Langsung aja ambil tempat duduk kalian dan tentukan nyalain nonton bareng keluarga kalian.
Oke, kayaknya kita udah gak sabar pengen menyaksikan keseruan dari The Creators Rumble 60. Tapi yang akan menemani bukan kita berdua.
Iya.
Tapi sudah ada 2 caster yang akan menemani keseruan The Creators Rumble 60. Langsung saja kita akan lemparkan ke Genix dan juga
King Kodo.
Take the way.
From all across the globe gathering in one place for a tournament for the ages. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Creator Rumble 60 here at the WCG Festival at Jakarta 2024. My name is Stafa. Joining me on the desk is none other than ICE Baby 1-2, and we will be your English casters for this monumentous event.
This is crazy to actually watch what a opening that has happened as well, because this has been planned for weeks now. And you know, I was here recently doing a little bit of site reporting here on site as well. I would see so many people discussing strategies behind the scene and etc. But ideally, this competition is going to be a little bit different here. We are talking about a competition where it is all about being creative, being teamwork, and being very focused here, because ideally the format is very different from our usual competitions here, because all the 4 games that we are going to be playing are games that some of these creators may have some knowledge and may not have some knowledge as well.
Yeah, this is a very different sort of event from your typical esports tournament. After all, these are creators, and creators are known for bringing entertainment and fun to your screens. So I think the only possible way for them to compete is to make it fun and entertaining as well. Just like you guys saw in the video explaining the format before this, the creators are all going to be participating in a board game of snakes and ladders, through which they will be earning dice to progress through playing 4 very different game titles.
Well, we're talking about millions and millions of followers here from all around the globe watching this tournament itself, supporting your favorite content creators here. I'm excited to see who is going to be the winner by the end of these 2 days. Because think about this here, it is going to be involving skills, it is going to be involving teamwork, and it is going to be involving a little bit of luck as well. So that's something that I think we have to take into account. From China,
Of this event.
it's crazy.
It is going to be a wonderful time here, and this is of course going to be a 2-day event as well. So all 60 of these creators are going to be having the time of their lives, and hopefully everyone watching at home is going to be feeling the same. So if any of these faces up here are your favorites, are creators that you want to support, that you've watched for a very, very long time, then make sure you guys shout out your support in the comments right now.
Yep. And at the same time as well, I could just feel the energy, the excitement, the vibes as well, all about 2 blocks away from where I am at right now. And I could feel it. It's just so loud. The amount of people that is just surround us at the venue here in ICE BSD is just phenomenal here. And I'm just excited to see some really, really good games here. And of course, for these guys watching at home, these are your favorite creators from all around the world. There are some tryhards, there are some casuals. Ideally, when it comes to playing this here, it's all about having fun. But of course, despite fun and games here, they are still going to be fighting for that #1 spot, that title of being the champion among all the creators by the end of these 2 days.
That massive prize pool of 600 million rupiah on the line right here. We will have 500 million rupiah on the line for the team that emerges as the champion. That is the team who will end up on the furthest space on the game board by the end of the event. But besides that as well, we also have a special prize of 100 million rupiah, and this will be awarded to the team that is first able to get to space 60.
Yep, it is going to be a very, very RNG based, but it is also point systems where there is luck based involved. So far, based on what I do know, is that in 4 of these respective games here, the top 2 teams of each respective teams will, well, I wouldn't say top 2 teams, it's more like, you know, based on the ranking here, it will be a priority list for the creators to choose the dices they want to use in order to progress in the board. And so far, from what I'm seeing here, 2 teams, basically the top 2, they will most likely guarantee themselves to take the power dice, which has the most rolls to actually advance forward in the board. So getting, like, I don't know who's going to be able to get 60 at that point here. It's going to be very, very difficult. But it does involve being able to, you know, get a little bit of advantage here later on in terms of streaming the finals for the last 8.
For those of you who may still be a little bit unfamiliar with how the format of the game will go, the goal is basically to get as far on the Snakes and Ladders board as possible. And the way they do that is by earning dice. There's regular dice, that's just the old boring dice that's 1 to 6. But there's also more special dice, including, I think, the most coveted power dice, where every single face is 10, 11 spaces. There's very limited amounts of every single type of dice. So the players that are able to high and rank high in all of the games that they will be playing throughout this event will be getting massive advantages because they will get first pick.
Exactly. So that is something that, you know, all the teams are going to be eyeing for if they are looking for the championship title here. But so far, again, 60 dice is going to be the 60th place is going to be the difficult spot to be eyeing for as well here. You're expecting to have 4 amazing games of power dices and 4 goals, and you also have a little bit of RNG involved for the streamers, or in this case the content creators, to be streaming the finals, especially during their practice runs, because I do know that if the streamers hit a certain amount of stream time when they're playing finals as well, they will be awarded a certain tier of dice from 1 hour, 2 hours, as well as 3 hours streaming as well. So finals is going to be the game that a lot of this creators is going to be, you know, a little bit more competitive, right? Like personally, I think the skill cap for all the 4 games, finals might be the more difficult ones for the extreme players.
And I don't think
or
we
in
can
this case
count
the
out
casual
the rest either, right? Because we do have some casual games, but we have more intense games as well. And while you are talking about the finals, that is actually the final game that these creators will be playing. For today, we are actually going to be starting off with Free Fire. And the creators are going to be participating in 3 matches of Free Fire. The rules are a little bit different from your typical Free Fire game as well. So I get the feeling it's going to be very, very fun.
Okay, So let me talk about the little basic formats of how Free Fire kind of works, right? You play this team, you survive to the end, and you'll be awarded the booyah and the #1 spot. So the plot twist here for the World Cyber Games creator segment here is gonna be based on the amount of kills. So TLDR, long story short, the team with the highest amount of kills will be placed higher compared to the rest.
Sports, like you said,
What does the last player do? Yeah.
Yeah, what do they do? Because
what do they do?
Typically, the goal is to survive, right? So you will see teams just kind of hover around, play a bit more passively with the goal of keeping themselves in the circle. But in this Creator Rumble 60, how long you survive does not matter at all. You can even win the booyah, but if you have 0 kills, you are not getting the points you need to earn those dice. So the name of the game is aggression. We want to see these teams face off on the battleground.
Exactly, you know, in order for them to have that kind of aggression here, they must have an advantage. In this case, teams of 3 will have to work together in the game itself. We will see 2 players in the game controlling their characters to actually go and fight for eliminations here, while the other player will be the supporting act of the team. So how are they supporting? Very easy. They are going to be the observers of the game. Yeah, you heard that right. Every single team will have an observer looking around the map, knowing wherever and everyone's position, kind of like a map hack situation, and they're allowed to communicate those information to their teammates who are playing. Every single one of them.
Hold on. You're telling me that the third player is not actually participating as like a player in the game? They're gonna be flying around and know where everyone on the map is?
You heard that right, baby. You heard that right.
Wow, that's incredible. Okay, that is very, very different. Now, as anyone who's more familiar with Free Fire knows that typically in the esports version, you play in teams of 4 with the goal of surviving. This is completely different. You have teams of 2 with one basically map hacker in charge of providing information to the rest of the team. I think that'll really spice things up, especially since they have to go for kills.
Oh, well, we gotta tone it down here. I think it's not map hacker. We gotta tell him the secret spy, the observer of the player.
Okay, that's fair, that's fair. Yeah, this is going to be exciting. I'm really looking forward to this, and once again, we're gonna highlight Free Fire is only the first of 4 different games that these 60 creators are going to be competing in over 2 days of the WCG Festival here in Jakarta. So even if they don't do too well in the beginning, they will still have plenty of opportunities to clock.
Agreed, you know, that's the thing about Free Fire, right? There's 3 games here, you know, let's expect the unexpected here. We do have players who have experience in mobile, we have players who has experience in FPS, and that's the beauty about what WCG brings to offer, right? We have gamers and content creators from all around the world with different kind of expertise coming to the game. And the plot twist here is they will be forced to play 4 different genres, or in this case, styles of play in order to actually compete. So how do you call the best gamers in the world? To be honest, it's not the one that wins a champion world title for one specific game. The best gamer is gotta be an all-rounder gamer that plays every single genre of the game. And ideally, the most important thing is have fun. That's the most important thing about gaming.
That is true. We all want to have a great time while gaming, and I'm sure that all creators are going to show us how to have a good time as well. Just like ICE BSD has mentioned, we have lots of different creators here. We have creators who are specialized in MOBA, specialized in FPS, in battle royales, in mobile games. There's even creators here who don't create gaming content. So we have a very wide variety of skill sets. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they will match up. Because even if you do like take some time to practice, it's going to be very difficult to get good in all 4 games.
Agreed, and what more to actually talk about the games that actually puts them up. It's all about communication, teamwork, and how they pull off and work together as a team. So communication is going to be key for that specific game. And then for Fall Guys, it is going to be a little bit of chaos theory. In this case, it feels a little bit more of a free-for-all situation where the map might be a little bit random, it might be a little bit luck here, it might be a little bit teamwork. So it comes down to the fundamentals of how gaming should be like, which is expect the unexpected. Guess what? If you get surprised by a random ball knocking you down over, guess what? That's life, man. Sometimes there's ups, sometimes there's downs. There's downs here, and ideally, it's just all about just understanding that, hey, when we're playing games, sometimes you're a good player, sometimes you're bad. It's okay, Ideally, you just enjoy the experience, and that's the beauty about gaming, man.
That is the beauty. You gotta appreciate the enjoyment, but you gotta also appreciate the chaos. And you're talking about the chaos in Fall Guys, but I feel like Free Fire is really have its own share of that as well. Especially with every single team having an eye in the sky. We know that we want aggression, we know that we want fights, and I get the feeling we're going to see a lot of it here because there are going to be 3 different maps of Free Fire that these players are playing. So that means 3 different games where they can rack up as many kills as possible.
I think ideally we kind of need to talk about the maps itself, right? Like, if we talk about the first map of Bermuda, it all comes down to what kind of priority list each specific team has. Like, does the team have a very, very good profile for Free Fire? Is he able to carry? And if they are a mechanical team, they are going to be thinking about, hey, let's go for hotspots and straight up get as many kills as possible. Or do you play a little bit safe and try to snipe people away? So it all comes down to the sweaty moments of who is the better player in terms of Free Fire. It's like, are you able to set up those ghoul walls? Are you able to rotate a little bit more? Do you understand the fundamentals of how to take advantage of the grenade launchers, the domes, etc.? Everything is to be taken into account. If, again, I talk about esports commitment. Like, this is the esports section of Free Fire. Obviously, everything needs to be taken into account for. But now in WCG here, with the map here, can they outmaneuver that? So I think it comes down to a point where, yes, they have map hacks, they have observers, or in this case, information, but when they clash, will they be able to clash and come out on top?
Those are all very, very good questions here. Because one thing is for certain, this is not going to be your usual Free Fire match.
Handphone. Ada Fitri, Malik, Purbo, Gilang, Raka. Fitri,
looks
Yohan,
like
Yohan.
creators
Ada
will
Enda,
be,
ada Gilang dan juga siapa tuh di belakang tuh? Reza, udah cukup segitu dulu ya.
One thing we have to remember as well, a lot of the creators here will also be streaming their gameplay to their own channels. So if there's any particular creator that you really, really want to support and you really want to watch their POV, especially during some of the games later where we won't be able to watch every single team, then you guys can go over and check them out as well. But if you want a little bit more of a general experience here, we got you covered.
Yep, and look at the amount of crowd and fans just supporting as well here. Like, in ICE BSD, they are split into 3 different stages. Well, the stage C, the stage W, and there's also one more stage. Well, I think that's the important one, but I think ideally the most important one is gonna be stage C, man. Trust me, trust me. But ideally, there is going to be a lot of tournaments as well. There's VALORANT, there's MLBB that's happening, as well as ICE BSD. For those of you who are interested to come down to ICE BSD, you can also come over to watch your favorite creators or maybe even the pro players as well, who's also competing here. And I do know that at the start of the day, before this, we had the Valorant tournament in a different stage as well, which is also happening. You can see up on screen behind as well, that is also concurrently happening at the venue itself. So there's so many games, so many events, so many exciting things you can see, and you can see the smiles of everyone's faces right now. They're just so excited to get things going right now.
And we even had a cosplay competition earlier on this stage before the stream started. So you wouldn't have been able to catch it unless you were live there at the event. So no worries, guys. WCG Festival is going to be happening for 2 days. This is day 1. It will still be here at ICE BSD tomorrow. So if you guys are in the area, you know what to do.
Yep, that is going to be a very exciting one as well. You can see the fans are extremely crazy as well. I do see a certificate. I'm not exactly sure what certificate is that here. I never knew that you need a certificate to be a gamer. That's something new here, or in this case, I might be a little bit... True, I might be a little bit obsolete here because back in the days, you didn't need a certificate to play games. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
Now leave it to the new generation, right? Now we gotta have like professional gamers. We gotta make sure everyone has the accreditation. But of course, everyone up on that stage has a slightly different certification. After all, they are content creators and they are here to entertain. Free Fire going to be the first game. Like we mentioned earlier, we have 3 different maps that they'll be playing on, starting with Bermuda. I think this will be a very balanced starting ground, right? Because some people will argue, oh, the veteran players, the creators that actually play a lot of Free Fire, should know Bermuda very well. But it is also the map that everyone starts in. So even like the newer players who maybe have not touched Free Fire before would be the most familiar with this map out of all of them.
Hey, it's El Clasico, man. Like, everyone's got to know the map as well. You have to play a little bit more to actually grind through the levels here before you unlock the next map, and then play respectively as well. So when it comes to Bermuda, it's a little bit of balance between sniping, long range, as well as EQC battle. So that's something that I think a lot of these creators will have a pretty decent warm-up before they get into the Kalahari as well, where you are going to be expecting a lot of long-range sniping there. So that's going to be something that, well, again, I base it off the esports segment. But again, these are the creators we're talking about here. Who knows? You know what? What if sniping doesn't work out? You know what works out? Driving a car, just running through people. That could be a strategy too.
And we have to note, quite a lot of these creators actually also play games like GTA, for example. So maybe they are more used to driving cars compared to shooting, right?
That's crazy. Like, I think a majority of the Japanese content creators as well as the South Korea, they do play a lot of GTA, so that could be an advantage for them as well to kind of take advantage. Because think about this, right? If you do not have the mechanical skills of a pro player, aiming at a moving vehicle is going to be very, very difficult. Despite having aim lock, or in this case aim assist on the game itself, still it is going to be very, very difficult to actually shoot a moving target. And to top it off, if you have cosmetics on those vehicles, well, it makes it even harder to spot players. So yeah, that's something that I think it is going to be an advantage to those who played a little bit more here. But again, that's the thing about competition, right? You've been dealt your cards. How will you overcome them, right? It's kind of similar to like the dice roll today. Like, you know, who knows? In 2 days, we might see 2 teams that have identical scores throughout all 4 games, went neck and neck. Because of the dice, just 1 number difference, they couldn't secure the number 1 spot.
Yeah, dice can have a good amount of randomness. Anyone who's played a good amount of board games is definitely familiar with the feeling of not rolling too well. And remember, this is snakes and ladders as well. So there's always the possibility that you roll good, but you ending on the head of a snake, and then you just drop down, and that is a terrible feeling, which means that a little bit of finesse actually is required to navigate the Creator Rumble 16.
No, now that you mention it in Star Power as well, like we're talking about snakes and ladder here, it feels like there is so much element has been involved in designing this concept games, where you have the TCG concept, you have the traditional esports concept, you have the fun concept, and you have the concept all mixed into one, and also a little bit of luck in play to design this. So anything can happen, unexpected, be as unpredictable, and you'll be able to overcome your opponents here. So I think to some of these teams, it might be serious business as well. I think earlier today, I was in the hotel as well. I was able to eavesdrop some of the Chinese teams. They were feeling a little bit serious here. Like I was very surprised. They were talking very seriously in terms of strategy. Behind on the table as well, where they're just talking about, hey, today we're gonna be doing this, and then tomorrow we're gonna be doing that. And I'm like, wow, these guys are serious. Like, okay, you gotta watch out for the Chinese teams, man.
I mean, when you have an event like this, it really allows you to put the personalities of the creators on blast. Are they gonna take it chill, have fun, or are they gonna take it seriously? We will find out, because there is a lot of content happening for all of you guys. We're gonna start off with Free Fire, like we've already mentioned, and the creators will be playing on 3 maps: Bermuda, Kalahari, and Nexterra.
Well, and of course, after finishing Free Fire, being the Creative Rumble for Chain Together, the game itself, where it is going to be divided into 2 modes, and that's going to be the beginner mode with open chains and the normal mode with closed chain. So that thing that I think most of you, if you have tried Chain Together, would understand how frustrating it is to play either open chain or closed chain, because it is a huge difference in terms of how to play. But if you're playing solo, it doesn't matter, it's open or closed. But if you're playing with a friend, let's say 2 people, it doesn't really matter between open and closed. But you play with 3 and more, well, that's a huge difference, because there are a lot of platforms and steps where you are not allowed to go like 1 by 1 and to cross, where you need to time your jumps together. If one falls, everyone falls. And it's not just one person, it's 3 person at the same time. So it makes a lot of different scenarios in the steps, especially in the earlier stages of the game itself. Like the first few platforms, there are a couple of ones where you're not allowed to go 1 by 1. You have to jump together. And
Yeah,
it's hard, it's
together,
hard, it's really hard.
It's gonna be an interesting one, for sure, because that is not usually a game you'd expect to see in a tournament sort of setting, right? We see a lot of people compete in terms of speedrunning, but this is a slightly different sort of situation. So I think that will be a game that is really, really interesting to watch as to how well these teams have been able to coordinate and work together. So I'm excited. Like, we have a whole day of fun ahead of us. I can't wait for all of you guys to witness what is about to occur.
Oh, look at this. We've got the fans supporting as well. I wonder who is this. I can't really see as well. But oh, we've got Crystal's friend as well. But apparently, I think this is a different stage. I'm sorry. Like, Crystal is not playing on this stage. Huh.
I'm pretty sure they were. I do remember seeing them earlier.
Well, it's probably on stage W right now. They're on the Valorant side. So again,
Crystal is in Team H.
Oh yeah, it's in Team H. My bad. But again, we do have a lot of fans here, just supporting as well. And wow, I don't know how to respond to that. Like, if a girl does that to me, I would blush completely. Oh, whoa! Look, whoa! Look, whoa! Look at her.
Stern look right there.
Oh, she's vibing. Yeah, she's vibing. I like that.
We got plenty of fans. I'm sure that many family members of the content creators are here to give their support as well, which is going to be great. The energy on that stage must be electric. And I got a shout out as well, the setup for the Creator Rumble here with all these little rooms for every single team is so cool.
Yeah. Have you, like, I wonder what's it like to be playing inside up there as well. And oh, okay, we got creators as well. Look at them there. Oh, wait, what? Hey, hello? Hey.
Calm down, boys.
Relax,
calm
guys.
down.
Relax, guys.
We gotta make sure.
Oh, relax, guys.
Ready for the game. Okay, hold on.
Oh.
No chill. But you know what? That's fine, right? There's no problem. We want to see that sort of energy, that kind of spirit, that kind of aggression, because they are going to be looking for eliminations in Free Fire.
Oh boy, speaking of eliminations here, like this is gonna be very, very interesting to see how things are, especially like, oh, okay, we've got people already mentally preparing themselves for the upcoming games as well. They are gonna be setting up for the games here, and I think the Malaysian teams here are a little bit chill here because now from this perspective, we do have the Malaysian team gonna be playing here, and oh my god, what is that design? That is such a cool poster. Wow, the dedication.
That is great. We've got so many fans, so many creators. I highly doubt that there's anyone in chat that will even be able to say that they know every single creator up on that stage, no matter how much you watch on the internet, which means that you will have a chance to get introduced to old and new faces alike and just see what happens when you drop them all into a mixing pot and throw them at each other.
Oh, a little bit difficult here because I am also struggling to actually find out are, but at the same time, you know, it doesn't matter. I'm just enjoying the vibe, I'm enjoying the view, and one thing I think I've realized over the years is that when it comes to region base, and like this is us, okay, this is code, all right, I'm going to speak in code right now. This is for the gamers who are truers, who know what I'm talking about. When we talk about the best region when it comes to cameraman, it's got to be from Indo. There is a reason why Indo has the best cameraman, for a reason. I'm just gonna leave it right there.
From, sir. I see where you're coming from, and you know what? I think a lot of the fans are going to agree with you as well. It's good to see that the creators are in high spirits here because they actually have quite a long day ahead of them, right? While it is only 2 games a day, they are going to be playing quite long matches of them. So hopefully their stamina is going to be able to hold them out.
I get where you're going at. Stamina is going to be key. Very important here. And I think fatigue plays a huge role when it comes to them surviving and lasting throughout all 2 days, right? Like they have to be for top 2 at least from every single game. And just to get the power dice, you know, if you want to advance a little bit forward here. And I don't know what I'm looking at right now, but it seems like people are just very excited and shy at the same time, right?
I mean, you would be shy if you got a camera pointed at you all of a sudden, right? We've got so many people watching online, and for all of you who are watching online right now, thank you very much for choosing to join us. The Creator Rumble 60 is going to start very, very soon, so if you guys got to do anything good in the bathroom, grab your popcorn. Now is the time to do so, because once the action gets going, it is going to be a great time.
Yeah, it is going to be a great time here, and seeing how the setup, look at this amazing setup as well. There's so many things here. It's so grand, so fancy. We've got even the local casters here, the Indo casters sitting there with the stage. It is just a phenomenal view thus far on seeing how everyone is going to be playing here. We've got a full crowd actually. This is just layers and layers and layers of people here just supporting the event itself. And you know, World Cyber Games do not let you down here when it comes to bringing a crowd, because that is a huge crowd here in ICE BSD Jakarta right now.
We have to give them props. This is an incredible event. 3 massive stages, all sorts of different events lined up. Just a full schedule for gaming fans all over to be able to enjoy. So we promise that you will not be regretting choosing to join us today. Now, I gotta ask, ICE, I'm a little bit unfamiliar with the genre of Battle Royale, I have to admit. It's not really a genre I play very often. Do you expect that the teams that are stronger are going to be very obvious here, or is it going to be a bit more chaotic?
I think it's going to be... Ooh... That's a tough one. Okay,
yeah,
I think
like,
it is going to be a little bit more.
Teams be consistent, or is it just going to be a hodgepodge?
Most likely, it is going to be the strong team that is going to be a little bit more consistent, but they will fall off in other games. So that's the bonus point about having 4 different games, is that you may be strong in one game, you're not going to be strong all the time in every single game. So it is going to give an even playing field for every single team who has a shot to actually aim for the number one spot. So Free Fire, it is again one of those games that is very, very mechanical based. Those who have great mastery of the game is going to completely destroy the entire lobby. So that's the thing about and it encourages it as well, right? Like based on the format in Free Fire, it comes down to elimination points as a priority instead of surviving to the last. Like you may be in like maybe 7th place, but you still get about 12 kills. You are still going to be number one, because if everyone gets 1 kill, 2 kills, and you've got 7 kills, you're still going to be number one despite placing at a lower position.
It is kind of a funny system, because every single time when someone asks you, oh, how do I get better at this game? Especially if it's a battle royale, or if it's a lot of people will say like, oh, don't focus on your KDA too much, right? Kills are not the most important thing. Getting that win, getting that booyah is the most important. But that is completely flipped on its head here, because it doesn't matter if you end up eliminated or team wipe early. As long as you have the most kills, you are winning in the eyes of the Creator Rumble.
Yeah, it is very, very true as well, because see, now from the perspective of the Japanese team here, we've got Runa Momoi going to be leading the conversation for the team. That's something that I think where it is going to be a little bit interesting, because when we talk about regions when it comes to games across all game titles here, the Japanese have always bring something unique to the table, especially when it comes to Battle Royale in particular, right? Like you cannot take away the ideas that they bring to the table. And so far in most Battle Royale genres, the Japanese teams are a team or a region where a lot of other regions are a little bit afraid here, because they always bring something so creative and so different where it catches people off guard from their usual play style. But again, that is from the esports side, but anything can happen. You cannot take away from where credit is due.
Yeah, having that is going to be very important, and having past experience as well is going to be a big deal, right? Because like we already mentioned, a lot of these creators will obviously play some games mainly on their channels. So there are a few here and there who specialize in Free Fire who will definitely have some advantage over the competition. There's also other creators that play other Battle Royale games, for example, Fortnite being quite popular among a lot of them here. So while they don't play Free Fire exactly, they'll still have those macro mindsets of how to really come out on top in the genre.
Yep, that's something that I think, you know, having multiple experiences here in different games is gonna give them that significant advantage to actually overcome, right? So I think ideally, when it comes to Free Fire, it comes down to who has the better mechanical skills, the better game sense. But when it comes to Chain Together, it gives teams who have a better teamwork or communication or the ability to work with other people is gonna be having that advantage, right? It's not something where, oh, you can single-handedly carry everyone, right? Chain Together doesn't work like that. So it gives, like, it tests the abilities of a gamer from every aspect of what they need to do when it comes to playing in this competition.
But your wait not gonna last too much longer here, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see on the bottom of the screen right now, our upcoming first match of the day. First match of the Creator Rumble 60 here at the WCG Festival Jakarta 2024 is going to be Free Fire in El Clasico Bermuda. Team with the most eliminations will come out on top.
Well, that is going to be something that we are looking forward to as well here, because now we've talked about the strategies. We gave you guys a little bit of framework on how all the teams are going to be planning their strategies here, how they're going to be overcoming this here. So this first game is going to help decide who is going to be the race leader of this entire journey for some of these teams here. Again, I talk about consistency, we talk about great players, but if there is 3 to 4 are really good in Free Fire here, we might be in for a very close match, because I know for a fact that when it comes to competition, when we talk about tryhards, there is gonna be a lot coming in from the Chinese teams as well as the Indonesian teams here. So we are think a lot of sweaty games in this upcoming game. So that's something that I am looking forward to. But again, you know, that's just me making a prediction right there. Just throwing a ball, hoping it scores a home run.
I think it makes sense. I mean, Free Fire as a game is going to be pretty popular here in Indonesia as well. I know that most of the players who actually do play Free Fire on their channels are the Indonesian creators, so they will most likely have the biggest advantage. But lo and behold, guys, we got the countdown on the screen. Things are about to start very, very soon. So game with all of you guys in the comments as well. Which team do you think is going to get the most eliminations in Map 1 Bermuda? Tell us in the comments right now. There's no prize for it, but you can get the pride of saying that you were correct.
Exactly here. Remember to like, share, and promote the stream here because we have one of the best creators from all around the world competing right now for the title of being the best creator in WCG, and that's gonna be exciting one here because right now we're gonna be jumping straight into the game here. First game of today for the Creators Rumble. It's gonna be free game 1. That's gonna be a sight to behold. Well, it is gonna be game time right here though. Woo!
Oh boy, alright, let's have a look. Looks like we have a little bit of a skewed flight path here, putting a lot of the teams towards the upper half of the map. And we're already seeing a lot of them jump down to secure their positions. A lot of the teams that jumped earlier actually going to be left with a lot of space for themselves.
Well, that is going to be interesting here, but to see them, everyone is going to be towards the northwest of the map here. So we are going to be expecting a team clash up on Bullseye. That's going to be something that I am looking forward to see as well. A potential clash up in Shipyard rather early, but the circle seems to be favoring towards the bottom side of the map. So teams who get early loots are going to be great. Teams who have early clashes and come up on top, unscathed, be the ones that will have a significant lead in this points here.
Looks like Team H gonna be hovering here around the mill. There is another team very nearby as well. You can see on the map. Not too sure which team it is yet, but it looks like a confrontation gonna be quite inevitable here.
Yep, it is going to be inevitable right here, right now, because as of yet, we are not going to be seeing a little bit of action here. We do see they are going to be playing a little bit of a slow pill. The Ramsdale as well as Saijan going to be playing a little bit slow on towards the mill here, so we are not going to be seeing a lot of context yet. And that's something
shots
that...
fired.
Oh, we do hear gunshots here, so there is going to be a little bit of shots.
Doesn't seem to be from here yet. Team S and Team H, although they are close, actually don't even realize that there is an enemy team nearby. And looks like Team S has already decided that they're done with the mill. They'll be able to walk away just fine. Team P over at the Bullseye. No one there. So it looks like while we are still in the first circle of the game, there isn't going to be too much confrontation.
Well, that's it's interesting, right? Like, we did see a little bit of contention up top there, but because of observers' view, they do have a little bit of advantage here, so they roughly know where people are, and I like how as Rico looking for a couple space long range, Toilet is able to escape it, so it's gonna be okay for now, but here comes the counter fire, long range sprays between both these teams. Be a little bit of a nice here. He's not connecting his shot, but we do see a couple of shots. A little bit of a precision here, dropping down pretty low as she is going to be low as well. So that's the first knock so far coming from 3D. Can they find another one here as they trade off 1-for-1? Now Shola versus Deco, 1v1. Who comes up on top? And it is going to be Deco that comes up on top, and they will wipe the first team off the lobby for game number 1. That's going to be 2 elimination for Team B.
Already one team wiped right at the beginning of the game. Very unfortunate there for Team J, but better positioning there from Team B. It did end up being a little bit messy, got pretty close, but Diko was there to clean up and make sure that they was able to get back up. And that's going to be very nice because, like we mentioned, eliminations are the name of the game here.
Yep, it is going to be the name of the game. And so far, we do see a little bit of sniping action here, but Team G is going to be in a very, very dominant position here. The infrastructure is giving him a lot of cover fire, and despite all that, that's going to be the knock coming in from Nina. Looking to go in for the finish there. Can they take off FG? And fortunately for him, he is not going to have a little bit of backup here. But guess what? The third party comes in as well from behind. AE looking to try and join the fight here. And guess what? It is going to be a wipe by Nina. Gets taken out, getting caught off surprise. FG was the first one to get knocked, but AE comes out with a 1v2, clutching it with AE.
Excellent decision making coming in from there from AE. Even though he saw that his teammate was getting sniped from afar, did not try to back off and play defensive around him. Instead, pushed for the backstab and managed to get the team wipe there. No, Team D is indeed the Chinese team as well, so perhaps what you mentioned earlier, ICE, might be true.
It is. They are very, very creative and very, very sweaty. In this case, AE clutching it big time here. But now, at the same time, do see Ami going for a spray. Johan in a little bit of trouble here. Messing a little bit here. But guess what? He was just baiting as well because they are able to trade off him Sid. And now Dodi going for the suppressive fire. Gives him a little bit of help here. Meanwhile, on the screen as well, we do see another engagement coming in for Team K. Losing Hoon right now, getting pincered with the glue walls here. And looking to push up a little bit more. And now here comes the spray. Pika going for the fight as well, going for the wraparound. They're going for the double push, and they do wipe them out. So Team O gets a 2 elimination in their favor right now.
That was a good attempt there. Unfortunately, the glue wall wasn't quite protective enough. The positioning was a little bit off, which meant that they weren't able to get their teammate, allowing them to be fully eliminated. And then in a 1v2, that is just a losing battle. We are definitely seeing hierarchies being formed right now. Only 25 players left on the map.
Yep, and that's really, really quick as well because we started things with, before that, you know, we do see a little bit of shots here with the AUG coming in. So we are going to be expecting a little bit of clashes here, but Team A right now, they're struggling a little bit here. They do have very, very minimal armor right now, and Bobby right now is trapped in a glue wall. And fortunately for him, he doesn't have a lot of wrap around yet, but he does get the knock in on his cable. Ooh. And that is going to be a huge coming in. Bobby looking to try and continue with his pressure, but he needs to wrap this up as quickly as he can here because teams may be hearing the gunshot. They may come in to take advantage of this. And Bobby now, I don't think he has ammo. He's going to run for his life. He's not able to reload his gun.
I think that is a good choice though. While he was able to knock down Asikivo, he met... Oh, hold on though. Right here, we're seeing another engagement around the clock tower.
Oh boy, that's huge here. Meanwhile, Team L just sitting in the house here. He does have a lot of compounds, does scout out these rotations here. Do they want to let this slide or try and set things up for another gang here? Because there is going to be 3 different in this vicinity, so it is going to be a little bit chaotic. And so far, Teo has been very sneaky beaky like from the Koreans.
Clock tower, very common point of contention here on Bermuda, provides a lot of vantage points and quite a lot of cover as well. Noticing the size of the area allows it to take control of a lot of different teams at once without them even really knowing each other's positions. Therefore, we are seeing Team L, Team N, and one player from Team B just holding their spots here. Circle not too close yet, but during the next phase, it is going to become very difficult for them to continue holding this spot.
Yep, it is going to be the second circle, but now here comes a surprise. They didn't hear him here. Tao looking to try and go for the wrap round. Can he get the knock in? And yet it's going to be Vivo that falls for now. So the element of surprise, the South Korean team strike, and that is going to be 1 down. So 1 elimination for Team L. And now Virga in a little bit of a trouble right now because losing 1 member in this upcoming fights here is going to be straining their overall elimination score.
And he's
But
wide in the
they get
open
scouted.
as well. This is
Oh, no.
not the position to be in. He shoots the tree for some reason, not realizing that Tal is in the building. And he's got way more cover to work with. Tayo gonna land the final blow and officially eliminate Team N.
Very, very nice job here coming from Team L, playing very, very patient as well. And I think Tao understood that they could not commit those long-range fights here, but now the greed comes in, means they won't get picked off as well. And this is a little bit unfortunate here for Tao. He only had the SMGs. He needed to get an upgraded gun, but wow, swapping it gets picked apart. So very unlucky here for the Korean team.
Tal got a bit too greedy there, jumping in after the team wipe, thinking that they could pick up some items off the bodies. Meanwhile, though, Team Q versus Team I bombing, gonna get knocked down! Almost took out Yuki as well, but it's Team Q that comes out on top in this engagement.
Well, so far we do see a lot of variety in terms of teams coming across the entire map so far. A lot of Indonesian teams still surviving so far. We do see a little bit of Japanese coming in. We do see the Koreans as well. Taeyo pretty much on screen right now, representing from South Korea, left all by himself to kind of fend for himself and hope to get a couple of cheeky eliminations here. They're currently in 2 elimination, and so far, based on the screen we've seen so far, it has been pretty balanced across all the teams. Everyone has gotten like 1 or 2, maybe even 3 elimination here and there. Some getting wiped out rather early, but ideally now coming into third circle, everybody is gotta get out of this clock tower right now.
We're only in phase 3, but there's already only 10 players left right now, and that looks to be 6 teams in total, which means that only 2 teams have 1 player. All of them converging around the clock tower, but going to need to leave it very soon since the circle is closing, and that means that a lot of people are gonna be in open air.
Oh boy. Here it comes, the spray comes in. Ramsdale looking for the pick up as Moldewa narrowly escapes this here, sets up a couple glue walls, but he needs to heal up. But as of yet, Team B doesn't really want to go in for the push forward now, as TS knows that there is going to be Team A wrapping around from the sides here. Alas gets scouts out, but he misses the angle. The tree providing a little bit of cover here, so Team A saving up their resources for the later stages of the game. But we have down to 10 players in this map for now.
Team A seems to have unwittingly aided a little bit in Dewa's escape. He does seem to be the only surviving player from Team B, so if not for their third partying, he probably would have gotten chased down. But that doesn't mean danger is gone for him just yet. He is going to be fighting an uphill battle right now as we're approaching phase 3, circle getting much smaller, and it's going to be outside the clock tower area as well, which means a lot less cover to work with.
Oh boy, it is going to be a tough one here for the teams coming in. But again, getting a lot of elimination is going to be the key here. Team A doing a fantastic job. They've got 5 eliminations, and so far up on screen, I think they are our current race leaders for this map. In this case, the elimination leader forcing in. But Taeyo looking for the wraparound here. He's looking to try and pincer this fight, but Taeyo, he is on the other side of the wall. He hears all these movements, and he is going to look for the wraparound. Though they find this here, Taeyo scouts. Alas, does he go in for the fire? He misses his way here as well. Alas, able to get out to safety. Meanwhile, Askibo is still pressuring himself on the other side. Let's look at this suppressed fire coming in. Alas, finally falls in the hands of Taeyo. But Taeyo, he's still running. He's gonna get scouted out. Askibo looking to finish well, but he sneaks past the tree, and he is gonna be A-okay. Taeyo still holding on for the South Koreans here. He cannot get a little bit safe here, but Askibo, he's looking for the fun, but instead of Taeyo, he finds Dewa instead. Ooh. And Taeyo, he's gonna try and finish here. Does he come on top? No, he does not. He tried his best, but Askibo was able to wipe 2 players. But oh no, we've got a drive-by. What is going on? The car is on fire. What's happening?
Team T, Johan are going to be coming over here in the car. It is on fire, a little bit dangerous to stay in it, but it looks like they're still going to be using it up right now. Askibo, the winner of that engagement right there, being able to take out 2 other solo players to keep himself alive, but losing his teammate Alase at the same time. 5 players remaining. Team T having a slight advantage, having both players alive as well as a vehicle to navigate into the circle.
Oh no, everyone is here as Evo is trying to win for his team, but he's put in a very difficult position. He's prone behind the trees, and Team F Foodie looking to go for the wraparound. They want to wrap this up. He's going to try and tank the circle, but finally on the floor, he gets finished, and that is going to be a wipeout coming from Team A. Now, the final two teams left in the first map, it is going to be Team F up on screen right now to try to get the booyah, but with only 3 elimination here. Can they get the final 2 kills? Because as of yet, Team T on the car. Oh no. Do they get the booyah? Do they blow up the car? I think they might. They're shooting it. They're trying to blow it up, but Team T, they abandoned ship. They got out, and they're going to be fine for now. They blow up the car, but they are still taking some serious fire from across the map.
Selvin and Putti versus Johan and Dodi, the 4 final players in round 1 of Free Fire here in the Creator Rumble 60. Not a lot of cover here outside of the trees. We are seeing an attempted guerrilla play coming in from Johan on the right side, the flank. Selvin getting dropped very low. Putti taking a lot of damage as well. Right now, Team T has the advantage. Selvin still being able to balance the dance behind the tree as well, but the angle's coming in from the other side. Johan gonna be able to finish him off, but he is at a very dangerously low amount of HP as well. Putti gonna finish him off. Dodi and Putti, the only players left standing right now, and it is going to be Dodi who comes out on top to get the booyah.
Well, Team T taking the booyah, and they will be able to get 5 eliminations for themselves here. So that's going to be a lot of points for them here, starting in game 1 of the Free Fire Creator. What a way to start things off here in the WCG. Wow, what a game.
An incredible opening here from all of these, really showing us what every single one of them are capable of. Team T, they're the ones who come out on top there. Dodi and Johan holding excellent positioning and using their vehicle to make sure that they stay in the circle for as long as possible. But there are definitely a lot of other teams who are able to rack up some solid elimination counts as well.
That is insane gameplay coming from them here. Team T, this is just amazing here. Calcetric, Dodisa, as well as Johan. Just what a strong start here for game number 1. Booyah, Free Fire round 1. They are going to be the winners for this specific match here. So I'm curious to see how much score will they be able to get by the end of this game, because we saw so much action across the map here. I do have a little bit of a soft spot here for the South Korean team, especially coming from Team L. Teo hang on for his dear life, got a better position, as well as able to secure 1 elimination for himself before getting eliminated. So that's going to be a plus point coming in for them. But again, it's chaos, and I'm liking what I see so far, Staffa. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I think that's exactly what we want to see, right? Chaos between all of these creators as they just demonstrate the difference in their abilities. We saw some teams just kind of fold under the pressure, and we witnessed others arise like a phoenix from the ashes. Like I mentioned, I think the Korean team put up a very good fight. Tal and Teo finding good opportunities to get pickoff. Unfortunately, Tal got a bit too greedy, tried to go for the looting, and got third-partied. And even then, we witnessed Teo pincering Team A with the remaining member of Team B, Dewa, as well, which made it kind of a 2-on-2 fight, even if it was actually 2v1v1, which really, you can see the chaos that happens in Battle Royale.
Yeah, I definitely do as well. But, you know, even though there are a couple of pros in the game here, the unpredictability of every single team has gave us a little bit of surprise here. I think one of the shocker ones here is going to be coming in from Team H, actually, because the Chinese team, Team D, where AE was able to clutch up a 1v2 situation here coming from game number 1. But that, I think, again, it comes down to maybe a little bit of luck, a little bit of game sense as well. I think, Staffa, you brought out a very, very good point to ask me this question. Will the pros be able to dominate the entire game? And based on what I'm watching here, the skill gap of everyone is pretty high. It's pretty high.
Yeah, we can definitely see it. Some of these creators do find themselves floundering. I still remember the one creator who suddenly decided to aim at a tree instead of the building right next to them. Yeah, that is a very clear sign of inexperience. Can't remember who that was, but you guys, I don't think you guys forgot what moment that was.
Oh boy. But at the same time here, despite having observers, having the advantage of observers looking around the position here, I'm very surprised that Teo, in this case, Teo was able to get away by sneaking past through as chaos, right? So even if you have observers telling you every single information, good communication is going to be key in order to portray what's happening across the map. So I think that's the plus point of what I think Team T was able to bring to the table, right? Driving I would say, damaged vehicle on fire across the map just because they can. Just because I think observer realizes and say like, hey, they're not looking at you, you can get away with it. And they actually got away with it, which is crazy.
Keeping a team in front of them, that he ended up leaving his teammate Lays to be pincered by two other solo players. If they still had both players alive by then, I think they would have been in a much more comfortable position. But we still have to remember, the thing that matters most is how many eliminations these teams got. We will get to see the total of their points once we've gone through everything. So even though we saw Team T come out as the Booyah winners for Game 1, who knows who's actually on top?
Yeah, it is going to be very, very different here by the end of game number 1. Team T, they may have gotten a Booyah, but anything can still happen. We can see the creators just, being very, very frustrated, or in this case, emotional when it comes to the games as well. We do see some of the teams not feeling themselves here, losing out rather early in this game here. I think this is the perspective of the Malaysian teams. They are struggling a little bit here. Sultan Rik as well as Rini Ramli not having it for game 1, despite a very, I would say, early exit in the first game.
Yeah, I don't really think we saw a lot from the Malaysian team. Because the is being defined here, but we also have to note, and now that map 1 has been completed, the next map is going to be Kalahari, and any players who are newer to Free Fire are going to have a lot more difficulty adjusting.
Yep, it's all about the long-range gameplay here, and so far we do see a lot of good snipers on teams who are able to take advantage of those ARs to take long-range fights. And so far, I think the one downside that the South Korean team here, in this case Team L, was struggling just now was that they were holding an SMG, a UMP, to try and go for long-range fights. And when he decided, I think Tao decided to go in for the upgrade, he got picked apart by Team A. So that's a little bit of a note that I think a lot of the teams have to realize as well, that you have to farm up your weapons, you need to stock up in order to take better fights, and having the necessary resources to take extended fight will give them that significant advantage here to actually progress, or in this case, give you a better chance to take a fight or to farm eliminations.
It does make you wonder whether or not their third player, the observer in the sky, just completely missed out on another team coming in from afar there, because jumping vantage point to get an upgrade is good, because like you mentioned, they needed better guns for longer range fights, but not at that precise timing. Again, if they had both players alive, they probably could have had a much better position going into the later stages of the game. And that's why that third player, even though they're not technically in the game, they still play a very important role.
Hey, communication is key. Sometimes game knowledge helps as well. So this is just all the creators being put to the test, to the limits here, to kind of overcome their obstacles. So that's something that I think a lot of people are just not familiar with as well. And I think all the teams, especially even for myself, right, if I've been put into a condition like this, it is going to be very different, because I'm not going to be able to adjust very, very quickly here. And when it comes to adjusting, means that this is testing a player's adaptability as well as flexibility in order to play the game itself. So that's something that a lot of people don't realize, that gaming is just not gaming. Gaming is actually a sport where requires a lot of focus, and there is so many factors you have to take into account in order to achieve your objectives.
Honestly, gaming has reached a point where it's not just a sport, right? Gaming is a way of life. We all love gaming here. Everyone watching, everyone in WCG right now at the live stage, all of these creators, and I just really want to continue watching what is going to happen here. Like, now we are getting set up, right? We're gonna make sure that all of the players are ready to jump into map number 2. And before that happens, I just want to drop a question to you, ICE. Now that we have seen what happened in game 1, what kind of changes do the teams need to make to be more successful in game 2?
I think it comes down to understanding who has good firepower and who doesn't have good firepower. And so far, there are a couple of notable teams or players that really stand out when it comes to firepower, right? We've got the Chinese team, we've got the Indo team, we've also got, I think actually 2 Indo teams here is going to be Team A as well as Team T that has a little bit better in terms of firepower when it comes to long range. But I think the one that really stand out the most is going to be Team D as well as Team A. So they will have to take advantage of the fact that, hey, long range gunfights is going to be their forte, and Kalahari is just the perfect place to do that.
Did you just call it Calamari?
Well, I'm Kalahari, but Calamari seems pretty nice right now as well. I won't lie.
You do sound hungry.
It sounds pretty good right now. You know, I'm sorry for those guys watching at home. If you are feeling a little bit hungry, I apologize, but yeah.
Oh, maybe once this is all over, all of us can grab a little bit of calamari to close out the day. But yeah, I do agree with you. Understanding their strengths here are going to be very important for these teams, deciding whether or not they're going to be able to take fights against certain opponents now that they've gotten a bit of a taste of the competition. And Free Fire is also one of those games where the longer you play, the more resources you have, right? I did see a notable disparity in the utility that the players had. Some of them had full presets with 4 characters, some of them were running only Andrew, so I think that also makes a difference.
And we see the fans as well supporting Team M as well. That's gonna be a little bit of an interesting one as well. But here's a fun fact, like I like you brought up Calamari here. You know what's a very good way of ruining your middle of the night snack, where you suddenly go through a random TikTok video with people talking about food, etc.
Seems very specific, but what is it?
You gotta look up Last Tier on Insta as well as TikTok. LASE.TIER. He is coming in from Team A. If you watch his TikTok, I guarantee you will have a very, I would say, delicious experience.
Yes. I think we all do know Last Year, one of the more interesting creators on the stage right now, because they are not a gaming creator, they mainly do TikToks related to food. So I can definitely see how you would get hungry watching his channel there. And it is very interesting because he actually did quite well in the game too.
Yeah, in sequel as the help, just and interesting enough, I think when it comes to Kalahari, they might cook up some calamari, man. I think he might be serving up something real good.
I feel like I think we've probably done enough of the calamari. But yes,
it's never enough.
You know what? Yeah, you know what? We need more food in here. Can we get some more food in here, guys, right now? And if any of y'all are hungry now after listening to all of this, this is actually a great time for you guys to go grab some snacks while we are setting up for the second map.
Yep. Make sure to cook some calamari.
Oh, come on! Okay. But regardless though, I think the teams have gotten a little bit of a taste of how this works. This was of course the very first game of Creator Rumble. There's gonna be plenty more action to look forward to. So getting their game face on as soon as possible is going to be important. The teams that didn't do so well here, this is going to be a wake-up moment for them. They can't afford to fall too far behind.
Yep, they do not able to do it as well because see your fans here able to take a chance to take pictures with their favorite creators here, and that's the beauty about coming to an event like this, right? Like it is currently live in ICE BSD here. The World Cyber Games is happening right here, right now in Jakarta. So if you guys do not know that this is actually happening, you can actually come down here to the venue and maybe get a chance to take pictures with your favorite creators who came all the way from all around the globe here in Jakarta. So if you're not busy, if you're busy today and you're free tomorrow, now's a good time to kind of book your tickets, book your flights, book your maybe even your trains, your Grab, or your plan a drive here to come down tomorrow, and maybe just maybe you can take pictures with some of your favorite creators.
We have to note, while we have 60 creators from all over the globe right here on stage C, there's actually plenty more creators happening in the Rivals events on the other two stages as well. So if you really want to meet all of these online personalities, get some pictures, it's not just the peeps on this stage that you have to look forward to meeting. You do not want to miss this event.
Yep, you definitely don't want to miss it as well here. And we've got a Stone Cold fan right here, right now. Oh, finally, Brick's character. Oh, he's got a sexy jawline. I like that. Like, ooh, I'm jealous now. Like, how do you got such a manly jawline?
I see that you do not discriminate.
Why?
It doesn't like
Why?
whether it's a guy, whether it's a girl, you're still gonna simp.
Of course, you know. Sometimes in
You know
life
what?
we
That's
gotta
good.
have a
that's respect.
balance of both.
You gotta simp for the guys, you gotta simp for the girls, you gotta simp for the Kalahari.
Hey. Yep, and I sim for the gamers. Yeah, ideally we gotta sim for the gamers. You know who's the best person to sim right now? We gotta sim for the cameraman. Indo cameraman is best cameraman, and we've got somebody in full meditation right now, and he finally breaks character. Hello, my friend. What's up? Wakey. Good morning.
I feel bad for him. I would not want that to be me. You just fall asleep at an event for a short moment, you look up and you're on camera broadcast to the world to see.
Surprise.
That's one surprise, alright.
Surprise. What's up? Hello. Nice to meet you. How are you? Yep. She's just gonna smile.
But it is nice to see
Fantastic.
that the fans are having a great time here. I hope that everyone watching online is having a great time as well.
Can we get some captions in the comments here? Indo cameraman, best cameraman. We gotta start spamming that. Like, Indo cameraman is best cameraman.
The cameraman knows what the crowd wants to see. It does seem that way.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, cameraman's tired.
Do they want to see us though? That is the big question.
Oh, hold on.
Hold on, you gotta bring out the jawline. You gotta show the jawline.
Do I feel good now? Like, you know what? What's up? Reading? Yeah. Okay, Staffa. Okay, you gotta do one better now. If the cameraman pulls us with you, do one better right now.
I'm not gonna do it because I know that I'll be even worse. I'll be even worse than you. So I know when I'm licked, my friend. I don't have like the jawline like that guy and I don't have the same charisma as all the ladies. No.
We gotta
Let's just focus on the game. You know, that's a good jawline. That's a solid jawline.
I think you've got a good jawline.
Do I though? I don't know about that one. Headphones in the way. Ear reveal right there.
Oh, not bad. Sometimes in life, a man in a suit is pretty sexy. I mean, pretty sexy too. But
I suppose,
nevertheless, this year we're starting game 2 very, very shortly here, as they are going to be preparing for the second game. Teams need to prepare themselves, and while we are going to be discussing here to give guys a little bit of venue on how things are going to be happening here. For those guys watching at home, I hope you guys are enjoying a good time here. This is the English broadcast, and we have been, talking a little bit more and give you guys the pictures on what gamers are going to be like here. If you are non-gamer, come on over and experience gaming is all about. There is a lot of preparation that needs to be taken into account for here. Coming from team here, we got to shout out all the production crew as well. The amount of dedication and hard work they need to actually pull this off to set up such an amazing stage is just phenomenal here, Safa.
It's a great venue. You guys don't want to miss it. And it's a great event as well. We are going to be having so much more happening here for the Creator Rumble 60. It's not just Free Fire. We're going to have Chained Together later tonight. That's going to be a very interesting one. We will really get to see whether the teams have practiced. And then tomorrow, we will have Fall Guys and the finals. So we've got something for everybody.
Well, we've definitely got something for everyone as well, because I am excited to see how crazy and what kind of strategies are going to be brought to the table. And when it comes to strategies, I think when it comes to Chain Together, the strategy is to communicate. That's something that I think we have to really, really talk about here. And now, Safa, let's communicate this very, very important information, and that is predictions. Based off game 1, who do you think is the real gamer here out of all the teams?
Wow, that's a tricky question. I do think that Team A actually had a very genuine chance there. If they didn't take split fights initially and still had 2 players going into the end, it might have been pretty good for them, because Esekibo was in a 1v1v1 in a tiny house and came out on top against 2 other players. It shows that he does have that experience.
Yep, and I agree with you as well. Team A, they are creators, not from the gaming, not from gaming in specifically here. They do mainstream, I think they do mainstream content as well. I think Iniski was famous for giving challenges and awarding money to viewers on stream or people who are participating in its content as well. And Kelping is an adventurous creator willing to challenge himself to experience life here, including diving challenges as well, trying out food and etc. And I think with their kind of mentality, it sets them apart to actually push themselves to get, you know what, I trained so hard in this game and be good at it, and guess what, it is paying off for them in this particular game.
Yeah, it's surprising how well they perform. Considering we did actually ask all of the creators to submit what they considered to be their main game genre, and none of these 3 players would consider FPS their main genre, right? Compared to some other teams who actually do play quite a lot of shooter games, other teams who play a lot of battle royales, and it's not just them as well. A lot of these teams have shown their pedigree, have shown their experience, and I want to see more of it.
Yeah, I definitely want to see more as well. This is going to be a little bit of a challenging moment here coming from all the teams that's been playing so far, Stafa. This is, I think, by far one of the interesting ones to think about when it comes to compared to any other tournaments out there here, or other tournaments here, straightforward here. This team versus this team. They are going to be here. They're going to be doing this kind of strategy here. The creative plot twist of WCG is that this is not like any other tournament. This is a lot of plot twists, a lot of stories that we can actually talk about when it comes to deciding how they're going to be playing here. So a little bit of recap for those of you guys watching at home, where the teams that are going to be doing well here, especially in Free Fire, is not based off their rankings. It is going to be based off their eliminations in total as the points to kind of decide their rankings. And by the end of all 3 games, the top seedings from top to bottom, is going to be seeded in a way where the number 1 team is going to be given a priority to take the dices they want. And again, for those of you, we haven't been talking about the dices here. This is a competition for all of them to get the furthest awareness here. Please explain to me how does snakes and ladder work?
I mean, Snakes and Ladders is a classic board game, you know? All of us would have played Snakes and Ladders at some point during our youth. The goal is just to get to the final space, usually space 100, but in this case that doesn't matter. The important thing is to get the furthest out of all 20 team creators, and you do that by winning games, claiming dice, powerful dice if you can, that give you the ability to move more spaces and making sure that you're able to move across the board as quickly as possible. Remember, it is not just a big 500 million rupiah prize they're fighting for. It is also the 100 million bonus prize that they get if they're the first team to land on space 16.
Yep, that means most likely whoever lands on 61st is going to be the raid leader, or in this case, the race leader of the pack here. But now with 12 seconds left on the screen here, we are going to be jumping in towards round number 2 here. Free Fire round 2, Kalahari is going to
be less
here for the Creator
map
Rumble, game number 2.
This map going to be a little bit more difficult for teams who may be more unfamiliar with Free Fire, and we are really going to start seeing rankings diverse here. A number of teams going to be dropping right here, right below Foundation. We see Team D and P in very close proximity, and in the bottom right as well. I think there's already a brawl happening.
Yep, it is going to be a little bit of a balanced one here. But yep, you're right here at the bottom right there. Stone Reach is going to be the place where we do see at least 3 to 4 teams actually fighting for a very, very early contention here. So this is going to be a all-out bloodbath right now.
We see here Team E, Sultan Rick, gonna be playing on the outskirts, realizing that there's a number of teams on the opposite side and they don't want to be part of it just yet. Probably the wise choice, because it gets very chaotic when you participate in a third party.
Yeah, speaking of third parties as well, this is going to be a little bit of a fun fact here, but considering how the circle is pretty balanced for all this map here, Kalahari does have a longer circle rotation. So the first few circles, you can kind of take your own sweet time to loot up before deciding in advance and trying to pick into this next fight here. But we do see UAVs being deployed, but at the same time, it does scout out a lot of this team's position. And now Bobit looking to try to pick apart of Team F right now.
Not having too much success, only finding a flank here and there, as it is quite a long distance even with their marksman rifle. Selvin and Footy doing a good job of avoiding things. Bobit probably should not jump down there themselves and continue holding the high ground.
Oh, we do see Team K getting a very nice knock coming in as well across the map. And Team P now going to be engaging Team G. Eskar, running around in the open without any blue walls. He's going to try and duck all the bullets so far, and he somehow survives this. Team P not going to be able to finish him off, but meanwhile, Rizat needs to heal up behind the glue wall. Marcel going for the push there. ACKR looking for a little bit of heals. Does he get the kill? Oh no, he doesn't see it. He should push.
He doesn't notice. Marcel went for a very risky play there, just running across open ground when Nina was sniping at them, but because they are holding a shotgun, they wanted to get up and close to Eskar. Rizad taking a good amount of punishment, but the glue wall gives him some space to play around. Eskar, he should have noticed, he saw him, he saw his head, but he did respawn in time, and Marcel gets the knockdown.
Oh no, he did not realize that there is people around him there, so that is going to be very, very unfortunate for him. Meanwhile, Nina going to be taking a little bit of a damage right there as he is surprised and also suppressed there. Marcel now looking for a couple of sprays, but doesn't seem to clip her at all, so it's going to be able to get out to safety for now.
But with one man down, that is gonna make their life a little bit more difficult here. Nina gonna wanna try and play safe so that they can survive long enough to maybe get cheeky eliminations once more teams are down to solo players.
Oh, representing Team D right now, we do see the Chinese team is gonna be on the vehicle here. They do hear a lot of gunshots coming in. They are gonna try and take a jab on towards the first team. In this case, Team A as well as Team L. They're making a lot of noise, but they're just not taking risks here. They are going to try and bait out a couple of reactions first. but seems like they will dip out of the vicinity of Bayfront.
Yeah, all of these teams are actually teams that made quite an impact in game number 1, so it's interesting to see them all in the same area here. Shots going to be fired straight away. Team D looking to potentially counteract here. They do have another team in their sights.
Yep, seems like they are trying to make noise here so that they can kind of get information, try and rotate away as well. Circle is still pretty balanced across the map here, being Refinery in the middle for now. It's still only the first circle. And I like how Team D is already trying to make plans to kind of get towards the center as possible here, because this map is all about those snipers. And not right now, Team L going for a very similar strategy from the previous game. Hunker down in the vehicle and hope to get a couple of punishes, but Tao gets a couple of shot in as well from Chinese team. Meanwhile, big clash coming in right now. And Team F, they straight up wipe our team and they get 2 eliminations.
Yeah, Team I just got eliminated instantly. Not too sure how that happened right there. Seems like both teams actually walked across the corner at the exact same time, and it didn't work out too well for them. Here we can see Tayo actually does have some utilities in this game. They have a full setup of 4 characters and a pocket market as well. It indicates that they do actually have experience playing Free Fire.
Yep, and speaking of experience here, Team M right now playing very, very patiently. They've got the snipers. They're playing corner circles all the way in the southwest corner of Mammoth. And that's going to be a little bit far off from where the majority of the team is. And right now, this is putting them at a very, very significant disadvantage, right? Like, they're looking for eliminations for rankings, but at the same time, having decent placement and able to have good positioning means that they can get easy snipes across the map and probably score a couple more to give. So the strategy coming for Team IM is going to be waiting things out. But at the same time, teams who are very, very aggressive is just running around amok in the entire game.
We are already seeing eliminations down there at the bottom of the screen as well. What Team M is doing is a more classic style of ensuring that you're able to stay alive until the end. But yeah, it does mean they're not getting elimination points. And Team A actually just got team wiped there, seeing Alès and Iniskibo eliminated one after the other.
Oh boy, we hyped them up real good, but looks like they are going to get finished as well. Nina now looking for a push here. They do get one knock coming in, and that's going to be a wipeout as Team G gets 2 eliminations with this rundown up on Foundation.
Yeah, Nina actually was left alone earlier, so it looks like they were able to get enough coins to revive their teammate here, and that was actually huge because they just took down Team T. That is the team that won the first game, already out for the count.
Yep, take them out, make it count. In this case, a little bit short to try and steal the points away. Meanwhile, Team E, they do get 1 finishes here, but Team J looking to kind of third party this. Team B now looking to wait this out. Deco in a very, very difficult spot here. He's left all by himself, but at the same time, there is going to be a big clash coming from 3 of these teams.
Have Team E holding the airdrop, knocks down Charlene. Shola coming over to try and pick them back up. Doesn't seem to have glue walls to provide more cover. So this is actually not very good positioning for them. And the third party starts sniping onto Shola, not quite able to get the angle necessary. But with that, Team J gonna be elid, not able to find the right spot to play around.
Yep, it is really, really unfortunate there, but at the same time, Peak, he is going to try and dip out as well. He's down towards 1 elimination. He is going to try and live to fight another day. Pretty low in terms of loadouts as well as resources here. But Deco being very quiet throughout the entire game here, but he is pretty decked out in terms of gear. He is going to try and 1v2 this, and guess what? It doesn't happen because Sultan Rig finds him at the corner, and that is going to be 3 eliminations for the Malaysian squad.
They didn't get to do very much in game 1, and now they are showing up. That was actually really good communication as well for the pincer. Come out, Team R on the hill, looking for snipes, does some damage. Glue walls dropped down by Team E. So that's not gonna stop any further damage.
Oh boy, but the circle coming in as well. Tamao, he needs to rotate his way through. Astri does scout this out as well. It's all about those snipes, and we talk about this. Astri as well as Sultan Rig, they do have those long range angles to work with. Tamao forced to concede those high ground advantage, and he's going to try and reposition away from this fight. And that's going to be the good call coming in, but at the same time, does Team E want to kind of pursue the matter as the circle closes in. They also are in a rush to try and make it into the next phase of the zone.
Yeah, I think both teams gonna make the wise decision here of just backing it off. Tamao does seem to be left solo right now. Teammate probably already eliminated. And Team E doesn't know if there's any other teams that may be nearby. So chasing down this player may not be a long run. Whereas here on the refinery, we're seeing quite a battle. Askar already dropped down, eliminated by Marcel from the high ground.
Nicely done coming from Marcel to try and get an elimination here, taking advantage of the high ground advantage. But Nina is going to try and push this up. She is going to try 1v2 this, but can she find them all? Because right now Nina is looking right below here. There's a lot of noises. Riza just barely misses her. And now Nina is going to try and catch him off. Riza looks to turn and go for the 1v1. And here comes the spray down. And Nina gets the rundown. That's going to be first kill coming in. But Marcel looking to go for the backup. But the reload timing is going to set her apart. Marcel able to get the pickup on Riza. So Nina getting wiped off. Not even able to get the elimination there.
That's very unfortunate. Nina has held on for so long. Meanwhile, though, Tamao in a lot of trouble. Looking for the reload. Probably in the wrong spot. He's wide open there. And Azri makes sure he knows it. A vehicle comes in. Looks like it's Team N. Gonna start getting sniped here already by Team E. But that's a fast-moving vehicle. They're not gonna be able to find it. Now, blasted apart. Knocked out by the vehicle, loses half his HP. Team N actually going for the drive-by play that we were talking about. They're jumping out now. Car exploding, takes a lot of damage. Will actually going to be knocked out straight away. Asri on top of Berga will be able to get the kill in the 1v2 situation, but Asri and Lumenrik are both so low. Asri gets the first one to drop. Alive, only on 8 HP, drops down the glue walls instantly. Can he pick up his teammate?
What a comeback from the Malaysian squads here. Sultan Rick clutching it big time for the Malaysians. Team E now with 6 elimination thus far. Despite the GTA action coming in, it wasn't enough and they will still prevail here from the Malaysian squad. Meanwhile, we do see actions on the other side here as well. A lot of teams starting to kind of hunker down on high ground in this next phase of zone, and it's somewhere outside of the refinery. So there is going to be a lot of long-range fighting here. So they have to think about the elevations that they have to fight here. Team M now in a little bit of trouble here. Suppressed fire is coming from Team D to try and blow him up. They are forced to exit and they need to get out.
Looks like the drive-by did manage to find someone, but it resulted in the loss of their vehicle as well. Both teams just gonna decide that they want to look for the engagement right now. We are currently in phase 3 of the circle. Only 14 players left, 8 teams total, all vying for that first spot, and as many eliminations as possible. Since Team T already got eliminated very early on, it means that they are at peak position to earn more points.
Oh boy, Team E now have been taking fights after fights now. Asri getting picked up this time here. Team L being the patient team, the South Korean teams, the ones that have been camping throughout the entire game here, has finally find a very, very nice pick here. So now losing one member is only up to Sultan Rick from the Malaysian squad to actually fight this. The South Korean style, and Teo does a perfect angle. And guess what? Picks a perfect moment. He sees the hit. Teo looking to try and tap on Sultan Rick, but look at this. Sultan Rick is just baiting Teo with the duck, and guess what? He's gonna get a couple of bullets himself.
A very strategic plays here. I really like what Team L is doing once again, holding the second floor of the building, actually leaving Azri alive initially to try and bait Sultan Rick out of hiding, but he didn't answer, which is why they went for the elimination instead. But in this position, it's still very difficult for Team E to try and contest them. On the outskirts, a single member from Team D and Team M as well. So we'll see what happens. Now Team D looking for a wrap around here, taking a big fight against Team M, wiggling around the trees, but now PFG, he's got to reset his way through. He's got the good rock there, so he's going to be able to have a little bit of cover, but they do not have the bestest of all. They don't exactly know where everyone is. FG finds a little big so, but the heal comes in from Dean Kid. He's going to go in for the push. He's going to try and go in for the wrap around, and here he comes, and that is going to be the wipeout coming in, and Dean will survive for Team M. That was a beautiful play as well, going pro healer kid. Meanwhile, Sultan Rick has actually decided to push in against Team L, actually takes out Tiara and Tal not in position to back him up, and glue wall has been used just to make sure Sultan Rick is able to hunker down and heal up before the other member of Team L comes to find him.
What a big round here from Sultan Rick here, pulling a big time for the Malaysian squad. A very difficult game in game number 1, but this time, not this time, as they get 7 eliminations in game number 2. In total, biggest so far out of 2 games. And can he do it? Because right now, Tao is going to be controlling the high ground in the circle, favoring
that's
both of them as well. Oh no, the nades.
Yeah, he missed the grenade. Meanwhile, Team P, Rizad finds Team M. Wants a little bit of vengeance there, but the blue is closing in, and the glue walls are actually blocking him instead. So a bit of an awkward position. Dean gonna take the opportunity to push in and find higher ground. Oh, that's a dangerous spot right there. There's nothing Rizad can do.
Oh boy, out in the open, pincing his way through here, but F, wait, how? Huh? They're not shooting him, he gets away with the heal, and now he's gonna try and turn his back his way through as well. He's got the aim, but he's getting shots from left, right, front, and center. Nothing he can do. Shots across the map, and we're down towards the last 4 team. Sultan Rick in the compound, Team L Tau in the compound, Army out in the open. They're gonna try and suppress their shot. They are gonna try and picture this. Team F with 5 eliminations of their own. They are gonna try and crash in towards the compound. Army now holding on for Team H from Indonesia. They are gonna try and reset this fight. From both the Indonesian squad, they've got the glue wall. Meanwhile, Sultan Rick and Tao just play this very patiently while they duke it all out.
It does eventually get eliminated, so now it is a 2v1v1. Only 4 players left. Team F in a great, but they have less eliminations than the Malaysian team. But if they're able to take out Tal and Sultan Rick, they will actually be able to match them in terms of points in game 2. Who will come out on top here?
Oh boy, Sultan Rick is gonna try and pressure them here with the nades. He needs to go in for resets as well. Here comes the heal coming in, and no! He gets found out, and he is gonna get taken out here. It's up to Tao. 1v2. Who's gonna come up? And Tao, he's got to reload. He's swapping his guns here, but he will get mowed down, and that is gonna be the winner here as Team F clutches in big time, gets the booyah for game number 2.
A beautiful play from Team F, and yet again, an Indonesian team claims the booyah here in Free Fire Creator Rumble 60. But this was definitely a game where a lot of the teams got to show off more of their capabilities. Very high elimination scores compared to game 1.
What a game. What a game coming in from everyone showing up game number 2 here. Big time plays coming from every single one. The well-needed rest they had from the previous game has gave them what they needed to actually prepare themselves for game number 2 here. What a interest of events here at the World Cyber Games Creators event. This Creator Rumble is just, a rumble of unexpectedness and unpredictability, and it's just phenomenal to watch all these players just play.
As you mentioned earlier as well, that we would probably see the stronger teams remain consistently on top. The Team T, the team that won the booyah in game number 1, got eliminated like halfway through this match. So there actually is some potential competition here. And Team F did a very good job of positioning themselves right outside the blue and walking in once they knew that the teams inside had already been weakened.
Well, congratulations to Arudago, Kelvin, as well as Telefuti for this amazing game number 2 here, because they pushed against all odds to secure the booyah out in the open. So many people shooting. They destroyed everyone in gunplay, pushed in the compound, and wiped everyone out in that final circle here. What a game coming from Team F, and they deserved it as well. And now we do get a little bit glimpse of the highlights on how things went down throughout the entirety of game number 2.
We did see earlier some very good trades here. Nina surviving a long time. This pincer from Sultan Rick on Marcel making very good use of high ground. You really gotta be prepared for anything here, because here Nina didn't realize there was another player, went for the reload, cost them their life. And here, a very creative play here. to attempt to run down the Malaysian team, but that ended up costing Team N as Azri and Sultan Rick had really good positions.
Yep, it is all about positioning, right? Like, what was really surprising was that, you know, we didn't catch too much of the Malaysian squad from game number 1, but game 2, they just pulled out really big here because we caught a glimpse on the camera where they were very, very down, very, very demoralized or something like that. You felt like they were tired or something, but, you know, with that, I think they had a little bit of short break and a wake-up call. Sultan Rick just pulled up big time in this game number 2, but still, is it going to be enough to put them in the leaderboard? And that's going to be the most important factor because, of course, Booyahs are great and all, but eliminations pull a very, very big factor here on how they get those priority lists for those dice rolls.
We did see that Team E already had 7 eliminations by the end of the game, and because Team F were able to take down Tal and Sultan Rick, they would have also ended with 7 eliminations themselves. So very high scores being added to their total for the Creator Rumble. I think this is now really a moment to shout out the Korean team as well. I think their ability to stay in the game and actually use...
Yeah, and considering how things have been going on for them, and I like how, like we talk about ideas that come into his play as well here. Camping is also a strategy. Team L definitely took that idea to the limit, right? They understand that being in a good position, farming kills, despite not having the mechanical skills, is also a way. And I like how Team L is inching away in the leaderboard just because of getting all this little crumbs across the map, just because they're always playing in a position of strength. And I think that's something that is working out for them. It's not giving them a lot of points, but it is a strategy to fight against players who are not really, I would say does have that experience or the mastery to play the game itself.
I think the biggest problem though with Team L is that they do seem to have a tendency to let down their guard a bit too early, right? In game 1, they got kills from the building, Tal decided to jump down to get loot, and then got third-partied by another team. In this game, they played a really good strategy by taking out Azri from the 2nd floor, trying to use him as bait for Sultan Rick, not succeeding in that, but just eliminating him anyway. And then they just seem to kind of forget that Sultan Rick was there. He pushed in, picked off Tayo on floor 1. Tal didn't even respond because he was blocked off. I guess he was a bit too slow to be able to react to it. And that should not have happened. It was a 1v2. They should have absolutely came out on top there.
Yeah, it is going to be a very, very... But again, we have to give credit where credit is due here. Sultan Rick really stood out the most here for game number 2. He may not have gotten the Booyah, but he definitely was VP for me in game number 2 with the amount of kills and the positionings that they had as well. But all in all, I think it comes down to a surprise where they need to kind of adapt each out, right? Game 1, getting a little bit feel here, who's going to have the long range advantage, who's going to have the short range advantage, which I think in this case, Team F was able to actually come up on top because of it. Like we saw all those long range battles. Team F was not afraid to run out in the open and take up this challenge and trying to bully out other creators because of how I would say good they are in terms of the game. But it also puts into its question here where the other creators, are they able to adapt against players like that? Because now you need to plan for game number 3. Game 1, have a feel. Game 2, execute. Game 3, try and limp your way for a higher position to get a better role and hope that the next game gives you an upper edge.
Yeah, I do like that teams are willing to be more aggressive here. I think they've gotten a little bit of a taste of what they need to do. I think I do want to shout out Team G as well. Nina and Askar actually participated in quite a few fights, and Askar actually got taken out once. He revived later on because we actually saw him later, but unfortunately ended up getting eliminated again, which left Nina alone. And even then, they were very close to actually taking out another team. They just switched weapon at the wrong time, and it got them eliminated.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate, right? Like just Kanina was just playing really well, and Juice Karina is just doing so well in this kind of situations where she is able to 1v2 a lot of scenarios here. Game 1, she was doing pretty well. Game 2, she was doing decent as well. Unfortunate that despite all the gunfights that she has been taking, it just came down to small, minor mistakes, which in this case, just cause her to lose her life, because in terms of gunplay, she does have the aim to challenge against the other creators, but it's just given the situation and the position she was put in, it's just very, very unfortunate, right? You have to be aggressive, right? You have to be aggressive in order to get kills. That's the right idea. But when it comes to execution, would I say it's an execution problem for Nina? I think it's just the dice wasn't set to favor her at all. That's all.
I think there were definitely some mistakes that could have been fixed, but I do agree with you somewhat. There were cases where things were just unlucky, and while you do want to be aggressive, you also don't want to take so many 1v2 situations. So they were already up against the wall a little bit. But after 2 games of Free Fire, we can definitely see that there are certain teams that stand out above the others. I think Team A, Team D, Team E doing a good job, FG as well. And of course, we gotta point out the winner of Game 1, T. As for the rest of the teams, we haven't really been seeing a lot from them so far. So hopefully they're able to pick up the pace.
Yep, it's all about adapting, it's all about improving, it's all about getting used to each other's playstyle and coming up with interesting strategies, right? We saw a couple of drive-by. We talked about the potential GTA action coming in play here. We know for a fact that a lot of the South Korean teams are their main games coming from GTA RPs and such like that, and driving a car is going to be something of their forte, and they were able to run down and do a lot of damage towards the Malaysian squad. But unfortunately, even though you do a drive-by, it gives you that initial burst of damage, but it doesn't necessarily give you the full finish.
Yeah. It was a funny idea, and what's funnier as well is that it wasn't actually a Korean team. It was Team N from Indonesia there who were actually trying to go for that. It was Wiwel and Verga, and it was a good idea, like you mentioned. They actually took out half of Azri's HP at once and knocked him really far away. They also kind of ended up getting messed up. I think they stayed in the vehicle for too long to try and continue doing damage. Then when it blew up and they had to get out, they got a little discombobulated. They didn't actually know which direction they were facing, and that slowed down their engagement against Team E.
Well, it's okay, you know, that's the beauty about the gaming, right? Like, expect the unexpected, you know, you have to get used to how things are going to be looking out as well here. And when it comes to gaming, right, you have to just get good at the game. And for you to get good, takes a lot of practice, takes a lot of flexibility. And again, we're looking at athletes, we're looking at the best leaders here to kind of give us a show. And so far, we have had quite the show for 2 games so far.
I mean, it's a great time. Game 1 was definitely a little bit slower. We saw the teams starting to figure each other out. Game 2 was really when the action started. We had multiple teams getting a load of kills, 2 that we know of, confirmed with 7 eliminations by the end of the game. How many more will we get for this one when we are jumping into Game 3? It is going to be another map, this time on Nexterra.
Wow, that's going to be an interesting one as well, because that's going to be a balance of both Kalahari as well as Bermuda. The map itself is going to be a little bit interesting, and the loots are a little bit spread out as well. So that's going to be a very difficult game, where I feel like that map is going to be a little bit more loot dependent, right? Like Game 1, it's all about, you know, zone control mechanics. Game 2, it's all about lobbing, you know, who has the better long range recall. Game 3, it feels like it is going to be a little bit more loot eccentric. And if you don't have the enough necessary resources here, it's hard to win fights in Game 3. Yes, whatever I just said can be applied on every single map, but when it comes to Terra, it is going to be a little bit more focused on towards that vicinity.
If that is the case, I gotta ask you, ICE, when we go into game number 3, do you think it would be better for the teams to drop somewhere where there's a lot of other opponents so you can get eliminations early, or do you think it's safer to play like away from the crowd?
I think playing away from the crowd is a little bit better, because you need to farm up resources for the later stages of the circle. But when it comes to early fights, it's also a good idea, because of the fact that if you can get early eliminations, like let's say 2-3 teams elimination on your own, just because you have the mechanical power to do it, it's better, because nobody is going to interrupt you or third party you in this fight. Like, you are going to be focusing with just 2 teams. You go for a quick wipe, that's it. The only third party you have to worry about is each other in that early compound. So you have to weigh in your risks and how confident you are when it comes to making those kind of approach. But obviously, from my perspective, the safe approach for this particular map is just to play like how the Koreans are playing right now. Like Tao has been, like they may be the most campiest team, but they get away with so much more just because they're playing safe.
I think playing safe is totally fine. Because in the end, while you want to be aggressive, you gotta make sure you balance it in a game like Free Fire, right? When you're in a battle royale, you gotta make sure that you're controlling how many kills you're getting, but also making sure that you're surviving long enough. Even more so in the classic mode, where the goal is to get the booyah. Here, even if you want those kills, you gotta be alive to get the eliminations in the first place, right?
Yep, I agree. I definitely agree. Sometimes being alive is going to be the winning factor as well. Even you may not have got a lot of elimination points here, it gives you the odds. And that odds is the chance to potentially get a elimination while being alive and just being patient in a lot of fights. And I think patience sometimes may or may not pay off for some of these teams. And I guess it comes down to a little bit of roll dice as well. Can you hit those shots? And that's going to be the winning, deciding factor between all the teams here.
I think that is actually a very important point, right? Asking these teams, are you able to make the shot? Because we saw a lot of examples of teams who tried sniping opponents they saw from afar, but didn't quite have the experience and aim to be able to do damage consistently. So what they were doing was just revealing their own position instead without getting too much from it. I think going for sneakier plays is a better idea. I quite like when Marcel went for the shotgun play. I think he could have been a little sneakier about it instead of just running across open fields. That could have been punished much heavier if he was against a team with better aim. So, a lot can happen.
Yeah, I think communication between your members is going to be the deciding factor as well for that fight, because I think when Marcel was able to sneak past through it here, they could have better communicated that there was someone very, very close and they need to be a little bit more careful. And I think Marcel was able to get that kill because the other player was actually zoomed out, looking far away, kind of tunnel vision. And because of that, it gave Marcel a small little blind spot to actually sneak past in here. So from us, from our perspective, we can see that. But for both the players, I'm pretty sure they didn't realize that that actually happened. It was a blind spot when Marcel was just like, oh, what? Wait, what happened?
Difference. Because like, yeah, we saw them on the screen. Even when he was zoomed in, we saw the top of Marcel's head. So a better player would have noticed that, but when you are newer and you're focusing on sniping, you're really gonna be like looking at the scope, right? Not really looking at the corners of your screen, and that is what ended up costing them there. But it's going to be Nexterra coming up next, and that is actually going to be the final game of Free Fire here in Creator Rumble as well. So whatever points these teams can get, especially for the
it is going to be very, very interesting to see. I think Free Fire, it comes down to whether or not are they going to be able to fight this, right? Because in this map in particular, everything is very spread out here. You have to loot out a little bit more. And in order to get out to safety, you have to get a lot of blue walls kind of set up for the temple. You have to expect elevations. You have to expect maybe even water fights as well. Because the map itself is designed in a way where there is a lot more unpredictability because of how, in terms of rotation, it's going to be working out in the game.
Indeed, rotations are important, timing is important. I think that's what allowed Team F to get the booyah in the first place. We didn't even know they were there until a little bit later when the circle had already grown pretty small, which shows that they were playing around the edge and looking for a better opportunity to rotate in and pick off teams that had already been weakened from fighting one another. So more teams picking up on strategies like that is going to make the game very interesting.
Yes, indeed. It is going to be a very exciting one here for some of the players. But again, I want to see what kind of strategy is happening, right? Like we saw a little bit of a ride and die situation game number 2. We saw a bit of hours. We saw a couple of blue fights as well. So I think what I want to see in this particular game is a water fight. Like I want to see a potential water fight, and whoever is in the water comes up on top.
That's a
Aquaman
tricky
story,
one.
You know what I mean? An Aquaman story.
That's a really tricky one right there, but it would be interesting to see. There's a good amount of water here for these teams to play around. And with that, we're at the bottom. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite all of you guys to predict which of these teams is going to be getting the booyah in Nexterra.
Yep. Be sure to vote, spam comments here. Who do you guys think is going to be the better ones? The one team is going to be coming up the top here. Be sure to like, share, and follow the streamers here. And because we are a lot of fun here watching all this interesting play. And without further ado, we're going to be jumping into game right here, right now for the next map. And that's going to be Nexterra in game number 3. And as you can see, this is going to be fly here. And we do see a hotspot coming on towards the boxing area here. And yeah, that's going to be Deca Square actually having a little bit of hotspot. So we might see a lot of teams contest for the loot spots up there.
Quite a lot of teams already dropping off there around Rusttown and Zipway, so I'm expecting brawls to happen right off the bat, actually. And that's surprising because this is actually a pretty balanced flight path. The map is perfectly split in two, so seeing so many
Yeah, it is going to be interesting as well. I think that's something that they have to kind of figure out on how things are going to be going through here. But right now, we do see Team M looking to actually going for a little bit more pressure coming in towards that fight. Because right now, there is about 3 teams on towards Rust right now.
Oh,
and we do see early engagements coming in here. Yuki taking a lot of damage.
Damn, Yuki decides not to fight Alace, even though he's right in front of him. Goes for the runaway instead. Tamat on the other side. Alace actually knocked down by Bobbit here. So Tamat able to get away. Looking at the state of game right now, there's a lot of teams here in Rusttown. Tama gonna take a fight once again against Team I. Bobbit and Mike's right there on the opposite side. Yuki already eliminated, so Tama now left on their own there. Not gonna be a very good position for them. Dean on the opposite side. This is the player that likes playing around the prone position, is able to get a lot of healing done just off of that. Marcel actually gonna be taken out on the opposite side of the map, so things are looking tough right now.
Yeah, it is indeed looking very, very difficult right now. And again, you know, you have to have a lot of resources here because there's so much unexpected variance here. There's so many corners they have to worry about as well. And if they pick the wrong corner and get headshotted, that's pretty much a done deal here. And you can see Dean, he doesn't have a helmet. So that's something that he needs to be a little bit more worried as well. And yeah, you can see Team I also looking for a duck and run here as they go and run them down here. Dean doesn't have the angles here. That is going to be a little bit of a block there, and a prone lock there. Not going to be able to get those angles to get the finish as now the other side of the top. Meanwhile, this is happening as well. Dean, he is going to be straight down. That's going to be a kill for Bobbit.
And now it is an all-out brawl right here. Team M versus Team I. The XSA is going to hide behind the blue wall, actually find some good positioning, but isn't quite able to land stuff on Mike. Mike going to rotate out, but Bobbit comes on in and ends up dropping in his stead. Will they be able to take him? No! It's the 1v2! The XSH on 4 HP remaining! Wipes out Team I!
What a clutch coming from DXSH. A big round for Team N to kind of get more eliminations here in game number 3. They had a rough start for game 1 and game 2, but game 3, now with 3 eliminations in, hopefully it is going to be enough to keep things alive for a better position for the dice roll, which is going to be happening later on. But as of yet, the boxing gym has pretty much been cleared out so far by all the plays, all the teams so far.
Yep, Team K gonna be the only ones holding that, and we do see Team A over here right outside as well. Things gonna slow down a little bit. Still 29 players remaining, so quite a lot of opposition to deal with.
Yes, indeed. It is going to be a lot of things they have to kind of worry about as well. And seeing how it is a little bit safe, I talked about this as well. The map is pretty big. It is going to be very, very loot oriented as well. And because when an enemy kind of element surprise, you are going to be forced to use a lot of resources here. As you can see, Team J already expended some of their glue walls as shots coming from Team D is going to go for a shot. And no, that's going to be a shot coming from Team D from far away. Shola left alone here as the Chinese teams are going to be attacking right now.
A beautiful pincer here from Team D as FG and AE are holding separate angles into Grab Labs. Shola, the only one remaining from his team, gonna try and escape from their notice. And look, he isn't even holding the angle and he already branched off to look for more loot. So clearly Team D has a different approach to this game than a lot of the others.
It is going to be a little bit different here as the teams have to actually go for a different strategy, right? Like, it all comes down to just outsmarting your opponents. It all comes down to playing towards your strength. And so far, now playing to the strengths here, Team G, they're able to get 2, and now they're looking for more. Rizat now going for a little bit of suppressed fires. Nina out in open, looking for that headshot is, but no! The reload animation is going to stop Nina, and Rizat was able to get the elimination right there. They are down towards 5 elimination, barely 5 minutes into the game. What a miracle run right now for Team P.
Team P in a very good spot right now. Team G did very well previously, like we mentioned, Nina taking out multiple teams by themselves, but already eliminated here. So we could see that the dynamics here in Nexterra are changing quite a bit. Team F, winner of Game 2. I'm gonna be walking across the museum here. Team C holding their position.
It is gonna be a game of patience, as the map does have a lot, and I mean a lot, of no man's land, or in this case, very, very open areas here. So they need to find a way to kind of reposition. Vehicles is going to be very, very important here. They need to kind of travel in between compounds to compounds in order to set a fight here. But Team M, they do get the revive in, but at the time, D now lacking in terms of loots. We may see Team P actually go in for the push right now, and he's in a little bit of trouble here. Here comes Marcel looking for the push, but wait, side by side, he didn't see him, and now it's going to be mowed down. DKT gets first knocked in, and now Rizat looking to go in for the pressure, but they have to go in for the reset. Member is nowhere to be found, but that's going to be the elimination kill coming in from Team N. 4 for him, as he needs to back off, and he's going to reset this fight.
Yeah, Dean has done this incredibly well. I'm gonna choose not to try and take a direct fight. Instead, changing his position so that Riza doesn't know where he will be, to maybe go for a different angle. I was actually really unlucky for Marcel as well. He jumped into the window at the precise timing that Dean was there to take him out. Otherwise, a 2v1 should have been easy for Team P.
It is going to be a little bit of a predicament for some of these teams. But at the same time, I'm glad that teams are adjusting. The creators are adapting to kind of figure out what is going to be the next strategy here. Team M, they definitely had a very, very big improvement this game. Dean had the drop onto Team P. He was so quiet as well, and because of this, they were able to take one member away from Team B. So now the pressure is on for Riza to kind of extend and try and get a little bit more points for the team.
And we have to note, Dean's teammate is actually... Oh, Tall just dives straight into the glue wall.
Boy.
Find 2 members of Team T, it looks like, and they will take him out. That was a mistake from Tall.
That is so very unfortunate here. They tried to camp their way through, but they get scouted out. We do see UAVs coming in, giving a lot of information to the teams as they go in for the drive-by here. Johan, they do see these vehicles coming in. Dodi getting picked off by Team Q. We do see snipes coming in, but Johan in a very difficult spot here as well. What does he do? Does he want to save his teammate, or does he back off? Because right now, again, he does not have the resources to actually rotate in between map, and this is exactly what we're talking about as well. There's so many open spaces here, a lot of resources to rotate away, and it is going to be a difficult one for those team in the corner. But fortunately for Team O right now, they are getting away, by rotating out the open. While Team J, they do scouting out, and here comes the shot, and the headshot comes in. And they do get the first knock in as they try to push in forward. TK now in a difficult position as they continue with the spray. Dropping down very, very low here. Yansha looking to try and not tank circle. Going for the wrap down, and they get the full wipe down here and downtown. Gives him the hammer. Team M looking for a couple of tags in, but they do get the reset in now for Team O.
A good push right there, right as the blue is closing in as well. We haven't seen a lot from Team O throughout Free Fire, but this is where they get a chance to show their stuff. They've only got 2 eliminations though, so they do need to rack up a little bit more to be able to match up with their peers. Right now, Team M still 2 members strong as well, gonna be able to scout them out.
Oh boy, this is weird. This is gonna be a difficult one here. Shots coming from Team M, coming in, going for a couple of things here. And their team is now going to be going for the oppress here. They've got the glue walls. They do have a little bit pixel whip. They know he's going to be stuck. The circle is going to force him out. And here comes the push. Team M, DX looking for... No! They get the knock in! And now, Team O is going to be one under pressure here. They're tanking the circle. Dean says, hey, we got to push out forward here. They do get one knock, but they do have the advantage. Yes, we'll get the finish, and that's going to be the wipe out coming in for Team M. 6 elimination for Team M.
A great push here from Team M, identifying the timing on the wall closing in and pressuring Team O. Yansha was just left in a really awkward spot of wanting to revive, wanting to do damage, and wanting to get out of the blue, because at phase 3 it does do quite a lot of damage. And that means that we are down to 12 players. Team D doing a lot of sniping, almost takes out one. Will they be able to find the final hit? No, Dean able to get away, hides behind the glue wall, while DX has H covering fire. FT needs to be careful now, he is in the open. He may want to back this up.
Oh boy, here comes the spray, comes in. That's gonna be AE finding one, and that's gonna be Team M now looking to try to extend this fight, but it doesn't matter because now Team D, they get 6 on the back. And now we're down towards the last 5 teams, 9 people alive. The Chinese teams finally standing strong. AE and FG doing a fantastic job in this particular game. But look at this, another clash comes in. Team A going head to head. Last trying to go for the sprays here, but they will be wiped off instead as Team B secures 2 for themselves.
A versus B, a tale as old as time, and it looks like this time it's Team B who comes out on top. That's another team eliminated, only 4 left. Rizad on the second floor trying to snipe down AE, is able to get across the field behind the house. His teammate though is still very close to the wall, so he needs to find an opening to get through.
Oh boy, 4 teams left. Anything can happen. We're down to the last 6 players, and it all comes down to the circle. And so far, we don't see anyone in the circle yet. Everybody's still playing this very, very patiently as they figure out what's the next strategy. But fortunately for them, it is not a very, very crowded. So there is still a lot of leeway to sneak. The representatives from China now going ham versus the Indonesians here.
Selvin and Footy gonna be waiting right on the edge of the circle, hiding inside the structure. Slight disadvantage in terrain, and it looks like they're gonna make use of it. Footy immediately starts blasting. He's taking quite a lot of punishment himself. AE gonna be forced back behind the corner, but is still gonna be alive for now.
Well, fortunately for them, Team D, they do have the circle in their favor. Team F having their backs against the water here. All they have to do is just be patient. But it is a very, very tight angle. Headshots looking restart here. AE looking for a couple taps in. He does get a couple shots through. But as of now, they just have to wait things out.
Circle's in a slightly unfortunate position for them, and it looks like Putty gonna make use of that, knocks down FG instantly, but they actually knock each other out. Putty gonna get picked up.
No.
Blue has closed in. This is actually gonna force Team F out of their hiding spot. Selvin wasn't able to get the pickup. The blue wall gonna take him out, and Team D eliminates him. AE lands the final blow. And with that, our representatives from China will claim the booyah in Nexterra.
What a comeback coming in from Team D. 10 eliminations. That is going to be the highest record so far for the Free Fire in the Creator Rumble. This is going to be the most intense ones here, as every single team here in the Creator Rumble has gone all out to try and fight for the best spot and best position. It's a strong showing so far coming from Team D, and finally a booyah for themselves with the record high amount of eliminations here. 10 in total from the Chinese squad, and that's going to be Team D.
What a play coming in there, and it feels bad for Team F. They were this close to getting another booyah. They actually had terrain advantage too. But a beautiful trade there, one player knockdown each, meant that with the wall coming in, there was no way for them to get their teammate back up, and that allowed Team D to secure the victory. Let's have a look at the highlights.
Yep. Now, speaking of highlights as well, this is going to be a little bit of an interesting factor because we saw a little bit of a strategy switch coming from some of these teams, right? Like I think Team L was one of the teams that really stood out. Like, they tried to go a little bit more aggressive, but they got completely demolished because of the fact that while they were trying to rotate, Circle didn't really favor them here. All they needed to do was just wait for Circle. Game 1, Game 2 favored them. Game 3, not so much. Marcel, again, this time put in a very awkward position. Blind spot, didn't exactly know there was close, gets punished for it as well. And yeah, this is the exact moment I saw Team L. They're trying to find compound, but unfortunately just got completely destroyed.
Team O got to show off a little bit here. A really nice push to take control of the structure with the wall to have more momentum and tempo than their opponents. Unfortunately, the same trick got used against them right afterwards as Team M came in, used the timing of the wall closing in to knock down one, preventing the revive, and then promptly finished off Pika.
Yeah, and over then as well, you know, because of the amount of circles that I would say the amount of open fields that they have to rotate in between the circles is just insane. They have to go blow out so much utilities here. It's either glue walls or you need vehicles, etc. in order to push through. And that's the beauty and the struggles of Terra coming to this map, that there is so much mechanical things you need to know because this is all pure game knowledge. But this shot coming from AE to kind of going for the 1v1 and finally realizes that, hey, Team F may have messed up because the circle coming in, it came down to a 1v1 gunfight and AE was able to clutch it out for the team. So nicely done coming from a Chinese squad, but oh no, that pretty much sums up all 3 games of the Free Fire here in the Creator Rumble here in Staffa.
That's already 1 game down, but we had some incredible matches from these creators right here. It shows that they're not just good at content, they are good at the game as well. And I think that quite a few teams were able to get pretty high elimination scores. We don't know for sure who is going to be taking the top spots and first pick at the dice, but that is going to be the segment after this where we will pass it back to the stage. And I'm really curious to see who will get the move furthest in the game board.
Yep, it all comes down to the game board. The top 2 will have priority of the power dice, and the power dice will be in double digits on every single roll regardless. So that's going to be the advantage here for the top 2 teams. So fighting for their lives is going to be the way to go, and it comes down to a little bit of luck as well. So that's going to be an interesting segment here, because I want to see how do they conduct that segment, because all 20 teams will be, sorry, not 20 teams, all 20 teams will be given a chance to roll a dice. So now my question here is, if you are the bottom of the leaderboard and you roll a -1 right from the get-go, are you still starting at 0, or are you going to be negative?
I don't think you can leave the board. And if that happens, it would just be the unluckiest thing ever. I don't even know what I would say about it. But that's not our job, that's the host's job. So I'm just curious to see, because we have to remember, after every single game, the teams do get to roll twice as well, if I remember correctly. So a team that's lucky enough with the power dice could potentially move up the 24th square right just off of this first game, and that would be a huge lead.
Well, speaking of a lead here, I think what is gonna make us a little bit more chill and relaxed here is gotta be the upcoming game, because that is gonna be a game where communication is key. Everyone needs to work together towards one objective: climb as high as possible, and by the end of the game, which is 60 minutes for beginner mode and 30 minutes for the normal mode, whoever is on top will be seeded accordingly in terms of ranking. So that's going to be a very, very long journey. The game itself is not exactly easy. Yeah, it's not exactly easy.
It's not. This is one of those genres of games. We all know them, we all hate them. And it's gonna be fun to see these creators struggle through Chain together. Unlike Free Fire, where 2 players were playing and 1 person observing, in Chain together, all 3 members of the team will be participating. So there will be even more shenanigans happening. But for now, I just gotta ask you guys, like, what did you think about the Free Fire segment? Is this how you expected it to go?
No. Actually, I didn't expect it to be to be pretty even by all teams. Like, every single team had an even shot to get high kills. We saw a big showing coming from Malaysian squad. We saw big showings coming from Chinese squad. We saw big showings from the Indonesian squad as well. We saw a lot of surprise factors coming from the Korean teams. And I think it just shows that as a creator, you have to think outside of the box, which makes them one of the... There's a reason why we want to watch them play on the screen. Right? They bring up so much value on overcoming obstacles. And the most difficult thing being a gamer as a creator is that how are you going to be able to overcome people's expectation of gaming and just deliver? And that's the beauty about this the World Cyber Games Creator Rumble. We are able to witness something like that, and I personally just was very, very inspired by some of these creators.
Yeah, I think we were all blown away by the kind of skill we were seeing. There were definitely a lot of funny moments, a lot of mistakes being made by some of the teams that ended up costing them their chances, but all of that contributes to the entertainment value of the WCG Festival here. And there's gonna be even more entertainment coming up. I really do want to see the leaderboards after this. I think it's going to be exciting to see who gets the furthest on that Creator Rumble board. Because remember, the first team that's able to pass square 60 immediately gets 100 million rupiah.
Wow, that's a lot of money on the line here for some of the teams here. But again, 60 is going to be the way to go for 100 million guaranteed. But the overall champion, for the person with the highest amount of score, okay, the highest foot, sorry, in this case, the top of the leader in the race for number ones, the stakes of ladder, the highest will be the only team that is guaranteed 500 million. That's the goal. That's the way to go.
That is the goal. I kind of wonder if any teams will be unlucky enough to immediately hit a snake, like right after Free Fire, right? Like that would be just really unfortunate.
Well, I'm curious to see how the board is going to be looking like here, because the host is going to show us a little bit of a thinking game here. And of course, it puts creators limits to actually push themselves to the limits here on how they have to test themselves, right? They also have to think about strategies on what kind of dice will be favorable for them. Like for example, even if you're top priority and let's say on the 4th space away from you, there is a power, like a particular ladder that gives you like 20. Would you risk letting go the power dice and just take a lower dice just to make sure and get that spot and jump 20 spots? So it might be a little bit of a gamble, it might be a little bit of luck, it might be a little bit of skill. So it all comes down to planning and strategizing your expectations and risk management.
I mean, that is the goal of the Creator Rumble in the first place, right? The creators want to work hard and practice to make sure that they come out on top inside the games themselves, but the overarching storyline comes from that game board. So if you think that it's better to take the risk, go for a more controlled dice to try and hit a big ladder, and you land it, then it would be the most amazing feeling in the world. But is it worth that risk? That is always going to be the biggest question in everyone's minds. And so when you're picking dice, you also have to wonder whether or not giving up dice that certain opponents might need is a good idea.
Whoa. Well, again, do you want to risk it for the biscuit, or do you want to sabotage someone? So I think that's gonna be a segment that it is gonna be a little bit of chaotic moments there. So I'm curious to see how the score is. I'm pretty sure production is still calculating the scores. They're also gonna try and figure out who's gonna be doing what later on, because as of now we saw the winning moments, we saw the highlights, we also saw an amazing game. But I think the biggest selling point, it's gotta be who will be the ones that be in the top right now, because whoever is in the top, everybody is gonna have their eyes on them, and then if they make one small mistake, it is gonna hurt them a lot in terms of progression in the
I think that will become the most interesting when it comes to the games tomorrow, right? Because for now, even if a team is in first place, there's not a lot you can do about it, because chained together, you're just playing in your own game, right? There's no interaction with the other teams. You're just focusing on getting as high as possible.
True.
But if there are teams that are very far in the lead at the end of day 1, the first game of day 2 is Fall Guys. And we have to remember that there are people who really love just grabbing onto you and not letting you move in Fall Guys.
No, Stafa, please. Stop giving them ideas. Oh my god, you're cruel, man.
That can be concentrated effort. You see, like, this team.
Let me tell you guys
really
what
far
the
ahead.
thought process is.
Everyone just grabs him.
Okay, let me tell you what the thought process is that me and Stafa are having right now, is that we are setting ourselves up to be little demons, little devils, trying to ruin some of these creators' dreams. And what not a better way to do it in these 2 games. Number 1, chain together. We're gonna have the little demon looking and making sure you fall down as much as you can. Number 2, give and whisper very, very interesting strategies to other teams to try and sabotage which team. If you know,
tunggu-tunggu.
Betul.
The main content dari The Creators Rumble 60.
Yes.
Yaitu permainan ular tangga.
Ya, betul sekali. Itu yang paling penting. Jadi perolehan poin yang didapatkan dari permainan-permainan yang ada dalam The Creators Rumble nantinya akan digunakan untuk melakukan kocok dadu ya.
Betul. Karena permainan dari poin-poin yang mereka dapatkan akan mempengaruhi siapakah tim pertama yang akan mengambil dadu terlebih dahulu dan akan mendapatkan angka untuk bisa jalan di board ular tangganya.
Betul sekali, dan mungkin kita sudah bisa melihat ini para kapten sudah siap dibawa untuk nantinya akan kita bawa ke tengah panggung ini ya.
Betul sekali. Karena nanti setiap kapten dimulai dari urutan pertama akan mengambil ada 5 jenis dadu.
Oke.
Dan masing-masing kapten punya kesempatan 2 kali setelah satu putaran cycle berlangsung, maka akan di-reset kembali dadunya. Dan mereka bisa akan memilih dadu-dadu tersebut lagi. Dan nampaknya para kapten sudah mulai bersiap-siap dan kayaknya nanti kita akan langsung mengumpulkan para kapten di sini ya.
Ya, mereka akan merapat. Jadi buat teman-teman yang mau melihat kapten dari masing-masing tim, boleh dilihat di layar atau boleh di depan sini ya.
Exactly, boleh mendekat ke arah stage C juga ya untuk bisa melihat langsung proses pengundian atau pengocokan dadu yang sebentar lagi akan kita saksikan bersama-sama. Kenapa dadu ini begitu penting? Karena seperti yang tadi sudah dijelaskan, tim yang berhasil mencapai titik atau kotak nomor 60, yang pertama akan langsung otomatis mendapatkan 100 juta rupiah.
Wow, 100 juta rupiah. Fantastis. Ya sudah tanpa berlama-lama mungkin ya kita sudah bisa untuk memanggil para kapten untuk merapat di depan stage kita ini.
Itu dia, kayaknya kapten-kapten ini udah pada siap-siap ya.
Iya.
Ada di sebelah kiri dan di sebelah kanan
Betul.
kita.
Total
Apakah kita
ada
sudah
20
bisa
tim ya?
20 tim, betul. 20 tim, berarti akan ada 20 kapten yang akan melakukan 20 kali 2 roll dice.
2 kali ya?
2
Hanya
kali.
sekali?
2 kali. Jadi yang pertama dari urutan pertama nanti sampai ke 20, mereka akan masing-masing mengambil 1 dadu. Kemudian kita akan mereset kembali dan nanti tim yang pertama akan kembali memilih dadu lagi.
Iya, betul sekali.
Mungkin aku akan sedikit jelasin dulu ya Giva ya, karena di sini dadunya tuh ada beberapa jenis.
Oke.
Karena ada 5 jenis dadu yang akan dipergunakan. Dimulai dari power dice.
Apa itu?
Yang jumlahnya cuma ada 2.
Cuma ada 2?
Cuma ada 2. Power dice ini merupakan dadu dengan angka yang besar sekali. Angkanya hanya ada 3, yaitu angka 10, 11, dan 12.
Baik.
Itu power dice. Berikutnya akan ada yang namanya control dice. Itu juga cuma 2 dadu. Di mana control dice ini lebih kecil angkanya. Yaitu hanya ada 1, 2, dan 3.
Baik.
Jadi kalau misalkan contoh salah satu kapten gitu ya kan ambil nanti dilempar. Mereka cuma bisa pilih 1 doang. Kalau begitu langsung saja kayaknya ya Giva ya. Kita akan panggil para kapten untuk bisa berkumpul di sini.
Baik.
Kalau gitu langsung saja kita akan segera memulai. Ini dia roll dice ya dan seluruh kapten kami persilakan untuk boleh bergabung di tengah stage.
Beri tepuk tangan.
Ini dia sudah kita lihat ke seluruh kapten dari masing-masing 20 tim yang sudah berkompetisi di game yang pertama. Dan sebentar lagi kita akan segera mengetahui siapakah tim pertama yang akan melakukan pengundian dadu.
Betul sekali Kak Darius, saat ini aku sudah dikelilingi oleh para kapten. Dan tentunya ini merupakan suatu kehormatan ya, karena memang ini tidak hanya dari Indonesia saja, ini ada dari berbagai macam negara. Dan kita sambil bisa melihat ya, yang akan memulai untuk melakukan roll dice di arena ular tangga nantinya adalah tim yang berada di puncak pertama pada leaderboard yang akan ditampilkan di belakang saya saat ini. Baik, sambil kita menunggu apakah kakak sudah siap di sebelah sana?
Sudah siap, karena di sini seperti yang kita lihat sudah ada box yang berisikan para dadu. Dimulai dari power dice, control dice, even number dice, dan juga odd number dice. Serta kita memiliki 10 normal dice. So there will be 2 power dice, 2 control dice, 3 even number dice, 3 odd number dice, and 10 normal dice. Each team or each captain may only select 1 dice or 1 type dice. Understand? And then you guys may put the dice on the cup and then you may shake it up and then throw it on the board here. Alright. Nampaknya semua kapten juga udah pada siap-siap dan udah pada tahu nih. Dan mereka nanti boleh memilih masing-masing 1 tipe dadu saja. Kemudian setelah kita menyelesaikan urutan dari 1 sampai 20, kita akan mereset kembali. Dan akan langsung memilih lagi. Baik.
Baik, Kak Darius, saya sudah memegang untuk tim yang bisa kita panggil. Baik, untuk tim pertama, tim the first roll dice.
Okay, Team D from China, you may select which dice you want to use. The power dice. Okay, you may put it on the cup. Okay, you may shake it up and then you throw it over here. Dan yang pertama dia mendapatkan angka 12. 12, congratulations. Sekali lagi kita berikan tepuk tangan yang luar biasa untuk Kapten Tim D. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Wow, angka 12 yang diraih oleh tim D. Selanjutnya ada tim F. Woo.
Tim F dari Indonesia. Kamu punya kesempatan untuk memilih dadu. Mau milih yang mana? Mau power dice? Power dice-nya tinggal 1. Control dice masih ada 2. Even number 3, odd number 3, dan normal ada 10. Mau yang mana? Control dice. Karena mau mentarget angka tertentu?
4.
Mau target angka 4? Oke, boleh. Silakan diambil control dice, tapi control dice tidak ada angka 4. Karena control dice cuma 1, 2, 3. Oh, pengen gincar 1? Boleh. Silakan diambil control dice-nya. Dadunya boleh diambil. Oke. Dimasukkan ke dalam cupnya. Dikocok, kemudian nanti dikeluarkan di kotak tersebut. Silakan.
Berdoa.
Dapat 1.
Oh,
1. Langsung menempati angka 38. Terima kasih. Kami persilakan kembali. Wow.
Oke.
Luar biasa sekali ya.
Tim ketiga Kak Darius yang akan saya panggil adalah tim B.
Tim B.
Wow.
Kami persilakan tim B dari Indonesia juga. Silakan. Power dice tinggal 1, control dice tinggal 1, even dan odd number masih ada 3, normal dice 10. Mau pilih yang mana?
Dadu normal.
Dadu normal, boleh. Ada angka yang mau ditarget?
1.
Nomor 1 juga, boleh. Silakan. Dikeluarin aja. 1 juga. Luar biasa, langsung otomatis naik ke 38. Sesuai prediksi, terima kasih. Wow.
Spektakuler ya Kak Darius.
Hebat
angka
loh.
1 langsung naik ke angka
38.
38.
Karena itu
Hati-hati
langsung
ya.
dapat tangganya.
Iya, kalau misalkan milih yang lain bisa aja turun ya sama
Betul.
ularnya. Betul sekali. Selanjutnya masih ada dari tim Indonesia dengan leader Winda Basudara, tim P.
Bang Winda silakan mau pilih dadu yang mana? Ada power, ini angka paling besar 10, 11, 12. Control hanya 1, 2, 3. Even number atau odd number ada minus 1, 2, 4. Ini juga ada 1 dan ada minus 1-nya. Sisanya angka ganjil semua atau dadu normal. Mau pilih yang mana?
Bentar, saya observasi sebentar ya.
Boleh.
Bentar, kasih saya 1 menit aja.
Oke.
Oke, observasi.
Sementara
ya.
angka 1 yang paling menguntungkan kalau bisa didapat. Karena bisa langsung naik ke 38.
Aku bisa pilih odd number dapat 1 juga ya?
Bisa, atau kontrol juga bisa. Karena kalau kontrol itu angkanya cuma 3. 1, 2, sama 3. Masing-masing 2, 2, 2.
Oke, let's go control.
Control dice. Oke, silakan diambil control dice-nya.
Control
Yang warna
dice
biru,
dipilih.
silakan diambil. Dimasukkan ke dalam cup-nya. Boleh. Ditutup, dikocok, dan nanti dikeluarkan di tempat di kotak ini. Wus. Ini jago ya.
Bisa dilihat adik-adik bagaimana cara Bang Winda.
Dapat angka 3. Agak meleset ya dari angka 1 ya.
Masih ada ini.
Oh masih ada 9 nanti. Siap, siap. Terima kasih Bang Winda, kami persilahkan. Oke, berikutnya.
Ini adalah tim kelima yang bisa maju lebih terlebih dahulu adalah tim T. Tim T.
Tim T.
Oke.
Wow, dipanggil nama Yohan ya. Oke. Mau pilih dadu yang mana?
Gak ada.
Oh, mau konsultasi dulu boleh. Ada target angka nggak?
9.
Oh, 9. 9 kayak, oh sayang sekali nggak ada dadu yang angkanya 9 nih.
Power ada. Power.
Kalau power masih bisa dapat 10, 11, atau 12. Yakin power? Mau berubah? Siapa tahu mungkin mau target nomor 1 juga biar ke 38.
Power ya. Power.
Tetap yakin power ya? Oke. Oh siap, orangnya kuat. Silakan dikocok. There you go. Dapat angka 11. Lumayan, lumayan. Terima kasih. Oke, sudah ada sekitar 5 tim nih yang sudah bergerak. Berikutnya siapa
Iya,
lagi, Giva?
Tim berikutnya adalah tim L.
Tim L.
Oke, tim L.
Kami persilakan tim L. Alright. Tim L, you may also select which dice you want to use. We only have even number, odd number, and normal dice. Which one do you want to use? The odd number. Okay, you may pick one, and then you can put it on the cup. And then you may shake it out. And then you can throw it over here. Okay. There you go. Number 1! Wow! Good job. Thank you so much. Langsung menempati posisi 38 lagi.
Iya, betul sekali. Kalau di sini mendapatkan number 1 itu langsung naik. Jadi pada senang ya Kak Darius ya?
Iya, itu yang banyak diincar sih. Angka pertama di awal-awal ya start ya. Berikutnya.
Dan selanjutnya adalah dari Indonesia. Tim A.
Tim A. Tim A, betul. Silakan. Wah. Silakan kemari. Ada dadu genap, dadu ganjil, atau dadu normal. Mau yang mana?
Normal dulu.
Normal dulu. Ada angka yang ditarget?
Enggak sih, karena masih banyak kasihan dan.
Oh gitu, karena faktor kasihan ya. Boleh. Silakan diambil saja dadu normalnya. Dimasukkan ke dalam cupnya. There you go. Silakan diocok. Lalu dilempar ke sebelah sini. Kita lihat angka berapa yang akan didapatkan kira-kira. Dan dapat angka 6. Oke. Angka paling maksimal dari dadu normal. Cukup puas?
Puas.
Oke, terima kasih kalau gitu ya. Silakan. Berikutnya Kiva.
Baik, sebelum ke tim berikutnya saya mau minta tepuk tangannya dulu dong.
Wow, semakin rame ya stage C ini ya.
Ya, betul sekali. Untuk tim selanjutnya adalah tim M.
Tim M dari Indonesia juga. Oke.
Oh.
Diwakilkan oleh Dean. Silakan, Pak Dean. Mau pilih yang mana? Dadu genap, dadu ganjil, atau dadu normal? Boleh, dilihat-lihat dulu boleh. Ini kalau ganjil ada -1 juga, setahu aku. Ada -1, ada 1, ada 3, 5. Dadu ganjil aja? Oke, ada angka yang mau ditarget? Yes, ada angka yang mau ditarget? 1 lah. 1 ya, silakan. Kita lihat apakah dapat angka 1. Langsung dibuka. -1, ternyata dapat ya. 1 sih, tapi ada minus ya Pak. Alias tidak jalan Pak kalau begini Pak. Nggak jalan jadi ya Pak. Ya sudah, terima kasih ya Pak. Siap.
Oke, ini minus pertama yang didapatkan ya.
-1 ya.
Oke.
Itu kalau udah maju dia jadi mundur itu sebenarnya.
Betul.
Jadi
Masalahnya
mundur
belum
1.
mulai, masa udah mundur lagi Kak?
Iya.
Oke, untuk
Next.
tim selanjutnya adalah tim E atau I dari Malaysia.
From Malaysia. Alright. You may choose which dice you want to use. Even number or the last odd number or maybe the odd number. Oh. You do not afraid you will get the -1 as well?
No.
Oh, you want to select another dice? Okay. The normal one?
Normal one.
Okay. Which number do you want to get?
1 atau 4?
1 atau 4. Okay. Please, you may shake the cup and then you can throw it over here. You get number 3. Nggak 1, nggak 4, tapi 3 ya. Ya, sudahlah. Terima kasih.
Setelah
Oke.
Malaysia, kita kembali lagi ke Indonesia.
Yup.
Tim selanjutnya adalah tim N.
Tim N.
Ya, Kak Ibnu.
Kak Ibnu, silakan. Wah, ini sudah semakin banyak ya. Oke. Dadu ganjil tinggal tersisa 1, dadu genap masih ada 3, normal masih ada banyak. Silakan diambil. Kamu yakin dapat 1 ya? Oke, siap. Silakan diajak. Lalu dilempar di sini. Semoga dapat 1. Ternyata dapatnya 5 ya.
5.
1 tambah 4. Oke. Terima kasih. Berikutnya.
Masih dari Indonesia, tim O.
Tim O.
Oke. Zikri KZ.
Zikri Kaset, let's go. Dadu ganjil tinggal tersisa 1, dadu genap masih ada 3, dadu normal tinggal tersisa 6. Mau pilih yang mana? Sorry, boleh lihat bentar ya? Boleh. Seperti yang tadi sudah disampaikan, kalau untuk dadu genap dan dadu ganjil selalu ada -1. Tapi sisanya itu angka genap atau angka ganjil. Jadi pilihannya mau yang?
Saya milih normal.
Mau pilih dadu normal. Oke. Dadu normal, ada angka yang ditarget juga?
2 sama 4 kan paling favorit misalnya. Jadi target saya
1 sama 4. Oke, silakan. Silakan dilempar ke sini. Nomor 2. Gimana? Cukup puas dengan angka 2?
Kenapa?
Cukup puas dengan angka 2?
Pakai nanya udah.
Oh iya, oke, siap. Terima kasih.
Tipis banget ya Kak.
Tipis sekali.
Wow, dan tentunya pemilihan dadu sudah semakin menipis. Tim selanjutnya adalah tim G dari Indonesia.
Tim G dari Indonesia, kami persilakan. Seperti yang tadi sudah disampaikan ya, masih ada 5 dadu normal, 3 dadu ganjil dan 3 dadu genap dan 1 dadu ganjil. Silakan, mau pilih yang mana? Yang genap? Yakin yang genap ya? Oke, silakan diambil. Ada angka yang mau ditarget dari angka genap? 4. Oke, kamu mau mencoba untuk langsung naik ke 14 ya? Baik, boleh silakan dimasukkan ke dalam cupnya dan langsung dikocok dan dilempar di board yang disediakan. Silakan. Dapatnya 8. Waduh, oke. Good job, terima kasih. 8.
Oke.
Ini dadu genap pertama yang sudah keluar nih.
Oh, dadu genap. Baik. The next team is Q from Japan.
From Japan, Team Q. Alright, which one do you want to use? The even number? Oh yeah, you may see. You want to check the odd number first? Okay, they have 3, they have 7, they have -1 as well. Or do you want to choose the even number? 2, 4, 6, 8. You go with the normal, okay. What number do you want to get?
Number 1.
Number 1, everybody always wanna try to get number 1. Let's see. Team from Japan, let's see. Number 6, wow. Alright, thank you. Please. Number 6, ternyata dapatnya 6 ya. Targetnya 1, semuanya pengen dapat 1 ya.
Iya betul sekali, karena langsung naik tangga, nggak usah
Langsung naik
capek-capek
tangga.
lagi.
Betul.
Betul sekali, kita lanjut untuk tim dari Indonesia dengan leader Sandi Luo, tim I.
Tim I. Silakan. Mau pilih dadu apa? Ganjil, genap, atau normal? Ini yang ganjil, betul. 3, 7, terus ada 5, ada -1. Ada 1 juga ada. Ada 1, ada -1. Bisa? Mau yang ganjil? Yakin? Ya udah, boleh. Silakan diajak. Silakan dilempar. Langsung ke tengah. 3. Oke. Dapatnya 3. Terima kasih.
Oke.
Berikutnya.
Another team from South Korea, Team K.
Berikutnya. Alright. Only 2 type of dice left. The even number and the normal number. Which one do you want to use? It's the even number. You may see. The even one. Okay. You may put it on the cup. And then you can pick it up and throw it over here. Nomor 8, you get number 8. There you go. Thank you so much.
Tersisa 5 tim lagi yang
Betul,
bisa
maka
mengocok.
karena tersisa 5 tim sesuai di sini tersisa 5 dadu lagi.
Baik, sisa 5 dadu lagi ya.
Sisa 5 dadu
Baik.
lagi.
Untuk tim selanjutnya dari Indonesia dengan leader Bang Dongeng dari tim S.
Silakan,
Ya.
Bang Dongeng. Tinggal tersisa 1 dadu genap dan 4 dadu normal. Mau pilih yang mana, Bang? Yang genap. Ada angka yang mau ditarget dari genap? 4 ya, biar bisa naik ya, boleh. Silakan. Apakah bisa dapat angka 4 atau jangan-jangan -1 juga? Kita lihat dan dapatnya 6 ternyata. Plus 2 ya. Oke, thank you so much. Tinggal tersisa 4 dadu lagi.
Ya, untuk selanjutnya adalah tim J.
Otomatis mereka hanya bisa memilih dadu normal saja. Dan nanti setelah keseluruhan tim selesai, kita akan melakukan 1 kali cycle lagi. Halo, silakan boleh langsung diambil dadunya. Tinggal tersisa dadu normal, kita tidak punya pilihan lain. Okay, sure. Yeah. And then you may throw it over here. And then you got number 2. Nomor 2. Thank you.
Oke, hampir mendekati tim terakhir.
Tim terakhir.
Selanjutnya adalah tim H from Indonesia dengan leader JK Lista.
Tim H. Kami persilakan tim H. Sama kondisinya, tinggal tersisa 3 dadu normal. Jadi mau tidak mau hanya bisa menggunakan dadu normal saja. Kami persilakan. Boleh diajak kemudian dilempar ke board yang disediakan. Silakan. Dapat nomor 5. Oke. Thank you ya. Dapat nomor 5.
Ini adalah 2 tim terakhir. Tim selanjutnya adalah tim C from Thailand.
Tim C from Thailand. Tim C, welcome. Too bad you only able to choose the normal dice. You're good with that? Okay, which number do you want to get? 1 is okay. Okay, everybody also want to get 1. And let's see. Do you able to get number 1 or you may get the other number? Oh, you get 3. Well, I think that's the best you can get right now. Thank you so much. Not bad, true.
Oke, last team
Last
is Team R from Japan.
Yay, Team R from Japan. This is the last dice. So yeah, you're only able to use this dice. Please put it on a cup. And hopefully you get the number you want to get. Number 1 ya, oke. Kita lihat apakah dia akan berhasil mendapatkan nomor 1 atau tidak. You may throw it over here. Number 3, oke. Baik, ini adalah posisi klasemen sementara. Para kreator sudah menempati posisi masing-masing. Dan kita tahu bahwa paling jauh saat ini adalah tim B, tim L, dan tim F. Tapi kita akan mengulang 1 kali cycle lagi. Di mana kita akan ulang dari urutan pertama lagi untuk kembali mengambil dadu dan juga mengocok dadunya kembali. Mungkin bisa dibantu dulu, kita akan men-setup dadu-dadunya lagi. Kami persilakan mungkin. Boleh teman-teman? Oke, kita akan setup lagi dadunya. Dimulai dari power control. Jadi power controlnya masih akan ada 2 lagi ya. Control dice-nya juga akan ada 2 lagi. Odd number dan juga even number-nya akan kembali 3-3 dan sisanya adalah normal dice lagi. Oke.
Jadi akan dilakukan 2 sesi dan akan dimulai sesuai dengan urutan yang sebelumnya.
Nah, kali ini jadi sedikit berbeda karena kalau tadi mungkin di awal-awal mereka semua mentarget nomor 1 ya.
Betul.
Tapi ini ketika sudah berjalan, petanya sudah berubah.
Ya, betul.
Angka 1 belum tentu menjadi favorit. Sekarang semuanya sudah berubah. Karena kalau tidak hati-hati mereka mungkin akan mendapatkan ular atau mendapatkan snake. Dan mereka akan malah turun. So all captain, you need to choose the best dice at your certain condition. Because if you are not careful enough, you may slide down and not going up. Yeah. So this is the last chance for our first phase. And then after this, we're gonna go to the second game. And we're gonna continue with the second phase of dice roll. Baik, Kipa. Kami persilakan. Langsung saja kita akan segera mulai sesi kedua.
Baik, untuk tim pertama, tim D. Silakan untuk lanjutkan sesi kedua untuk
Team
roll
D.
dice.
From China, let's go. You may choose 1 number or 1 dice, please. There, this is yours. So which dice you want to use? Right now you're at the 12. Masih mencoba untuk menghitung, mencoba untuk mencari probabilitas kira-kira apa. And then power dice again. Oke. Silakan dimasukkan. Please put it on the cup. And then you get 12 again. Alright. So you are at 24 right now. Thank you so much.
Selanjutnya.
Jadi ke 24. Exactly. Posisinya pindah ke 24
Oke,
ya.
pindah ke 24. Selanjutnya adalah tim F from Indonesia.
Tim F. Sama masih mempunyai opsi yang lumayan banyak tapi powernya tinggal sisa 1 mau dipakai di mana tim F. Karena posisi kamu sekarang sudah berada di 38. Kamu akan pakai even number. Oke, silakan diambil even numbernya. Harus hati-hati juga karena itu ada minus satunya. Silakan dimasukkan ke dalam cup. Lalu boleh diacak dan dilempar ke boardnya. Kita lihat dari posisi 38 bergerak menuju. Mendapatkan angka berapa? Plus 2 ya, berarti posisinya naik ke 40 ke sono. Iya, gitu. Nggak naik ke atas dong. Thank you ya.
Oke, tim Kak Arul sudah menempati posisi 40 ya.
Iya, di 40 ya. Oke.
Keren sekali.
Berikutnya.
Untuk selanjutnya dari Indonesia, tim B.
Tim B. Silakan tim B. Opsinya masih banyak nih. Power 1, control 2, even number 2, odd number 3, dan normal dice masih 10. Mau diambil yang mana?
Even number.
Let's go, even number. Kita lihat tim B posisi sementara masih ada di posisi 38. Kira-kira akan mendapatkan angka berapa? Dapat 6. Oke, 38 tambah 6. Langsung berada di posisi 44. Thank you. Sudah semakin mendekati ke posisi 60, kita lanjut ke peserta berikutnya.
Tim selanjutnya adalah dari Indonesia, tim P.
Tim P atau tim P, silakan.
Woo.
Bang Winda kali ini mau pilih yang mana? Posisi tim P saat ini power maksimum 12. Kamu saat ini berada di angka nomor 3. Kalau 12 kemungkinan bisa dapat maksimum number di 15.
Mau dicampur nggak bisa?
Nggak bisa, harus salah satu doang.
Kayak bakso bisa dicampur.
Yang merah? Merah ya, power ya. Oke, ini power terakhir. Silakan dimasukkan ke dalam cupnya.
Oke,
Diacak
adik-adik.
dan dilempar ke board yang sudah disediakan. Wis. Ulang, mentah lagi ke sini. Ulang. Harus dilempar ke sini ya. Wis, Wis.
Itu kayak main basket ya.
Lumayan. 10. Oke, berarti posisinya sekarang ada di nomor 13. Alright, terima kasih Bang. Silakan, kami persilakan boleh kembali.
Masih dari Indonesia, tim T.
Tim T. Mau dipilih dadu yang mana? Posisi kamu sekarang sudah berada di 11. Even number. Even, oke. Even masih ada chance untuk naik. Oke, di sini masih agak jauh sih kalau buat naik sih. Tapi hati-hati kalau sampai kena di 16. Tapi itu angka ganjil sih. 5. Mau bisa turun. Kalau dapat yang ganjil. Ayo. Kalau dapat 5 turun. Kalau dapat 5. Normal aja, yakin? Normal ada chance 6. Tapi kalau even number bisa dapat 8 sih. 8 juga cukup safe kan. Oke, kita akan lihat ini dia even number sudah habis ya. Minus 1, ternyata mundur ke posisi 10. Thank you ya. Malah mundur 1.
Kerasa nyeseknya ya Kak Darius. Aduh.
Lumayan. Dari
Oke.
11 mundur 1.
Next team,
Next team.
is L from South Korea.
Tim L from South Korea. Saat ini tim L berada di posisi 38 juga. You are on the 38. And which dice you want to choose? The control one, the odd number, or the normal one? Sejauh ini sih kayaknya nggak ada halangan ya. I don't think there's a trap. Maybe if you get number 47 and then you gonna slide down. The normal dice. Okay, please put it on a cup. Normal dice maksimum dapatnya 6. Kita lihat dapat angka berapa. 4. Dapat 4 ya. 1, 2, 3, 4. 42. Terima kasih. Berarti L ada di 42.
Oke.
Berikutnya.
Selanjutnya dari Indonesia, tim A.
Tim A. Tim A saat ini berada di posisi 6. Mau dinaikin ke berapa nih? Oke, 9. Berarti butuh yang ganjil ya. Butuh angka 3. Mau control dice kah? Karena control dice ada angkanya cuma 3. 1, 2, dan 3. Chance untuk mendapatkan 3 mungkin lebih besar dibanding odd number. Karena odd number dice itu ada minus 1, 1, 3, 5, 7. Ayo, mau pilih yang mana? Odd number atau control dice? Atau jangan-jangan mau pilih normal dice? Odd number.
Odd number chance untuk dapat angka 3-nya hanya ada 2 kayaknya ya. Ya, sama seperti control dice. Tapi kalau control dice bisa dapat 1, tapi tidak ada minus. Kalau odd number masih ada minus. Gimana? Sudah yakin? Silakan dimasukkan ke dalam cupnya. Langsung saja ditutup dan kita akan lempar di board sini. Kita lihat apakah berhasil dapat 3, karena kalau dapat 3 ini menguntungkan sekali untuk tim A. Kita lihat. 3, exactly angka 3. Maka tim A otomatis naik ke 31. Congratulations, silakan boleh kembali lagi.
Wow, sekali mendayung 10 pulau terlampaui, selamat.
Dari
Baik, untuk
9
tim
ke 31.
selanjutnya adalah Indonesia, tim M.
Tim M, kami persilakan. Madan kali ini mau ambil yang mana? 1, 2, 3 kontrol. Oh, biar dapat 1 ya, biar langsung tinggal 8. Harus 1, mau nggak mau. Mau nggak mau. Oh gitu. Oh ini jadi kalau dapat minus berarti karena dari startnya itu dihitungnya minus. Gimana? Officials mungkin boleh dibantu. Ini karena mempengaruhi ya, ini sangat mempengaruhi nih. Kalau dapat minus 1 tadi di start, apakah kalau dia dapat angka 1 berarti jadi 0? Iya, atau tetap dihitung 1 sehingga dia maju? Gimana? Tetap, oh dari 0 ya, tidak dihitung minus ya. Oke, berarti butuh angka 1 nih Pak. Satunya ada 2. Dia satunya 2 sudut, masing-masing 2 sudut. Satunya 2, 2-nya 2, 3-nya juga 2. Let's go! Kita lihat apakah berhasil dapat 1 untuk mengejar ketertinggalan tim M. Ini cari wangset nih Mas ini. 2! Sayang sekali. Sedikit meleset Pak, apa boleh buat?
Angkanya kecil-kecil terus ya Kak ya. Gak apa-apa Kak, jangan nangis.
Apa boleh buat Pak?
It's
apa
fine.
boleh buat Pak?
Masih ada kesempatan lagi. Oke, untuk tim selanjutnya from Malaysia, tim E.
Tim E from Malaysia, let's go. 1 control dice left, 2 odd number dice left, or 9 normal dice. Oke, normal. Alright, Team E, let's see. Posisinya berada di nomor 3 ya. Oke, let's go. Kita lihat, this is the normal dice. Let's see, you got number 4. So you're on the 7 right now. You're good with that? Okay, thank you so much. Jadi berada di posisi ke-7 ya, Tim E ya.
Selanjutnya ada dari Indonesia, tim N.
Tim N. Silakan mau pilih yang mana? Control dice tinggal 1. Oh, normal, oke. Tim N. Tim N saat ini posisinya sedang berada di angka 5. Mungkin kalau bisa dapat angka 4, itu juga akan memberikan keuntungan buat kamu. 1 ternyata ya, tim N nambah 1 aja.
Tipis sekali.
Thank you.
Selanjutnya masih dari Indonesia, tim O.
Tim O, silakan. Masih ada 1 control dice, 2 odd number dan juga itu bisa kurang, bisa minus. Saat ini tim O sedang berada di posisi angka 2. Bisa balik lagi sih ke 1 sih, kalau lu dapat minus malah naik. Oh, mau mencoba peruntungan ya? Boleh, boleh. Tim O, kali ini dia butuh minus 1. Kalau dapat minus 1 malah menguntungkan. Oke, kita lihat apakah berhasil mendapatkan angka minus 1. 3 ternyata. Berarti pindah ke posisi 5 ya. Oke, thank you. Gak berhasil dapat minus 1.
Oke, masih dari Indonesia, tim G.
Tim G, silakan tim G. Tim G posisinya saat ini ada di angka 8. Kamu kalau dapat 1 bisa langsung naik. Jadi kamu bisa pakai control dice. Atau mungkin mencoba di odd number dice. Atau mau coba normal dice. Ini control dice tinggal sisa 1. Odd number dice tinggal sisa 1. Dan normal dice tersisa 7 dadu. Control dice? Oke. Silakan. Apakah berhasil mendapatkan angka 1 atau jangan-jangan dapat angka 3? Kita lihat. 3. Oke. Naik di 11 ya. Thank you. Control dice sudah habis, berarti tinggal tersisa odd number dice dan juga normal dice.
Oke, sudah tidak banyak pilihannya. The next team is Q from Japan.
Q from Japan. Let's go. Only 2 type of dice left, odd number or maybe the normal one, and your position is at number 6. You may get number 3 to climb up. So you want to use the odd number? Or you want to use the normal one? The odd number, oke. Berarti habis ini tinggal sisa normal dice doang ya, sudah habis. 3, let's go. Apakah berhasil dapat 3? 7, oh no. Berarti di posisi 13, oke. 13, good job. Next.
Tim Indonesia, tim I atau I?
Tinggal tersisa normal dice doang, maka apa boleh buat hanya bisa pakai normal dice. Tim I saat ini berada di nomor 3 ya. Nomor 3. Kalau dapat 1 bisa naik sih. Atau mungkin dapat 6 sekalian. 1 atau 6 targetnya. 5 ternyata. Meleset sedikit. Berada di posisi 8 saat ini. Terima kasih. Agak meleset sedikit. Berikutnya.
Next team from South Korea, Team K.
Team K. Team K. You may only use the normal dice, and if you get number 1, you may climb to 31. Kalau bisa dapat 1 ya, kalau bisa dapat 1. Kita lihat, let's see. Team K. From position number 8. And then we're gonna see the dice. Number 3, so you're going up to the 11. Thank you so much. Naik ke posisi 11.
5 tim terakhir. Selanjutnya adalah tim dari tim Indonesia, tim S.
Tim S. Persilakan Bang. Dado normal lagi. Tim S saat ini berada di angka 6. Jadi kalau dapat 3 akan menguntungkan sih. 3 ya. Bisa dapat 3 kira-kira? Semoga. Let's go. Kita lihat apakah dapat angka 3? Dapatnya angka 6. Oke. Naik ke posisi 12. Thank you. Lumayan sudah mulai kejar-kejaran.
Next
Berikutnya.
team is from Philippines, Team G.
Team G from Philippines. Okay, Team J. You may choose the normal dice as well. Right now you're on the position. J is number 2. Okay. Team J, let's see. Oh, what'd you get? Number 3. Ke posisi nomor 5 berarti ya. Okay, good job. Number 5. Next.
3 tim terakhir. Tim H from Indonesia, silahkan.
Tim H. Tim H saat ini berada di posisi 5. Kalau bisa dapat angka 4, mungkin akan sedikit menguntungkan buat kamu. Kalau bisa dapat 4. Kita lihat apakah angka yang didapat adalah angka yang sesuai keinginan, yaitu 2. Oke, naik 2 doang ya. Jadi ke angka 7. Thank you. 2 dadu lagi. 2 dadu lagi.
Next team is from Thailand, Team C.
Team C from Thailand. Here you go. You are number C, only the normal dice left, and you are on the 3. You may, if you get 1 or you get 6, you may able to climb higher. Yeah, 1 okay, 6 okay. Okay, let's see. Just 4, okay, so you got number 7 right now. Thank you so much. Ada di posisi ke-7 ya, Team C. Last but not least.
Okay, the last one is from Japan, Team
From Japan.
R.
Team R. Hi. Team R, you are on the position number 3. If you get 1 or 6, yeah, if you got 6, you may able to climb to 31. Okay, let's go. Dia berharap bisa dapat angka 6. Kita lihat apakah dapat angka 6. Oh, 2. Okay. You are on the position 5. Okay. Itu dia ke-20 tim sudah melakukan pengocokan dadu dan kita lihat posisi klasemen sekarang. Dan yang paling memimpin adalah tim B di posisi 44.
Wow, tepuk tangan dulu dong.
Sedangkan tim paling belakang saat ini adalah tim M.
Wow, what an interesting game. Like what happened here?
Yeah.
What that like it's so much unexpectancy that is happening right here, right now, that the teams themselves may be put in a position where, hey, if they're lucky, they get a good spot. If they're unlucky, they get a very, very sad spot here. And welcome back to the English broadcast here. My name is ICB12. Joining me is going to be Safa as we talk you through what actually happened there, Safa.
I gotta admit, the disparity in positioning between the teams is a lot wider than I thought it would be. Because we have to remember, we thought that all of the top teams would go for the power dice, where you have a maximum of 12, and we thought that, oh, they should probably get a maximum of 24, which Team D actually did manage to roll 12 twice, so that's impressive of them. But they've been completely overshadowed by 3 teams that managed to roll a 1 and land on a massive ladder straight to spot 38. So Team F, B, and L are right now going to be in the crosshairs of all their rivals.
Exactly, and at the same time as well, they've got to be counting their lucky stars as well, because about it here, the 3 teams that rolled a 1 got themselves in towards the 38th place, and then the second dice came in, they didn't roll a big number. So that's a little bit of a hopes for some of these teams if they want to try and catch for that 60th place mark, which gives them 100 million here. So that's something that I think a lot of teams got to be counting the lucky stars here. However, well, before we get into the dice again later on, they will be given a second chance, and that is going to be playing in a different game, and that is going to be chained together, Safa.
Yeah, for now, we're gonna jump to a short break. See you guys later.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Please report your game.
It's time to hunt intruders. I'll show you the desert's fury. With surging hatred, remove the intruders. Who dares step within my desert? Insolent wretch, on your knees! I'll thunder you! Become sand! Commence annihilation protocol. Dispatch all support sentinels. Destroy the target! I appreciate the antimatter resupply, intruder.
And you are watching Stage C, which is the Creator Rumble 60. We have just concluded the Free Fire segment of the competition, and up next is Chained Together. My name is Stava, and joining me today is ICE Baby 12.
This is gonna be a fun one. I have my master
boy.
menacing mind in play right now here because we are gonna see the Aiders go toe to toe with Hell in particular here, because for you guys who do not know what Chained Together is a very, very challenging obstacle course that starts from Hell. People who are stuck in Hell trying to escape and make it all the way to heaven. And that is going to be a challenge for some of these creators because it is going to require you skills, patience, and a lot of communication. And Stafa, I must say, this is going to be more of the cruel ones to watch. I'm not going to lie.
I think you are correct about that one. Chained Together is one of those, I guess you could kind of call it a 3D platformer, but I think this genre of games, of climbing over objects and stuff to get to a big thing in the sky, originated all that way back with Getting Over It. I think we all remember that game if you've been on the internet long enough. And now it's spiraled into this. Honestly, all things considered, I think Chained Together is one of the fairer games of the genre. There's actually a lot of ways for you to play around the map. But it's still going to be a difficult one, depending on how much practice these creators have been able to get.
True enough, because as of yet, have they been playing enough together as a team to make it across? Because so far, on average, if you've just started out a game with a gameplay, okay, I don't have the actual statistics, but based on my personal personal experience, I played with 3 people. The furthest I've ever gotten to was just before the checkpoint of City in a 1 hour duration as a beginner, and the amount of retry attempts. So that's how challenging it is to be playing it with a lot of other people. But when I'm playing solo, it's so much more easier.
It really is. And this is one of those examples of games where you really need a lot of teamwork, you know? Like Free Fire, communication, coordination is important, right? But if you're a really, really strong player, you can still kind of solo carry if you know what you're doing. In Chained Together, you are literally chained together. So there is no solo carry here. You need your whole team to be on the same page or you are dropping down literally to the pits of hell.
Alright, to give you guys a little bit summary already here for those who do not know what Chained Together here. Now here is a little bit more of formats for you guys watching at home as well. The creators here are going to be competing in 2 different modes. So they are going to be playing Chained Together twice up on screen. The first time is going to be the beginner mode and the second time being the normal mode. Here's the twist. The beginner mode means that if they fall, they have a save point where they can reset themselves to the last highest point that they have ever gotten to. So in the span of 60 minutes, they can reset time and time again to try and set themselves towards the highest point in 60 minutes. So that is going to be the difference. But for normal mode, Tafa, what's different? What's different in normal mode?
In normal mode, there is no such thing as a save point. There is no such thing as a checkpoint. If you drop off the map, you start from wherever you land, whether that be somewhere halfway or the very, very beginning. And that means that it's even more difficult. Not to mention that the chain format is different between the 2 stages too.
Wait. Oh yeah, now that you talk about it as well. Okay, so now, here's another twist. See, us as casters, we're having our horns right now. We are gonna torment and watch our creators go in despair in this upcoming match here. And now, speaking of despair, when they are chained together, there are ways of being chained together. So, for example, in the beginner mode, they are going to be playing in open chains. So what is open chains? Very simple. Player 1 is chained to player B, and player B is chained to player C. But player B is chained between A and C. So it's one straight line of chain. That is open chain. But closed chain, player A is chained to B and C. Player B is chained to A and C. And player C is chained to A and B. So it's kind of like a triangle.
That is exactly what it is. Open chain, you are a straight line. Closed chain, you are a triangle. If there were 4 players, it would be a square, but there are only 3 players in each team, so it is a triangle. And a lot of people are gonna listen to this and think, I mean, yeah, the shape is different, but it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Not really. In an open chain, if let's say player C misses the jump, ends up falling, the 2 other players can still pull them up. But if
not necessarily,
you're in
but
a
yes.
closed chain, yeah, it's still possible, right? Honestly, depending on the jump as well, if player A is like really good, they can still somewhat save B and C if they're in a precarious spot. In closed chain, there's no such thing.
Not easy.
It is
Fair
no
enough.
such thing because everyone is chained to each other, everyone is weighing everyone else down. There is weight to this game, there are physics, so yeah, if you mess up, you are bringing everyone down with you.
I agree, and of course, when it comes to open chain as well, the bright side is that they can take some time. So let me give you guys a little bit of difference here on how inch, pixel, and let's just say an inch is like one small inch like this can make a difference when it comes to open chain and closed chain. So for example, the jump distance between this player and this player requires just one player to reach. But if the chains are too close to each other, if the first person tries to jump over, because the chain is not long enough, he is gonna fall. So there are some obstacles which require timing where all 3 of the players need to jump together in order to reach specific spots. So in open chain, maybe you can get away with 1 by 1, but when it comes to closed chain, that pretty much eliminates that chance. That means all 3 players has to simultaneously jump and hit the spot precisely, because if you don't hit those spots, bye-bye. You're going down, baby. You're going down.
It is not a fun time whenever you drop off on a game like Chain Together. So the teams have to be super duper careful. And just like in Free Fire, where they had to balance aggression with survival, in Chain Together, you have to survive. You have to balance progression with not falling. Basically, you have to make sure that you're moving quick enough within the time limit, but not so quick that you end up ruining your chances. Because this is based on a time limit, and the goal is to be the team that gets the highest within that time limit.
I think you have to find a balance between patience and being very quick. So you have to be either take it slow and steady, or you rush things, because it's a it's like between these two as well. So it's a little bit difficult to gauge kind of which is right and which is wrong. But ideally, not making mistake is gonna be the way to go, because some of these players, creators, they may have a little bit of experience, but not everyone thinks on the same page. So in Chain Together, everyone must communicate and plan and understand each other's movement as much as they can in order to progress. So now, predictions, Safa. You've cleared the entirety of Chain Together once. How far or how high we are going to be expecting out of the creators so far, out of all the 10 creators? How high, what's the highest do you think they're going to reach? And what's the average level that some of these creators are going to reach?
Oh, a tricky question right there. If it was just purely based on the 1 hour timer, I would personally feel like the highest that a team could reach would be somewhere around the city, the harbor, midway point. But because they are playing on beginner mode, I do feel like there's a possibility for some of these teams to get higher. Especially, I think this is one of those games where a knowledge check makes a big difference, right? Because while you do need a little bit of skill to play it, it's a lot easier to play Chain Together than Free Fire, for example, right? You just need to jump. You just need to make sure you jump properly. So if you have knowledge about skips, about speedrun strategies, even if you're not a speedrunner, as long as you know like, oh, I can jump here to skip this section, it already gives you a big advantage over other teams.
Wow, wise words coming from Stafa as well. So for those sweaty speedrunners who do play a lot, especially the content creators here who's been watching a lot of speedrun, a little bit of an advantage here. But again, speedrun skips are going to be very, very risky as well, because it needs a little bit of a fine finesse and precision when it comes to pixels to hit those jumps. So that's something that I think the creators to think about. Of course, they can't experiment it in beginner mode just because they've got 60 minutes and they've got this reset. But what happens if we go to normal mode? Oh no, it's closed chain. There is no reset. When you fall, and most likely a lot of these creators are gonna fall, they are not gonna be starting from wherever they just last fall. They are most likely gonna be starting from all the way at the bottom, where once they hit rock bottom, they have to wait for the elevator to climb back up, and that's just so punishing when it comes to trying to progress higher into the game.
But personally speaking though, considering that beginner mode allows you to reset anytime, I do actually think the approach for these teams is to just bum rush it in round 1, right? Like, you can fall, you just reset. You just try to get as far as possible. You can definitely afford to be a little bit speedrunish in round 1, because the goal is just to get as high as possible, and you're basically saving your spot a lot of the time. You can't do that in round 2, and that is precisely because of that how much height you get in round 1 is going to matter a lot more.
Well, this is going to be interesting here. We're going to be starting the first round. As you can see, all the creators are all set up. They're prepared to give us a fun time. And we are prepared to torment them in game number 1 for Chain Together. Round 1, beginner mode, open chain. We are going to be jumping straight now. Let's see from the perspective of is up on screen. Who is it gonna be right now up on screen? We have.
It does appear to be one of the Korean teams right here, and it looks like, yeah, they actually didn't know that they could already start, but they are jumping straight into it. And for those of you who may be unfamiliar, because this is probably one of the less popular games compared to some of the others, this is Chained Together. Good luck, honestly, that's all I can say.
Because right here, and they are gonna try and make an attempt here. Fabio, Micarino, they're looking around to try and find what's happening. But again, you know, start of the game here, this is going to be held the underworld section. It is going to be climbing the elevators. First stage, pretty easy, you know, gives them a little bit of room. Anyone can kind of jump. They don't really need to time anything before they actually go into the next phase. So this is a little bit of the easier parts segment of the game itself. But oh, wait a minute. Wait, what? These guys are close chain. What? The Malaysian squads are playing close chain.
No, they're not
Wait,
close
is it?
chain. It's just that
Oh,
the middle
it's
guy
okay,
is leading
okay.
the pack. The guy in the center is leading the pack. That's why it looks a bit confusing. But no, this is all open chain. It does look like a lot of the teams are in a very similar spot right now, approaching that 80-meter mark. And a lot of them are going for the strategy of kind of like going 3, 2, 1, and then we will jump. But honestly, just from their movements, you can tell how experienced the teams are. Because when you play with someone long enough, there's this sort of innate timing. You don't really need to do a 1, 2, 3. And honestly, Team F is going up the chain way too slow, if you ask me.
I think they're just not gonna try and risk it for the biscuit. I guess that's gonna be a little bit of a safe point here. But now, from the perspective of another team here, this is gonna be Team. Ooh, this is actually Team H. I think, yeah, this is Team H right now. They're doing pretty well. But oh wow, we've got a Team K right now already making past the bone maze. That is pretty quick run coming from Team K, and they've got to skip as well. That's crazy.
Yeah, they're doing skip strats, small skip strats. We'll see if they go for bigger ones for net. For now, Team O doing not too bad as well, a little bit behind some of the others. And then here, Team A actually quite ahead, actually, already at 115 meters. They do seem pretty comfortable going straight from trampoline to trampoline. Sometimes teams will decide, okay, I'm going to stop at the trampoline before jumping to the next one. But going straight from one to the other is pretty good.
Oh, no.
Team A seems a little behind.
Yeah, I agree. But Team R right now is doing a little bit of a slow. Yeah, Team R, they're just about to reach the chain here. They are taking the slow start. And yeah, you talked about playing patient here. It's going to be the way to go. But Team R right now... Wait, this is Team D. They're already past... Oh, wait, they just arrived the maze boneyard. So, okay. It's not that far apart. It's everyone is, you know, slowly making to the maze here. And the tricky segment of the maze here is that if you do not know the right directions to actually make it past the bone maze, they are gonna be forced to double back and go back down and climb back up again. Which I think,
there is the safe route.
Yep.
If you go right, it is the safe route in the bone maze. It's slower, but you can basically climb everything. There's no need to do any jumps. But we did see a team go for a jump skip earlier, where you can go from that skull down there, actually, straight to where Team B is currently.
Oh boy. Now they're taking their own sweet time right now from Team O to go in for the jump. Of course, most of them are using voice comms as well, but at the same time, there is an innate button here. For those of you who do not know how to play Chain Together, there is the button R, or I believe it's T or R, where it pops up an in-game timer to kind of sync with all the communications of the screen for all the players to time their jump, which is a good thing. But oh no!
Nah, he's fine. It's just one. Like we mentioned,
nice
open
recovery.
Chain, very easy to save. Team K seems to be the most comfortable team out of all of them, already at 230 meters up, which is actually really good progress, actually. Halfway through the Hell Cliffs now, and they do seem to be coordinating quite well.
Yep, very synergized as well. Minimal comms, everybody knows what they need to do, and it's doing pretty well. But they're having fun in games here, but now from this perspective here, Team P, they've just only bypassed the early stages here. They're just about to reach the bone maze, so they're taking their own sweet time. But again, it's still very, very far off here. And again, the goal for game number one is to reach the highest as you can. And even you fall, there are safe checks that you can kind of skip through to kind of get back to where they last fall off from.
I like how Team N has decided to go triple old man meta, you know? They're all the same old man character, no variation. I guess it could help for team spirit.
Hey, sometimes slow and steady wins the race, right? You know, we've all heard the stories about the tortoise and the rabbit, and guess what? Sometimes in life, being safe is better. But now, let's take a look at the perspective of Team M. They've also made it past the boneyard, and they're now in the castle area of the Hell region. So it is still going to be a little bit tricky here because there are a couple of interesting ones. But here's a little bit of fun fact. For those who play solo, they will have 2 lines in this particular spot, but if you're playing trios, it immediately becomes 1 line to only jump over. So that's a little bit of a difference here in terms of obstacles for those who play solo, duos, and trios.
I will say though, the teams are making much better progress than I would have initially identified. So it is clear that they have put some practice into this game. I mentioned earlier, I thought that maybe getting to the city might be the highest that they can get, but I would be surprised if they got further here. Team K actually already at the car race, and they're just blitzing through it.
Let's go!
Oh, that was close.
Yes!
Okay, that was a little bit of risky play here, but Team K definitely in the lead right now. It's only 6 minutes. They have already passed the race car here, which, to be honest, I feel ashamed because for me to reach here, it took me 40 over minutes with my friends. So, now, when it comes to this maze here, it is going to be a very tricky obstacle where you need to jump over it and time it perfectly because the random directions of the rotations of the cube is going to be randomized. So, it comes down to how fast you react to it and then jump in the direction and hope that one person doesn't fall, because one of them fall means everybody is going to be dragged down.
Yeah, it can be tricky. Team E. They are playing with fire right now. Awkward position, but they can save this. They are also at the car race, so the team is making very good progress right now.
Yep, they are very, very close to the first checkpoint as well. So the first checkpoint gives you a little bit of significant advantage here, where when it comes to loading up on screens here, instead of loading towards the next highest point, you can look to the checkpoint, which gives you a little bit more advantage compared to the highest point checkpoint. So there is going to be a disparity once they reach the city area.
The comms here from Team M doing a very good job. They have also reached a rotating cube here right after the car race. Honestly, not too difficult a mechanic to deal with.
Okay, nice recovery, very tricky.
That is basically the best cube rotation they could have asked for. Managed to save them from potentially dropping. They should be able to make it now.
That is just pure luck coming from Team M. It could have gotten either ways, but yeah, like you said, rotation, saves, run, because they could have run all the way through, but at the same time, they are going to get dragged up for the second floor of the rotating pillars this time.
380 meters now. They're having a little bit of difficulty with this. Team R actually really far behind. Still at only 100 meters. We have to know Team R is quite behind in the competition right now. They were ranked last after Free Fire, so they didn't manage to go very far on the board. I believe they are only at 5th. Yeah, they're only at the 5th square right now, so they gotta pick up the pace.
Yep, they definitely do as well. Now from the perspectives of Team P, they are actually it feels like they just started as well. And do they know that they have the higher? Yeah, they could have loaded back into the highest point, but no, wait, they're doing time skips again. Wait, oh no, what happened here? What am I looking? Oh
that's
boy.
A fall. Oh man, that's unfortunate. We didn't even stay long enough to see which team that was specifically, because now we're watching Team Q. They are also at the car race. A little behind the leaders, but making good progress.
Yeah, we do see some of these creators, they're taking their own sweet time here. And yeah, that windmill can be very, very devastating here. And a little bit fun fact for those of you watching at home, if you have played Chain Together or you have not played Chain Together yet, this is only the introduction of the game, by the way. Like before the first checkpoint, all these are just snippets of obstacles that they may or may not need to face later on after the second checkpoint or the third checkpoint, which is very, very tricky, to be honest.
I am honestly very curious how far some of the teams are going to be able to make it here, because I do think they can make it pretty far. Like, my initial estimation of the city may have been a little bit underestimated. One thing's for sure though, they will probably not be able to clear the game within an hour because even the world record. Wait, where's their car?
Where's their car? What happened to Team I's car? Did they just walk it instead of take the car?
They just decided not to take the car.
Okay,
I mean, it
that's
does give
new.
you more control.
Okay, that's new, but yeah, plus side about that is, you know, you don't get switched.
Hey, already quite far. That's a dangerous spot right there. Getting hit by the laser knocks you pretty far down, but DK making incredible progress already at 530 meters. That means they're quite close to the subway station, the fourth area of the game already.
Very, very close. Now here, this is going to be the tricky part of the segment of this point here as well, because the first one here requires you single jump, but after that it's all double jump. But guess what? As soon as we say it here, guess what? Team E's actually made it past towards the Ruiz vicinity, and they are about to reach the first checkpoint.
Yeah, Team E are only just slightly behind Team K. So these are the top contenders right now. Malaysian team doing pretty well. Slowing down a little bit to make sure they don't get hit by that. But little do you know, if you build up enough momentum, you can actually jump right off the platform behind this and skip this entire climbing section.
Actually, you can just straight up just jump off here. But it's
you can just jump to
this
this platform.
Yeah. But nevertheless, here there is going to be another wheelbarrow. They are going to be reaching the next checkpoint very, very soon here. I think currently in the lead is going to be Team K as well as Team E, who's currently the furthest away, barely 12 minutes into the game. So they have like 45 minutes left. And to be honest, I would be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if both of them, these teams, might actually make it to heaven itself. Like, I would be really, really impressed to see any of them actually make it to heaven.
I think making it to heaven might still be a bit of a stretch, though. I think we can see them maybe get to the shrine. Beyond that would be very impressive, because even the careful there from Team Hate. But yeah, even the world records, any percent speedruns for 3 players are just over an hour. So I don't really think these teams are gonna be getting close to that.
Okay. You know, let's see how it goes here. So far, we haven't seen like a lot of major time skips yet here. Team K as well as Team E are the ones currently leading the pack so far on the current dates here. But oh no, we do see a fall coming in from Team H. But they are they not gonna reset? Oh no, something happened.
I think their game may have crashed. They may need to get back into that. That's a bit unfortunate, but such is the nature of things sometimes. Team D, 400 meters, a bit behind. No! Oh, that was lucky. That was lucky right there. They gotta pick him up quickly. They gotta reset from this.
Wait, I think they have to reset straight because are they really trying? Oh no, yep, that's it. They're dropping down.
They panicked a bit too much there. They could have definitely saved the run, but yeah, they panicked. They tried jumping. They weren't coordinating. It's a good thing it's beginner mode so they could still reset. Oh, here's Team K once again. They've just passed the underwater maze. They made it to the first checkpoint.
Congratulations right now. They are currently in the lead. Team K currently the top of the network here. They've got the first checkpoint, so they are going to be able to speed run towards the next phase. So next phase is going to be a little bit more fun-ish, a little bit more chill. It's not super risky, but it is going to be a little bit more confusing though.
It looks like Team E are right before the underwater maze as well. So E and K definitely the leaders. Careful. Definitely the leaders right now. I was kind of curious who the next closest team is.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit close on here. But speaking of close here, it's going to be Team H actually, who's also in the same area. They're not that far behind.
Team M and Team E are currently in the same area right before the underwater maze, before the first checkpoint. So looks like we've got a few top contenders right now, and that is going to be pretty good for them. Looking at the standings as well, which of these teams is currently the most in the lead? Actually, MK and E are all kind of behind. None of them have even passed 15 space. Oh, this is a skip. They're doing a skip. I know that skip.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay. Oh no, Team B. They're gonna reset this right now for Team B, and yeah. Okay, they're explaining the discussions here on waiting for the pillar. Just chill for a little bit and then go for the next one. And yeah, this is a perfect example of communication. But oh, what a save! What a save! They are able to make past this here, but fortunately for them, they made it across. Now, this next stop here is going to be red light, green light. So this is going to be tricky one here because as soon as they press that, they have to sprint all the way up the stairs. It's a pretty easy run, but of course, if nobody knows the timing, they are tentatively going to fall very, very early. So that's going to be a little bit of one here, but what happened here? Somebody got left behind.
This is a bit awkward here on Team O. There's a lot of swinging going on. You can see they're having a good time with things. They're just under. Stop swinging! He needs to, stop. Why is he swinging? He is making it harder for them to pull him up.
Okay, Team O, they're pretty close as well. Like I think Team O, they're right behind Team K a little bit here, but Team K finally makes it to the subway station, so that's pretty far away. And you know, just under 16 minutes here, they are currently in the lead thus far, so that is gonna put them in a prime position to try and get #1 priority by the end of these 2 sessions here for the dice roll segment.
Team M also quite close behind, not quite in the subway station yet, but very, very close. They just have to get past this laser segment. Over here, we can see Team E as well, actually not too far behind. So we've got a few top contenders here. Oh, another fall over here from Team H.
Seems like everyone is struggling on this rotating platform here. This is going to be, I would say the Greek pillars is a little bit annoying to actually work with as well, considering that it requires timing and patience, right? Everybody needs to know the exact timings before they actually go for cross here. But now from Team R, we do see a full reset coming in here, and I don't think they realize that they can actually skip
Team
this
R,
right now.
You can reset?
I don't think they realize it.
That's why they're so behind. They've actually been playing from the beginning every single time. They don't know you can reset.
That's I think we gotta have a marshal to tell them or something like that. That's really, really unfortunate.
We can't tell them.
So sad. Too bad. It's okay. Such is life. But so far, too guys. Well,
This is why you always
I like how they're very patient.
Tahan sekali lagi terakhir.
Nice.
But Team S is pretty behind the leaders right here. We can go back to Team M, also another top contender in the subway station. They're gonna try and catch up to Team K right now.
They're pretty quick as well, considering that initially we thought the Malaysian team was currently second place behind Team K, but Team M is actually caught up to actually second place as well. So currently in the lead, I think Team K is currently #1 from South Korea, and Team M currently on second place based on the current positioning that, based on our memory, all right? You know, based on me and Staffa's memory, who's currently watching the entire game, I think that's the current standing thus far.
Yeah, Team K is definitely
a little
bit of glitching there, but it's fine. Team K definitely in the lead. I think Team E and M are about even right behind them as well. We're gonna have to check in again on Team E the next time we get a chance to say that for certain. The rest of the team is still finding opportunities to catch up. Speaking of, here's Team Q, 500 meters, not too bad, though it looks like they're having a lot of trouble here. Careful, guys.
This is very hard to recover. This is very hard to recover, but they got a nice save coming in. Very nicely done here, coming from Team Q, but the next jump requires all 3 of them to jump together, and we missed it, but it's all right.
They're not supposed to be here. This is a mistake. This is not a skip, in case anyone is wondering, because I have done this before, where I jumped wrong.
This is impossible.
Ended up stuck on this thing. You actually cannot come back from this. You just have to reset. There is no way of making it back to the cages from here.
I think it comes down to luck as well as whether or not they've played this before, right? So it comes down to experience and how far they've played
there
it
is a
before.
skip here. If you actually get smacked by a laser, you can push yourself onto like one of the platforms. You can get the laser to smack you onto a platform ahead. But it is a risky
that requires
play.
a little bit of timing. But
like
nevertheless,
Team
here
I
they're
having
still
some
being
trouble
patiently.
here.
Oh no! Oh boy! Risky. You know that's the beauty about playing Chain together, right? Like we get to see different players and different ideas as well. No! The old man dragged everyone down. I am so sorry. Oh boy,
We've seen this segment a couple times here from Team P. This is actually a timed segment. This stone staircase only appears for a fixed amount of time, and once that time is over, it disappears. So you actually want to get through it as fast as possible, and the way to do that is to avoid the climbing animation. You actually want to jump yourself correctly so that you don't latch onto the edge, because that animation takes up more time than if you don't.
Oh boy, Team K making quick progress after the first checkpoint here, but after the second checkpoint, it's all about timing and patience as well, because it's all about avoiding those spikes before they set them all down. But so far, Team K, they're making okay progress, not as quick as before, but I like how they know there is a skip. Wow, this is an interesting skip. Like, they knew that the hitbox doesn't hit in that specific vicinity, so nicely done from Team K with their homework as well.
Yeah, I actually had no idea that was possible. So Team K really showing off their knowledge check right now, firmly in the lead at 800 meters. They're gonna get very close to the next section pretty soon. At 1.1k meters actually is the entrance to the city. So Team K already proving all predictions wrong.
Okay, they're actually gonna make it as well. Here's a little bit of a fun one as well, because it took me a while to figure this, but eventually they need to actually. Actually, there is a way to kind of skip this, but you just need to entangle the chains in the middle way through here. So, a very interesting way on how they solve this solution, but Team T makes it across without a hitch, which is a good thing.
Yeah, it's one of those mechanics that catches you off guard, because up until now, the chain has kind of been phasing through obstacles, so I don't think it has any collision. But you actually do need to use the chain here to hook onto the stick and just basically slide all the way down to the next part. Oh wow! Team K!
Wow!
They are on the elevator into the city!
That is so fast coming from Team K. It's barely even half an hour. It's only been 22 minutes for them, and they've already made it past into the city. So, well, they have technically escaped hell, guys. So, that's not a good thing. Well, not a good thing for us, but a fantastic thing for Team K, though.
The city is definitely home to some pretty annoying mechanics though. There's a lot of spinning obstacles, there's a lot of fans as well, so you gotta make sure to line things up properly. I definitely ran into some difficulty here in the city myself.
Well, Team K, very, very good coordination so far. Like, well, somebody made a mistake. Okay, recovery, nice recovery coming from all three members here. It feels like they've played together for the longest of time. Like, everybody knows what to do.
Well, you can see as well, it's very smooth. They're familiar with these obstacles. This is absolutely not their first rodeo. Even the lasers, no hesitation. They know the timing exactly.
Wow. That is just straight up like, it feels like Team K right now is looking for a speed run attempt right now.
It does.
I don't think I've seen Team K fall a single time. Oh, wow, okay, that's a quick skip.
Yeah, they just jump straight over the pipe. You don't have to fall through the pipe, you can jump over it, and that's what we saw. We're gonna try to go back to some of the teams that are a little behind here. Team M, previously, it looked like the closest team. And yeah, they're actually reaching the end of the subway station. They are right at the elevator into the city. So, Team M very close behind Team K. Kind of curious where Team E is, because the last time we saw them, they were pretty close. Oh, here they are. I don't know how that worked. Yep.
I never knew that you could drag someone and pass an obstacle here. That was a very, very interesting way of carrying someone. That is pretty cool.
Yep.
That is pretty cool.
But that does confirm that Team M is firmly in second place. Team E has fallen behind. They do seem to still be in third, but KME seems to be the leaders of the pack right now for round 1 of Chain Together.
Oh boy, what am I looking at? This is Team E, who's also not that far behind. They're almost reaching towards the city area as well.
They're just a little bit behind right here. This is a mechanic where the platforms only appear when you are near them. So you will only be able to see the path forward once you reach a certain distance. Honestly, not a very difficult obstacle. You just gotta go too quickly because you will catch yourself off guard.
Yep. And of course, Team E, they finally made it, and now they are almost close towards the next one here. They still have to go past the climbing animation, which I think we saw Team K kind of went past 2 screens ago. So it is going to be Team E falling behind a little bit further here. Team M right behind Team K. They're still trying to catch up as well. A beautiful run so far for Team M. But we do see a little bit of a skip here, and I don't think this is a skip at all.
Now it is a skip. This is, I don't really remember what. Yeah, you can climb over the structure and just jump across it without actually having to go through any of the obstacles inside. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of the teams ahead have already used this one because it's a very easy skip to do. There's no real risk to it. Oh no!
Oh boy! Oh boy! The Chinese team is I like how they're just smiling as well. They just reached towards the subway area here. They made a little bit of mistake, but ideally it's all about having fun, right? And they're definitely having fun. And I do see someone holding on. Okay, they're actually going past the earlier stages here. Team R. This is almost near the beginning of the game. They've just only left the fortress.
Team R, I think they only just reached the car race actually, so they are very clearly in last place right now. Team N as well, not doing all that good, only at 370 meters at this stage. It's clear that they are in the back half of the pack.
Yep. Now, do they make it a time? Okay, do they know? Oh no, somebody's gonna drag off. Quickly, reset. Oh, okay, nice recovery. Okay, one more jump. Let's go. Oh, okay. So far, so good. One more. Oh, okay, they're good. Last jump. One more. Okay, home stretch. Jump. Oh, nicely done for team, man. You can see this sigh of relief coming from the players themselves.
Yeah, as complex as it looks though, the spinning cube actually isn't that difficult an obstacle. There is quite a good amount of timing in between to give you space. And here we see once again the leaders, Team K, proceeding through the city. This section, I'm gonna say right now, this section right in front of them is the one that gave me the most trouble. I straight up, careful. They're fine. The lead player was able to grab onto the ledge, and that is the benefit of open chain. As long as the first person reaches, there is a way to save the rest.
What a recovery coming from Team K. Well done so far. But again, can they do the same when it comes to close change though? So I like that they are very familiar, but some of the other teams here are trying to get used to how the game is supposed to be designed. So not everyone has kind of played the game itself. So this is going to give them a little bit of an advantage for some teams, right? Like I saw earlier in game 1 of Free Fire, some teams do have an advantage, but it's pretty obvious that Team K is going to be the team that definitely has a significant game knowledge when it comes to chain together, which puts them in current in first place. So far, no mistakes thus far. We do see Team P, who's also maneuvering their way into obstacles. They are still in the hell vicinity. And now Team G, they finally found the solution on how to pass the, I would say, Flying Fox area.
I guess it kind of is a flying fox. Looking over here, Team E, they just fell. This is the sight you see when you fall in the city area, going to reset. They have officially reached this section as well, but they are clearly behind Team K and M. Not too sure if any other teams have caught up with the Malaysian team right now, but still seems to be proceeding apace.
Yep, Malaysian team currently, I think it's going to be on 3rd place so far. But we do see Team M already making past the construction area. So they are going to be reaching the top of the scaffolding very, very soon. And once they reach there, it is going to be, well, I would say a very, very long obstacle course. Because right now, they're just waiting for the next platform. And, oh, but it's getting dragged.
I'm too old for this, as he gets dragged along by his teammates. Team N also kind of behind. This is the car race area, and once again we see a team choosing not to use the car. And a team who is so undecided that they almost fell on a random hole in the floor because they decided to go in 2 different directions. So, not having the best time.
Is this a recovery? Wait, are they going to try and recover? Oh, wow. They are actually going to try and This is a very interesting approach coming from Team R. Instead of dumping on top, they actually chose to go circle around everything here as well. But now they are going to be at the stop and go.
They are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're 100% not going to make it. They're going to wait until it resets because they took too long to get started. When I saw them press the button and then like hesitate for a bit, I was already thinking, okay, you have to wait for the next run. You're not going to make it.
That's a little bit unfortunate here, but Team T, they are still in the vicinity of trying to escape hell. And it's still a long way for them, but right now we do catch a glimpse on K as well. They are going to be reaching the big red balls area as well. So that's going to be, well, in this case, the big steel balls area.
This section that Team M is on right now almost made me lose some friendships. I was straight up saying, oh, they're doing good though. Very nice movements, able to get through without much problem.
The crowd went crazy for Team M. The crowd absolutely went crazy for Team M in this section here. What a recovery. You can hear the crowd roaring here, but oh no, they have to start
and then the
again.
crowd roars again.
What a reaction from the crowd.
We have to note Team M is probably in the most unfortunate position right now. They are the only team that rolled -1 during the first dice roll, which made them start the second dice roll at 0, and then they only rolled a 2. So Team M is actually last place on the board, right? What the? What in the world?
Wait, what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you guys watching at home that we are just laughing here, but that is
the players
next
are doing it
level
too.
drifting skills. That is next
I
level.
don't even know what happened. How did they manage that? They were literally hanging on by one wheel at one point.
Well, talk about chain together physics, man. You know, in chain together, gravity works different in hell. Your car can pull stuff like one tire pull up.
That's fair. Looking over here, Team F, they just got through the underwater maze, made it to the first checkpoint, still a bit behind the leaders, but not doing too bad. I'd say they're maybe in the middle of the pack. I don't know. I get the feeling that the guy in the middle just said, hey guys, this is a shortcut. Because once that happened, his friend pointed at him very accusingly.
That's one way back to the lobby, man. One way back to the lobby, my friend.
Well, they did just reach a checkpoint, so I guess they control around a little bit. But you gotta make sure to catch
To be honest,
leaders, guys.
I never knew there was a sink underwater.
There is.
I've never dropped down there before. So that was a little bit of a surprise shocker for me, to be honest.
There's a lot of hidden little things around this map, a lot of skips, a lot of ways that you could drop down that you may not have expected. Team C, you can see just no. Yeah, they're not making it back from that one.
Yep. Sayonara.
That is unfortunate.
Reset.
They are already kind of behind, only 400 meters in. Definitely puts them towards the back end of the pack. Here we can see Team T. It looks like they are also aware of the fact that the hitbox on the spike's side. They are very close to hitting the elevator to the city.
Yep, they are going to be making it out of hell. So that's going to be good points so far coming in from Team T. And let's take a look at Team K right now. Oh, wow. they have made it pretty far in as well because they are very close to the second checkpoint here. Staffa, they might be able to actually try and make an attempt towards heaven, actually, if you think about it, based on their current progression. I think it's very possible for them.
They can reach the sort of heaven areas, but there's no game, 100%. But they're gonna make very, very good progress to it. I do like their approach as well, having a pair and then a single player in order to make the next platform appear. On the other hand, Team G currently at 600 meters. Their screen resolution is interesting. Not too sure if that's intentional.
Oh boy! Oh, a recovery. Oh, two guys fall. Pull. Hey, see, look behind.
Pull him
Pull.
up, sir.
Oh,
Pull
okay,
him
you
up.
don't need to.
No.
You're
This
pulling
guy,
the
you're
wrong
pulling
guy.
the wrong guy.
LeBron.
The wrong guy. All right. We're getting to
I
see
swear,
some very
if
interesting.
both of us were playing together, I think we would be kind of. Do you think we will make a sick combo duo, or do you think we will be chaotic?
More likely the latter, I would think.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
not an
DM.
answer.
No, the latter, the chaos. I'm pretty sure we're gonna be chaotic. This is a pretty big jump, not too hard to make though. Team M doing a very good job as well. 1.2k meters. Just reached the pendulum though, so still firmly behind Team K. It's actually really impressive how much of a lead Team K has made for themselves.
You know, whenever I see this area, it definitely reminds me of a certain singer. That's Miley Cyrus for sure.
Oh my god.
Do you not know?
I see where you're coming from. I know, I see where you're coming from.
like
yes.
a wrecking ball. And I don't know what's the next lyrics.
Man,
I'm sorry, I forgot it.
That was a different.
Sorry, Miley.
That was a different era. Oh, that's a fall right there. You're not gonna be able to hold them up in that position. Team M getting a little angry at each other. Come on, guys.
Okay.
You can't lose your friendship right now. You're still behind Team K.
Oh, they're already making good progress here, but that's the thing about Chain Together, right? It will strain relationships here because it is going to be very, very frustrating if you keep failing. But considering that Team M is making good progress, I think it comes down to a stressful situation, right? Because everything needs to be done pixel perfect here. Communication needs to be spot on, and we do see a little bit of infighting coming from Team M, but hopefully it doesn't hurt their progression that too far.
Oh, here's Team L, the other Korean team, which we paid a lot of attention to during Free Fire. We haven't seen a lot of them so far, but they're actually also in the city, not too far behind. Wouldn't be surprised if they were in 4th or 5th place, just based on where they are.
Yeah. So far, Team E, who was on 3rd place ranking so far, they are kind of struggling in this game. I think they're somewhere 4th or 5th now, maybe even still 3rd place thus far in terms of the entire race leader. And Team E needs to make another
Gotta
attempt.
fix up their performance a little bit here. This is not a difficult obstacle, but you gotta make sure that you are always on top of the pole. The moment you fall over, it makes it that much more difficult for the rest of your team to try and keep you upright. Honestly, now that we have been through 40 minutes of this, right? There's only 20 minutes left of this first stage. I am really, really curious how well these teams will do with no resets and closed chain. Just like, it's a world of difference.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult here. I don't think Team K will struggle too much when it comes to close chain, but I do see a little bit of a struggle for some of these teams here. But what's really good here, on average right now, most of the teams has made it past the city area, which is, I'm sorry to say, a very difficult thing to do for some. In my case, it took me quite a while to reach the city here. I'm going to be honest, it took me an hour and I still haven't even reached the city area. So it is a pretty long game. But of course, again, the creators here, they are creators for a reason, and they are doing a fantastic job.
They're creating moments, that is for sure. Team M looks like they're still in 2nd place right now on the rotating tires, not too far behind Team K, but their pace not really allowing them to catch up to the Korean team unless they make a mistake. And so far, it doesn't seem like that's happening. Look, very comfortable. This is the invisible section. For those of you who are confused about this one, there is a button you press before this section that reveals the path they take, and then once you step off the button, it disappears. It becomes invisible. So they have to memorize the entire path.
Wow. This is all a pure memory game coming from Team K, but for those who've played a lot of Chain together, they would have memorized this down by heart without even pressing the button. But I like how Team K is using this approach in strategy, right? In case he makes a mistake, they chose the guy in the middle to lead the pack. So in case he falls, two guys is going to be able to pull him back here. So now Team K, they've made it past the city area here because they are flying up higher now. They are in the skies now. They are exiting the city.
They are celebrating because they know that they're very close to the next segment, the harbor. And definitely the team that is comfortably in the lead right now. Yeah, like, I'm really impressed by the Korean players right here. It's clear that they've prepared very hard.
Indeed. But next team here is going to be Team I. They've just made it into a subway area. So it's still almost half the distance of the Korean teams thus far. Team K currently leading the entire pack by almost half of the map thus far, compared to almost everyone in the current game here out of all 10
Team
teams.
I, that's unfortunate.
Oh boy.
The last player made a bit of a mistake there. Unfortunately got hit, means they have to reset once again. This can be quite a killer section. The lasers, I hate the lasers. They are, that was very close.
Now currently
Wait, what?
Okay.
Huh? What? What's happening?
What? How? Wait, okay, nope. Okay, it's gone. Anyways, to keep you guys updated here for everyone who's currently watching as well, based on the point systems here, every single team is going to be awarded point system for round number 1. First place gets 10 points, second place gets 8 points, third to fourth gets 6 points, fifth to 8 get 4 points, 9 to 12 gets 3 points, 13 to 16 get 2 points, and 17 to 20th gets 1 point. And the accumulated score from game 1, which is round 1 and round 2, is going to be total up, and that total will be the deciding factor on who gets priority for the dice roll.
Yeah, and the dice roll is going to become even more important now because there are 3 teams currently past base 40, which means that if they're lucky enough to be one of the top teams here and get a power dice, there's a very solid chance for them to, get to that 60 spot for that bonus 100 million rupiah prize right now.
Oh, it's going to be a challenge here, but so far 3 teams, right from the get-go, was able to get a very, very big skip on just getting 1 point and then immediately jumping to the 38 point rather early in the board game here. So for those who didn't watch the early game here, the earlier parts of the stream, this is going to be a recap for you guys. But,
this is a very fun part right here. There's 4 colored wheels that you can spin, and as you can see, they correspond to these different pieces over there. And you have to rotate all 4 of them so that they build a path for you to the next section.
Oh, I don't think Team K remembers the path, so this is going to be foreign knowledge for them if they are taking this long here. So that's a little bit of a plus side to see that Team K, they were prepared, but not this prepared right now.
But they have built themselves quite a sizable lead, so they can feel free to take a little bit of time to figure that out. Right now, we know that Team M and E, as well as L, are the closest.
Wait, am I seeing this right? Is Team Q, one of the players, actually playing on a controller? It is! They're actually playing on a controller for Chain together.
Yeah. I mean, some people might be more comfortable with controller compared to mouse and keyboard. It just depends on whether you're more of a PC player or a console player. But yeah, we can definitely see that there are many more teams starting to make it into the city area. Team T, Team P currently at the pendulums. So if the leading teams are not careful, their spot could very well be stolen from them.
It's interesting to see how everybody is able to make past the Miley Cyrus area, which is really, really good for them. But at the same time, I would be very surprised if somebody gets wrecked by the wrecking balls.
That was quite a long time ago. So yes, I would be very surprised if they got hit by a wrecking ball right now. The Team P doesn't seem to have much problem with that.
Oh boy, opening the door. Oh, that's pretty quick. Okay. Team P, they had a very, very rough start, and I think Team P did a very, very good job at recovering their losses early on, right? Like early on, we saw a little bit of mistakes here. They weren't resetting, but now with the resets here, Team P is actually managed to actually catch up in terms of lead. So I think they were very close to the bottom of the pack, but now they're made it towards the middle of the pack right now. So that's a little bit of progression coming from Team P, which is a good thing. But now from Team I's perspective, I do see a little bit of frustration in the faces of the players now. Like we do see a little bit of a tensity coming from them for now.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of teams are having trouble in this area, specifically the beginning of the subway station right at the lasers. As I mentioned, I really don't like the lasers. They are a pain in the butt. They really give you no way of saving yourself if you make a mistake. Okay,
Yeah,
they made
indeed.
it. They made it.
Okay. Finally, subway station achievement unlocked. So for those of you who do not know, if you've played the game for the first time here, once you make it to subway, you will get an achievement unlock on your Steam profile.
Looking over here, Team H also in the same section that Team I just passed. So there are clearly a number of teams that are having difficulty right now at the back of the pack. The fact that they still haven't made it through halfway of the hell area shows that they're probably not going to be able to catch up to teams like Cave anytime soon.
Oh no!
Well, Team N, they just made it to the memory area.
Oh boy, this is going to be a little bit risky here because Dean right now is going to be leading here. If he forgets one wrong move, everyone might actually fall. So I like how they are being very smart in just following the leader right now, and that's actually a good thing. And Dean actually has a fantastic memory because he actually knows exactly where everyone, all the places is.
There are definitely markers along this path that you can use to try and memorize the path. Can be a little tricky. He did make a mistake here. You actually have to walk forward a little bit more.
Oh no, this. Okay.
Yeah, they're fine. No worries. They walk one space forward.
Okay, nice recovery.
Yep. He got it there. Not following the same strategy as Team K to have the middle player leading the pack. The edge player means that a little bit more work from the second player needs to be done instead of relying on both player 1 and 2, but it still works out in the end. And we can see Team K to continue moving forward, currently at 1,600 meters above another pendulum section, this time on a much more narrow area.
Hey, we've got the Miley Cyrus encore right there. So that's going to be a good one coming in from them. So they are going to be able to make it past with breeze. Team K still in a huge, huge lead. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, did Team K just make it past the second checkpoint? I think they've long passed it, right?
I'm not sure, actually. We need to check that. Oh, Team P has some trouble. Rizan should be able to pull his teammates up. Yep, there we go. And yeah, looking at the stat now, to note as well, for the state of the board, there are currently 3 teams that have made it past space 40. These would be Team F, B, and L. And currently, I think out of these 3 teams, L is the team that is the furthest ahead in terms of chain together.
Okay, fair enough. But again, I think it comes down to the dice rolls on priority or what kind of dice that you actually want, right? Like you talked about who wants the first place more. And so far, I think the 3 teams that is close to those the 40 mark here is the closest to get the 61. But anything can happen, right? Because one wrong move with the dice or luck not in their favor, they might be swung down by the snakes. Or in this case, if they're lucky enough, they will make it past the ladder. So ideally, reaching 60 first guarantees you that 100 million. After that, it's all about just being at top of everybody to kind of win the 500 million rupiah challenge.
Looks like we have our newest team to join the rest in the city. That would be Team A right here. They've just reached the elevator, but still notably behind the pack. Team E, okay, we haven't checked in on them in a while. Currently at 1.45 meters up, definitely falling behind that of Team M, but still doing not too bad. We can actually see they are just reaching the memory area right now.
Yeah, they are. Oh.
So now we actually get to see how it works. You press this
Finally,
button.
okay, let's see. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh no! Come on, observers! Come on! Wait, it's not the observer. It's the camera operator.
Hold on, Team
Oh
N.
no!
Hold
I don't
on.
think it's Oh wait, he actually. Oh okay, nice save, nice save.
Here we can see Team Q as well. The Japanese team gonna be making their way through the city currently at 1.2k meters. So behind that of Team E, somewhere in the middle of the pack.
You know, it's interesting to see that there are some segments where the chain is going to be hooked, but considering how that segment in particular,
goodness, Team
the
H,
chains
they're
were
still here.
dragged out by the pillar on top. Oh no.
Team H was here the last time we checked in on them. They haven't made it through.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, come on, Team H. You can do it.
3,
you can do it. We
2,
don't want
1.
to see a team stuck for this long. Okay. Okay, hold on. Wait.
No. Julius,
Okay.
not too far.
No!
He's too... Julius is too close to the white line, the yellow line. Oh boy.
You can definitely see Team H having trouble. They are very close to being last place right now. Actually, we haven't checked in on Team R in a while. They were the ones in last place for quite a long time.
Yeah, they were last place in Free Fire, and even here as well. I think they're currently in last place, but all the teams don't really have a lot of time right now. It's 8 minutes 34 seconds thus far left in the time, so it all comes down to who makes it past the furthest stage of the game. I think Team A is currently just. Oh no.
What he needs to do right now is walk forward to the next platform. He needs to grab onto something.
No.
He's made this very awkward. He needs to walk to. Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
That works as well.
Nice save.
Good save here from Team A.
Oh wait, dude. Whoa, up.
Man. All right, 1.3k Team T going to be making their presence known right here. Here we can see the magnet section getting pulled up onto the.
Okay, so this magnet section, what is the strategy for them to actually overcome this? Because I am a little bit lost. Oh wait, they just need to be sucked up and then move to a different area. My bad.
Yeah, you literally don't need to do anything. That's the power of magnets for you right there. Team L having some difficulty here, but able to make it past the span section, also at 1.4 meters. So not doing all. This is one of the teams that is currently very far ahead in the board game state. So other teams would ideally want to pass them to not give them access to strong dice.
Yeah, I think that's going to be something that they have to worry about as well. But again, you know, when it comes to chain together, there's nothing really much that any other team can actually do to sabotage this. Which again, there is a reason why we place 4 of the games in this particular order, right? First game sets the tempo. Second game gives them a little bit of a teamwork advantage. Game 3 is where sabotage in play. So if other teams work together to try and sabotage another team, it is very, very possible, because the third game is going to be all guys kind of deny them priority.
Team S also having a lot of difficulty. They are actually behind Team H. Haven't even made it to the subway station yet, so that is not a good sign when you only have 6 minutes left on the timer.
Oh boy.
Team R, they've actually made it kind of far.
Very far away.
Team R is not in last place.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah, they're ahead of Team S.
Really
they're
not
ahead
in
of
last
Team
place
N
also.
as well.
Unfortunately for them, the bottom 3 will only get 1 point, so that's going to be a bummer situation for them if they want to try and score some points for the priority list.
I have 5 minutes left on the competition. At this stage, I think it's very clear to see that for round 1 of Chain Together, no one is going to be beating Team K. I think Team M is pretty solidified in second place as well. It is going to be a mad scramble for the next couple of spots to make sure that they're able to earn as many points as possible.
Yeah, this is insane work here coming in from some of these teams. But of course, you can see, the fatigue is coming in for some teams, even Team H as well. You can see the girls are extremely tired right now. And over time, it gets worse because for now, again, a reminder for those of you just tuning in on what's happening as well. This is actually beginner mode of round number 1. And for round number 2, they are going to be with no saves, no checkpoints, no loadouts, and on close chains. But Team K now, they have made it past the next facility. Actually, they've passed the second checkpoint, 1,878 meters, followed not too that far behind is going to be Team only 1,600. So there is a difference of 2 left. So in this last 4 minutes, it is going to be the home run stretch between both Team M and Team K to try and race for number 1 and number 2.
There's no doubt in my mind that Team K has already got number 1. There's actually a 200-meter difference between them. That is not small. So I think Team K first, Team M second has already been secured here. The rest are just going to be fighting for that 3rd to 8th place in order to get 6 and 4 points respectively. Because after that, the points really do diminish quite a bit.
Yes, it is going to be a long one as well. Now, Team E, they are making it towards the maze puzzle solving area to create the platforms. And I think currently Team E is supposed to be on 3rd or 4th place technically. So they are making very, very quick work in terms of progress. Team E as well, which is now finally making past the 2nd checkpoint. So that's a good sign. But they are still 200 meters behind the lead. That's going to be Team K. In this case, Team M, they're going to try and make progress. Another perspective of Team K, they're actually 1,900. They're actually leading ahead either now in terms of the overall high progression. And with only 3 minutes left, and I feel like Team K, they just might be number 1, almost guaranteed right now, as they try to continue their lead thus far. Very, very from Team K.
I think Team P can be quite comfortably in the top 4 as well. They're currently at 1.5 meters. Honestly, at this stage, Team K is so far ahead that they can just stand for like 2.5 minutes not doing anything, and they'll probably still be in 1st place. Team M having a little bit of trouble catching up, but 2nd place is still pretty solid as well. The rest of the teams, it's a bit hard to say exactly where are the leaderboards, but we can tell that some are struggling and some are doing decent.
Yep, indeed, it is. And as you can see, Team M has to try and catch up. Team E also 1,500. So on 3rd place, we are seeing a lot of front views here of the top 3 in the current to see who is going to be the ones in the pack here to try and discuss this, because I think Team E right now, they're communicating using live comms instead.
Team E not doing too badly. Team K, at this point, it's just for ego points. Obviously, they themselves don't know how close the other teams are to them, so they have no idea how far ahead they actually are. They're already, I think, in the harbor area, so that is actually the next section after the city, which is pretty good. This machine right here is a catapult. You want to position it so that it aims towards the next platform, and then you stand on the button, and in just a moment, yup, they get flung.
Yeah, it's about 1 more minute, 8,000 meter mark here. Because now when teams comes in, they are looking forward to see how Team M progresses there, and definitely the favorites to actually potentially give contention. But for now, we do see Team E gonna be 3rd place, I guess. Like we 45 seconds left. We don't really have a lot of time left.
Team E is
40 seconds. They need to go for the hard run. Oh boy.
Hold on, wait, has Team E passed Team M yet, actually? Now that I think about it, I'm not too sure. Team K very clearly in the lead. You can see there, that's how the catapult works. We probably won't get to see that again because the next round will only be 30 minutes long. And that's going to be a very interesting one to keep an eye on. But I think it's obvious there's no contestant at all. Team K, 100% is going to be the first place
Last
team here. Okay.
Stretch. 8 seconds left. 5 seconds. They can run for it here. They don't have a lot of time. Go for the last hoo-ha. Team K, congratulations, because they are the first place here together. And I don't think they know it's time's up. But congratulations to Team K, because they are first place for round 1 in Chain Together. And look at it. The smiles.
Yep. Team K, they wouldn't have known that they were in first place, but I imagine they would have just been told by the marshal responsible to them right now. And we can see the reactions. They are definitely feeling very happy, very satisfied about that. 10 points in round 1 already basically guarantees you a pretty solid pot forward. And based on their skill level as well, I think it's a very safe bet that they will be in top contention for round 2 as well.
Wow, a gaming them as well. Team K, realizes this, and now we do see also Team M actually on second place. Congratulations to them as well for making second place here. That means they will be awarded points in the Chain Together segment for the first game. So they are definitely in the top of the race pack here. And round 2 is where they have to make new preparations on what they need to figure out, because close chain, no resets is gonna put some of these teams to the test. But right now, Team K, congratulations, first place for the first round of Chain Together.
Congratulations to Tester, Hoon, Gainpot, and Hyun Soul. Very clearly a team that has prepared themselves heavily for Chain Together. Their coordination looked excellent. And here we can relive the moments once again for the highlights of round 1.
Yep, then we saw teams kind of getting 50-50. We saw a little bit of tricky moments between some of these teams here. Initially, it was between a fight between Team K as well as T. Or in the earlier stage of the game, but eventually, Team catch up, overtaking Team E and almost catching up. But was definitely the team with the better weather in here, but of course this moment right here, oh my god, I remember this. That didn't make sense.
Really, looking at it again, it really did not make sense. Here's the moment as well where friendships were almost broken here from Team M. They really didn't need to be so high-strung. They were doing a good job as well. But Team K were the stars of this round. And I wouldn't be surprised if they were the stars of round 2 as well. Like, we know that close chain normal mode going to be way more difficult than round 1. But they didn't make any mistakes at all.
Yeah, so far we haven't seen them fall a time, right? Like every single jump thus far has perfect. Everything has been on. Yet I wouldn't say pure perfect. There are a couple of moments that they could have just maybe didn't really catch them making mistakes, but so far they had almost a near perfect run here, and the closer team is going to be another Team M and Harbor, and that is the first one. And this is the reactions of the 10, right? They did number 1 until the marshal they were number 1. It was like, oh wait, they're number 1. Oh boy, what
we have to note as well. We have to note, my predictions were correct. I said that like most likely teams would be able to get around the city or the harbor. And that's exactly what happened. Our top 3 teams made it to the harbor. Everyone else was majority hovering around the city section. So that's a bit of a win for me. But these teams, they're really showing us that they have prepared for the Creator Rumble. And they've got their eyes on the prize right there. They want to make sure that they are able to get top points, get those dice, and move on further in the game board. But round 2 is coming up soon. ICE, you want to explain to the crowd once again what round 2 is going to be?
Now, for those of you watching here, this is the levels talking. We are going to tell you what kind of cool things that we are going to be doing to some of these players here. We gave you guys a lot of plot twists. So for those of you who did not know the rules on how round 1 and round 2 is going to be happening here, this is going to be a refresher course for some of you guys. Round 1 means that they are going to be playing on beginner mode. They're going to be playing on open chains. That means they are allowed time skips, there are to reset their positions from their previous highest point, and also playing on open chains, which is player 1 is connected to player 2 is connected to player 3. But when it comes to normal mode, they are only given 30 minutes, closed chain, which is a triangle shape, all the chains connected with all 3 players, and last but not least, the most important one, no resets.
Yeah, playing on normal mode means that there's no resets and no checkpoints. If you make a mistake and you fall, you have to hope you grab onto something, otherwise you are starting all the way from the beginning. And with only half the time allotted to round 1, 30 minutes, it means that the challenge is about to get even harder. We saw teams manage to breach the harbor. This time, it'll be difficult to see if anyone even makes it to the city.
Exactly, and to make things a little bit interesting as well here, to give you guys a little bit of an impression on how the game kind of resembles the overall big picture of the dice game. Stakes and ladders are perfect examples of luck. In this case, Chain Together is going to be like that as well. You may be in the lead for now. One small mistake will set you back so far behind to a point that how low can you go? Because 1 minute you are at the top, 1 minute you might be in the bottom. So this is going to give a little bit of a fighting ground for some of the teams who have not played this a lot during the first round. But in a second round here, they might gain some points to trying to even things out for the overall score by the end of today out of the entirety of Chain Together.
Yeah, we have to remember, these teams are going to want to be wary about the teams that have already made it very far on the game board. They're not going to be able to do anything to directly mess with their competitors, but the goal is to put themselves in as comfortable a position as possible to make sure that they will be the ones to claim the top spot and first choice at the dice. One thing's for certain though, now that the Korean team, Team K, knows that they were number 1 for this round, I think it's going to give them a lot more confidence that they will make it quite well in round 2 as well. Oh. Well, that's a little bit... You okay there, sir?
Oh, sorry.
You froze for a minute?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Maybe for a moment.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, one thing I really like about Team K's playstyle is that even though playing open chain, there were a lot of obstacles when they played. They felt like they were playing close chain here, so it feels like they are practicing in close chain concept with close chain in mind for chain. So I think that's something that will give them an advantage here. And Stafa, I agree with you.
I think he may have frozen again, guys. No worries, though. You did agree with me? Okay, so I'll take that as a win. Yeah, you froze for a moment once again there, my friend. But no worries. Basically, it is true, there's going to be a lot of changes going into round number 2. I think the biggest change is actually going to be from the play style of a lot of the teams, right? Because in round 1, beginner mode, you're allowed to reset from your highest point. Zero.
Been a long day.
These teams approach it much more slowly.
Wow, it is just a long day so far. You can see the crowd are still pumped and energized to actually watch the entirety of all the shows here in WCG ICE BSD Jakarta. There's so many things that's happening as well. The Stage C, who's currently having the creator rumble between content creators from all around the world. And we've also have Mobile Legends back bet as well as Valorant, who's also happening on a different stage thus far.
Absolutely. There's so much happening here at the WCG Festivals Jakarta 2024. So if any of you guys are in the area, you want to make sure to drop by and catch all of the action. Just like what Icy Baby mentioned, we are not the only stage. There's plenty of other stages happening with different content creators, with different games, different tournaments. So you don't want to miss a single second. It's not every day an event like this comes to your doorstep.
Exactly. Be sure to come down over to ICE BSD and check out your favorite content creators. And maybe you get a chance to actually take a picture with them as well. Unfortunately for us, we are not currently in the vicinity. I am close, but I will not be at the venue for now. So, of course, when it comes to meeting your stars, it is the perfect time to do so. That's why the crowds are here. They are here supporting their favorite content creators. And most importantly, even if you don't meet them, what's most important? The vibes. Just enjoy the show, enjoy the game, just have a little bit fun. It is a gamer's paradise for all gamers to group up together, and maybe once in a blue moon, just meet up for a couple of sessions here. And Cyber Games is the perfect place to do exactly just that.
It is definitely a gamer's paradise for all of you guys watching, for everyone who is live in the audience, and for us as well. We get to see such amazing gameplay, but it's definitely not paradise for the creators on stage right now, because they will have to climb out of the pit of hell once again in round 2 of Chained Together.
Well, all things considered here, we have put them in towards a grinder. We've definitely ringed them out really, really hard. We've hung them out dry for game number 1. Game 2, we are going to take the meat grinder and continue to grind them. And I think a lot of teams has kind of felt it as well. We saw frustrations a little bit here. We saw happy moments. I think the only time they felt happy was like the first 10 minutes of the game. After that, it was just focus, serious, don't make mistakes. If you make a mistake, you're gonna get scolded by someone. If you don't get scolded, it's okay. You will feel bad because you're letting the team down. Emotions
Mentality.
is what keeping them drive.
Mentality, fatigue. It is the end of the day. Like you mentioned, Icy, it has been a long day here, not just for us, but for the creators on stage right now as well. So not only do they have to deal with potentially being tired after playing all of these games, they also have to deal with maybe feelings of disappointment and stress if they didn't rank very well in game number 1. We could definitely tell that some of the teams who were like in the back half of the pack were not doing too well. They were falling in the same obstacle over and over again. So now that we're going into round 2, they gotta make sure to mental reset. They cannot bring those emotions forward.
By the way, I'm on someone, guys. For those of you guys watching in the chat, if you're still listening here, I want you guys to start spamming in the chat. Indo cameraman, best cameraman. You know, it's fine. You gotta start spamming that because he's been putting up so much work to capture the audience reaction so far. Because when we talk about emotions, the emotions of the people watching there is just having a lot of fun, and that's the energy we want here in Cyber Games. And of course, okay, what's that? That's the wrong game title, but all right, we've got Paper X fans. All right, we've got Paper X fans.
There is Valorant ongoing elsewhere in the hall as well, so it's understandable, right? That is a very cool shit as well. So yeah, it's good to see that the fans are still having a great time, even at the end of a long day.
Yep, indeed here. But of course, with 1 minute left here, we are going to be starting things off for round number 2. We did a little bit of wipe check. The crowd seems absolutely excited as well. Everybody is ready to watch some amazing games. But now, talk me through this here. Expectations and predictions. Who do you think is going to be on top and how far they're going to be going here, Staffa, for round 2?
I think it's a pretty safe bet to assume that Team K is probably going to come out on top again. They were flawless the first time. Their coordination was very, very solid overall. But we're definitely going to see the teams make it much of a, not as far as round 1, since now you only have 30 minutes compared to 1 hour like before. So I think we're probably going to see people make it to the subway station maximum. If they get to the city with half the time, I will be really impressed.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very impressively as well, because I think it comes down to endurance as well. At this point, if some of the creators, if they did not have a good night's yesterday, some of them might be running on fumes at this stage of the game, because think about this, right? They've played 3 games of Free Fire, and now they're playing a second game of Chain together, and eventually, the tensions, the fatigue, the frustrations might be built up between the creators. And of course, they're professionals, we're professionals. Again, what's the beauty of gaming, right? It's the emotions that happen around, or what happened in between the games. That's the most impactful when it comes to watching an esports game, right? Like, you want to see all these emotions out of creators. And so far, at the start of the day, we saw a lot of smiles and laughters, but now it's all just serious. We want to win this. We want the 100 million rupiah for 60. We want the 500 one as well.
We love all of it, right? We love the emotion, and we also love the emotional damage that people are going to feel up on that stage. And yeah, these teams are going to be quite tired, but I also feel like the round 1, the open chain, was a chance for them to practice things, was a chance for them to figure out what feels most comfortable for them, kind of iron out their coordination a little bit, which is going to be very important. Normal mode, it doesn't sound too bad, right? Normal mode, that doesn't sound too bad, but no, it is really a killer here in a game like Chain Together.
Boys. For those of you guys who watch at home, who buy AAA games and play normal, it is not going to be enough. But without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight into the game here. This is normal mode with a plot twist for Chain Together between all your favorite creators. All 60 of them are playing up on screen. And right now, they're starting things off with only 30 minutes of time. And how far can they? Right now, the race has begun. Everyone is running to reach to the top.
All of the team is going to be making pretty solid progress here. Team D actually a little bit behind there, not running as quick for some reason. This team doesn't seem to know that they've started. Marshall, I think we need to let them know.
Houston, I think we have a problem. Houston, I think we have a problem with Team F. But of course, now Team K, very, very quick run here. We do see a skips right from the get-go. Okay.
Immediately, yeah.
So yeah, again, for those guys watching at home, close chains means everyone is connected to each other. So they have to do a lot of time skips. They have to be very precise on their movements as well. We do see a little bit quick skips here between some of these teams. And I want to see how far they can go, because right now, Team Q, everybody has made past the first stage of Chain, and they are starting to run right now. And no, mistakes were made. Blunders are coming in, and oh no, please. Ooh. They almost fell all the way down. Oh, that was a close call. Nice recovery.
The teams are a lot more comfortable now. We can see that they're willing to take risks and jump ahead because they've already had some practice earlier. But we have to remember every single fall is permanent now. There's no resets. Team K, though, still see.
Whoa! Team K,
holy, okay.
Yo!
I'm very glad we got that on camera. They're okay. Oh, Team P fell. We're seeing complete opposites happening on the screen right now. Team K making a massive skip. Team P falling to the ground. Kind of curious how the others are doing. Team M and E especially, since they were in the top 3 previous.
Oh boy, this is a big grind for some of these teams here. Again, the frustrations will be kicking in even more now because we've put them in harsher conditions. Means if they make a mistake, if they fall, how far are they gonna fall? All the way to the bottom, or just a small minor setback? So this is something that they have to be very, very quick here. But now from the perspectives of Team A, so they have actually made it past. Okay, now they're arriving onto the bone area. So we're not going to see a lot of people doing for the skips here. But for Team K to make a very risky play like that, it is going to hurt them here. But now Team Heart falling back towards the bottom. So they have to start from the bottom once more.
Team R are definitely one of the bottom place teams in round 1, and it seems like they're still having difficulty here in round 2. They did manage to get some practice in because it seemed like they didn't know they could reset initially. I hope someone told them towards the end of round 1. They were able to get a little bit further, so that was the case. As for the rest, here we go. Team E, one of the ones we were wondering about, already making it to the big ladder. So doing a pretty good job.
Well, they're doing a fantastic job here for Team E. They've got a little bit of high fives coming in between the players. They are already making their way in towards the fortress area. So that's a little bit of our side. But at the same time, fortress areas can still be a little bit devastating here. But TB, somebody's fallen off the boneyard, and that's something. Can they get the recovery? Somebody's stuck this wall. They have to be very, very careful about this here, because one wrong move means they are gonna go all the way to the bottom here. Kelvin, latch onto something. He needs to latch onto something here. And it seems like he's gonna be A-okay. Team I also making a recovery thus far, but no. As soon as I say that, Team B is gonna fall. Back to the bottom.
So it feels bad for them. But we did see an example there earlier of one of the benefits of closed chain is that since you are connected to everyone, if one person falls, it is actually easier to save them, since you can have two separate people pulling the chain at once. It does, of course, mean if more than one person falls, there's no real way of saving them. So that is the trade-off here.
Now, from Team G, they are doing quick work onto the fortress area. Only 5 minutes in the game, they're making quick work in terms of progression. We are seeing a little bit more on the lower teams making progress right now. Team T also just reaching the spiral chain here, the beginning of the game. But now from the perspective of and oh no! They've made a lot of progress, and now they're going to be starting all the way in the bottom. No teleport, bro. No teleport. No cheating for normal. Oh boy.
There is no opportunity to go back to the highest area that you reached. So we are definitely going to see teams get stuck a lot more often. And it's honestly possible even for the top teams to lose a lot of their progress if they drop their guard. Team K, though, not doing so, already at the first propeller, 260 meters in.
Well, they get a little bit high five. They're doing make quick progress as well. It is going to be, as of yet, a fight between Team K, Team E. I don't think we've caught a glimpse of Team M yet, because they were second place in round number 1. So I'm curious to see how far they have actually kind of caught up to the fight, to the race thus far.
Yeah, I agree. I'm very curious about how they're doing. Team C, they've just made it to the big ladder right before the fortress as well, so not doing all too badly. Team J right on their heels. So we have a lot of teams around this area of the map right now. Team K making it to the car race, the first team to do so, and already cementing their control as the first place.
Yep, that's a close call here. Very smooth ride with the ride, as well as taking own sweep time. Doesn't get swept by the car. Oh, okay. Nice recovery again. And Team K, they are still leading the face of the track here. But now, from the perspective of Team L, that's a hard drop. Oh, no. Start from the bottom. Ouch. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, Team L taking an L right there. Not a good feeling. Team E, it looks like they actually reset a bit as well, because they are back here at 100 meters. So they've lost their second place. And who is this? Team G. Team G are at the car race. They're right behind Team K.
Okay, that's a little bit of a surprising comeback. So that's a good sign for coming from Team G. So Team E, they were second place. They had to reset. So they have to start all the way from the bottom here. We do see a little bit of recovery here for Team O as well. They've just made it past the fortress. So Team E was second place. Now almost near towards last place. Whereas Team K is still in the lead. We haven't seen Team M yet, but now Team I is about to reach the fortress themselves. Oh wait, they've just started here. This is actually the spiral chain here, so they are also close to last place. Oh boy.
It looks like they just fell not too long ago themselves, so unfortunate. Here's Team M, actually kind of behind. They're still on the fortress, not too bad compared to some of the other teams, but they've actually been passed by Team G now, so they are not in second place.
So a little bit of plot twist has happened so far, but now Team P, they are at the spot.
Oh, Team
I would
P
say
is
the
past the
rotating
Cardis.
steel cube.
Wait,
This is
Team
far.
P
Team
and
P is
G
actually
are both
currently in
ahead of
second
M.
place.
Oh, interesting.
That's actually
Alright,
pretty
we've
close.
got a bit of a switch up.
Team K
Team
making
K
past the steel
still in
cage
the
here
lead,
very,
though.
very quick. Oh boy. Oh, they're making mistakes. They have to be careful. Oh, very
they are
easy
fine,
jump.
no worries.
All right. Very nice recovery. They're doing pretty okay so far. A lot of patience here, and they're doing very, very good jumps thus far. So they are going to be a-okay. And Team Q also not that far behind here for round number
Team
2. So
Q is very close
this is
too.
much closer. This is much closer from compared to
Yeah.
round 1 now, Staffa.
This is very interesting now. We actually need to kind of pay attention because I'm starting to forget which teams are which. Actually, we just know that Team K is in the lead. Team Q very close. Team G as well. Team M actually quite behind now, so not in second place anymore unless they keep their pace steady. Team N, oh no, there's another fall.
Oh no. You can see the frustration, instant wall bang, and look at this. Oh no. Oh no, they want to give up. Oh, they cannot. Oh, you know, I'm so happy at just watching them suffer right now. Like, I'm so
I
happy.
get you.
I'm really so happy.
Team M just reached the car race. Team P is already at the time staircase, so they are actually quite ahead. Not doing bad at all. I need to go back and see Team K again. I need to clarify exactly where they are on the map to kind of determine how far the other teams are behind them. But that was game here. Team Q only just a little bit behind as well.
No,
never
no.
mind.
Oh, recovery,
Okay.
recovery. Oh, okay. Okay, Team
Not
Q.
too bad, not too bad.
They managed to salvage something. They managed
So
to salvage
one of
something, so it's
the-
not the
One
end
of the
world.
big plus points about Chain Together compared to a lot of these other like climbing games is that they actually include a lot of platforms that you can fall onto in case you get knocked off. So there are ways of saving yourself, which a lot of other games usually don't provide. That's why I consider it to be one of the fairer ones.
Well, in this case, I don't know what you're talking about, but even if it's fair or not, I feel like it's still hard. Climbing games
It's still
are
a
still
pain.
generally challenging. It's still a pain, man. Like, but
It's
what
just
I
more
really
fair
like is just
compared to
watching
other
them.
games in the genre.
Fair enough. But Team K now, they're actually making pass towards the ruins area as well. They're almost close towards the first checkpoint for beginner mode, and that's actually a very, very far lead. And I think Team K, they have really done their homework and research, and the amount of preparation they have made thus far is just phenomenal right now.
Team M here at 380 meters, still a bit behind, probably 5 or 6 or so far. I think the ones that have made it far are Team G, Team P. I can't remember if J had made it far either. Team E as well. I haven't seen them in a while. Team O at the car race, a little bit behind, but making good progress. Team K, definitely in a different class, though. They have not made any mistakes.
Yeah, not so far so good. They're doing pretty okay coming from Team K. No pun intended, but of course, when it comes to the rest of the teams here, a lot of them have definitely learned their lessons from game number 1, and they have to take things a little bit slow. So I really like how Team O is taking this approach here. Slow and steady wins the race. You don't need to be number 1 at times. Sometimes being in the middle pack isn't too bad. Yes, we say power dices are only 2, but so far, based on the first dice roll of the day thus far, we've seen that power dices may not necessarily mean to give you an option to be number 1. So I guess being in the middle pack gives you a little bit more option to choose from the remains of a lot of the dices that you kind of want, and also based on where their positions are in the stakes and ladder.
I do feel like Team O is driving a bit slow, maybe a bit too wary. I can understand slowing down for the windmills, but they're slowing down to take corners as well. The car moves quickly, but not that quickly. You don't actually have to be this afraid.
Well, they should be because they just arrived the Steel Cube because that requires them a little bit more speed here. But Team I, they are, I think, just reset it as well. They are going to be sent all the way down to the bottom. So that means they are going to be forced to start again. So they are going to be in bottom place this time once more for round number 2. Now from Team N, what are they doing?
Team N seems to be eating. They are having themselves a little bit of a snack break here, which is a bit strange. But you know what? Energy. I think they realized that the camera came back on them. It's like, oh wait, guys, we can't eat anymore, guys.
Oh boy, I like how Team N is just taking a little bit chill here, and I think their strategy is also pretty smart as well, which I think I would have done it. Like, imagine this, right? If everybody is trying and some of these teams fall, why not just put myself in 300 meters and then just stop playing? And I'll be guaranteed the middle pack. And now, right now, Team K, look at them. We're pretty far. Just take a chill pill.
Discussing.
Like, do you want to take a risk or not?
Right now,
Do
Team
they want to
K
take a
are right
risk?
before the underwater maze. In beginner mode, this would be not too far off from the first checkpoint. And we can actually see them taking it slowly. When you have narrow areas like this, there is always the risk of falling off no matter how good you are at the game. So they don't want to take that risk. They've decided to take it slow and steady. Team E, also not too far behind.
Yeah, and seeing how Team E has finally kind of gained back a little bit of progress here, I like how Team K is just saying that, hey, maybe we want to take those risks? Like, do we want to take a risk on and try and go further here? Like, will anybody reach to our level? And little did they know, there are actually teams that are close to them. And right now, from the perspective of Team A, they're only 100 meters away from Team K. So Team A may be able to overcome them here. Meanwhile, Team R, they are back at the bottom once more. This is a very brutal run for Team R. They are currently in last place.
We can definitely see that Team R has very little experience with Chain Together. Wouldn't be surprised if they weren't exactly a gaming team either, because they had a lot of trouble with Free Fire as well. So it is curious to see Team M at 500 meters. So it looks like they managed to catch up to the front of the pack. Still not quite. Actually, wait. Are they ahead of Team K? No, I don't think so.
No. Oh, okay. Team M actually caught up to Team K. So Team M is currently about 20 to 30 meters behind Team K. So technically, if Team M is able to overcome this locked area, they're just right at the tails of Team K. So technically, Team M, we talked about them being second place. Now they are really at second place right now because they have somehow managed to recover. And oh my god, I almost screamed right there because that was a close call between Team M players.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to end up losing your progress now. They've
Oh.
made it pretty far. Yep, this is Team P. They are actually still ahead of Team M, 620 meters. We gotta keep a close eye on these things right now. Oh no, Team M, they fell! They fell down, back to 400.
They have to recover themselves. So they have fallen about 200 meters down below. Team P was able to recover this. Team M right now, 620 meters. I think Team P might actually stand a chance to be number 1 right now because last I saw Team K, they took a break. They were at 500 meters. So technically, Team P is currently at the first place.
Team P are 630 right now. We're gonna use Team K!
Oh,
they just fell!
Team K!
They fell!
No!
They couldn't grab it! Oh no!
No!
Oh, it's
all the way to the bottom! Oh no, recovery!
Oh no, they couldn't grab anything!
All the way to the bottom!
Massive fall for Team K! Absolutely devastating right there as their progress is reset. A team that made zero mistakes during the beginner mode. And that means Team P is in first place.
What a comeback. What a turn of events here. And now Team P They are in the lead in second place, and I think on third place is going to be Team S right now with 420 meters. Not that far behind with Team L as well. So it is going to be a potentially new race leaders between all these teams, while Team K is going to make quick work to try and survive in the middle of the pack for this round.
And that's why normal mode is so dangerous. Oh, careful here, Team N. Don't jump too. They jump too far in excitement, but it is fine. Yeah, Team K losing all their progress there. It's very likely they won't be able to make it back to first anymore with only 10 minutes remaining.
Hey, this is a competition. 10 minutes is a very, very long time in chain together. Anything can happen. So the obstacles are. So you gotta believe that anything can happen. So far, Team K, they've made one major mistake. But now, let's talk about the other teams here. So now Team L, they've made past the ruins. We do see Team H starting off with the car race for now as they try to break past the 400 meter here, as they have just reached their first 300 meter run. And Careful. Slowly. Oh, okay. Nice recovery from Team H. All is well.
They're taking it slow and steady. Oh, who is this?
Oh,
Team
no!
M fell again! The top two teams from round one.
Oh, no, you can see the frustration. Even Dean as well, instantly. Guys, let's take a break. And they have fallen to 154. The upsets, like you can hear the crowd going absolutely crazy with Team M. Oh, so unlucky. Our top two teams making the blunder.
They have no idea that they are so far in the lead right now. Team K and M, the top contenders from round one, have both fallen. We have no idea how far Team K has been able to make it up once again. Team N continuing with their dinner right now. Still having a great old time down here at the bottom. Team T as well.
Oh boy, what a ton of events here. Team T 128 still bottom of the pack. Needs to find a way to kind of recover their space through. But Team C, they try to go for a skip. And nope, they are going to be starting from the bottom again. As they have about 8 more minutes to try and reach as far as they can. Can they even break past the fortress? Can anyone reach the 400 meter mark here? Because eventually it's about getting the highest as they go here in normal mode. Oh boy, Staffa, I'm just at a loss of words for game number 2.
I can see that. I think all of us would be at a loss for words. We would not have expected this kind of result.
Oh no.
Team A, okay, they're okay. They made it. They're at 400 meters right now. Definitely not doing too bad. Team M, they fell. Team M are at the beginning. Did they fall again? Have they just thrown in the towel? It looks like they have.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Team P, 750 meters. They're making great progress.
Oh no. Team M, the team has completely fallen apart. They have completely fallen apart. We saw a lot of tension in game number 1. Now, I think Dean has literally just gave up on playing the game. The frustrations are kicking in. Oh boy.
This is what we talked about earlier, right? The mental. It takes a toll now that the players have been through so much. And yeah, you pointed out there was already a little bit of tension from Team M in round 1. After falling multiple times in round 2, it just seems like they're not able to continue. And look at that, they're not doing anything anymore. They're setting up for live stream now.
Oh boy, you know what I'm seeing? Cameraman, best cameraman, guys. Indo cameraman, best cameraman. They've had enough.
It does seem like they're just done. They've thrown in the towel. They've considered that second place in round 1 was enough. And that's going to give their other teams much more space. Team P definitely in the lead, but Team G looks to be comfortably in second place as well.
Oh.
So a completely different podium finish. Oh,
no,
Team R, Team R. Hold on.
Team R.
Stop swinging. Stop swinging.
Hold on.
Oh,
no. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay. Good save.
It could have been worse.
Good save.
It could have been worse. I can see Team R is
Team
still
R
all
was
smiles.
last place. They were last place for game one. They were last place for the longest of time, and now they have kind of get themselves in the middle of the pack. Team N is still taking Chubin Fortress, and I like this approach because Team N, guess what? People will fall, and because of this, they are in the middle of the pack. They've just taken things so slow, and it's just a very, very smart strategy. Team E, they've made it past the subway.
Ooh.
And they are
Wait,
actually
hold
very
on.
close to being number one as well. Wow, Team E, a comeback coming from the Malaysian squad.
We thought Team G was in second. Oh, no. Wait, go back. Wrong oh my god, Team... I don't know what just happened. Team E actually was in second. They were ahead of Team G. Hopefully they're able to recover from that. Team I, looks like they just fell not too long ago. Team A at 500, not too bad as well. It's cutting clear in the final 5 minutes, guys. This is going to be the final stretch.
This is going to be indeed the final stretch here. Last 5 minutes, and Team A currently in 530 meter here. I can only assume they are currently on 4th place of this second mode here. They cannot make any more mistakes. It all comes down towards the last final stretch. We do see Team A also almost reaching towards the racetrack here. 300 meters is where they want to be. And of course, Team M, yeah,
Team M's
they have completely conceded.
They have switched over to live streaming mode, and the crowd, you can hear them responding to it. Team I, unfortunately, despite their best efforts, not really able to catch up. And here we go, Team K. They're only at 400. They haven't been able to catch up after that massive fall earlier. Looks like, yeah, they're already talking one another. They know that they're not going to be able to get first place again. Their goal is just to get into the middle of the pack to add up the cumulative score.
Oh no. Oh no, Team A, they have fallen here. They were 600 and now they are back to 454 here as they try to get a little bit more height. But why?
Whoa,
Team
P!
P! They made it past the city area. What?
I did mention I'd be very
me?
impressed if any teams got to the city in 30 minutes on normal mode, and Team P has proven it. They are 100% in first place. Team, cameraman, I don't really feel like we need to go back to Team N. We already know what's happening over here.
In another universe, you know, Team N is just having a swell time right now.
Yep.
Oh,
in another
boy.
universe, Team M is having their live stream. In another universe, Team N is having their dinner.
Oh, Team P currently on first place.
We can really tell that there's a difference, right? Some teams, they're still positive even if they're not having the best time. They're pushing forward, trying to get as many points as possible. Other teams have just decided, you know what, maybe we don't need to escape from hell anyway.
Oh boy, Malaysian team actually recovered here. They are currently in 754 meters here, and I like how our producer is giving us keywords here. I'm going to call out our producer right now because our producer did mention something in live, and I perfectly agree because before we producer, TBE, recover, get something, grab something. Okay, not that bad. Only 583. Oh boy. Anyways, yeah, as I was saying,
at 2 minutes left.
This is insane. Grunts here. Team G, they've made it past 631. I think they're just throwing in the tower. They don't want to take any more risks. They are in a comfortable position. Team A is still fighting for the top spot, but little did they know, Team P is number 1 at the furthest of the furthest here. And I think Team K is still trying to catch up, back up in the middle of the pack as well. Team E, 600 meters, still trying to push for the 700 barrier. Team K, I think, is still currently on 500 as well, trying to catch up to 600. So it is going to be a fight for 2, 3, 4, and 5th place as of now with 1 minute, 40 seconds left on the clock. It comes down to this final moments here. Now, Team E, can they break past this area? Yes, they will. They're trying to pull for the last
Oh, careful, guys, careful. If they're able to get back into the subway station, it's pretty good progress, Team N. It does look like they've fallen again. For once, we got back to them and they're not eating, but they are falling. And I think that is basically it. With only 1 minute left, it's highly unlikely that Team N is going to make any particular headway. They weren't doing too badly at the start of the run, but this is a very precarious position. One player trying to pull up the other two.
It's done. No, I think Team J right now, all they have to do is just hold on for 1 minute and maintain 300 meters. That's all they need to do. Because if they fall, they are going to lose points. Don't do anything. Just stay like that. There's no way they're going to be able to come back from this here. But Team P, what a comeback here. They made it past city area. They are going to go even higher, 1,147 meters. And the most important thing right now for Team P, don't let go. You don't even need to do anything anymore. You're number one. Are they going to risk it for the biscuit? 25 seconds left. Do they want to try? Oh no, last minute switch. Oh, okay. They made it past.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Team P playing with our hearts right now. They're continuing to push for distance. Hear the countdown in the background. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's done.
Team
it's over.
P will be the winners
Number
of round
1
2 of Chain Together.
Oh, what a game. Team P, what a comeback. Had a difficult run in game 1. Game 2, they were number 1. And now they have made it. And now I'm curious to see how the overall score is going to be like and deciding who gets priority later on. But here at the World Cyber Games Creators Rumble Festival, the festival for creators where there is so much happening in the World Cyber Games here in ICE BSD Jakarta. Everybody has been here throughout the entire night. Look at this, we still got a lot of smiles, a lot of crowd here supporting the event. But nevertheless, Chained Together, second round, won by Team P. Congratulations, Team P.
What a exciting game it has been, right? Like, Chained Together, we knew it was gonna be a fun game to watch, but I think we got some really close battles here. We have some really cool narratives and amazing performances. Congratulations to Winda Basudara, Rizad, and Mick Marcel. Team P will win round 2 of Chained Together and claim 10 points for themselves.
Oh boy, in case you guys have missed the action here, this is going to be the highlights on how things began as well. This is the normal mode here, 30 minutes closed section here. A lot had we saw teams right from the get-go struggle a little bit more. You know, we saw a lot of leading packs coming in as well. Team K was one of the few teams that kind of led really, really well. But eventually, even the Japanese teams, they struggled a lot and they had to fall really, really hard. And Team K was one of those teams as well that was, they had the huge fall. It's just so far away there.
You could tell the fatigue was really kicking in for these teams. Even the immovable Team K managed a massive hit. Team N, second place in round 1, ended up giving up after dropping a couple times, which opened up the first place spot for Team P to take over through excellent gameplay. Team E and Team G as well put up a great fight. I think they should probably be top 5 material. And it's just been a great time. I'm honestly really impressed what Chained Together has given us here on day 1 of the WCG Festival.
What a way to start things off here for day number 1, right, Stafa? Like there's just so many ups and downs. There's so many emotions involved. We got to see frustrations. We got to see happiness. We got to see fun. And you know what's fun? We get to witness all the emotions of the creators themselves here. And not gonna lie, for these guys watching at home, thank you guys so much for watching throughout the entirety of the show, because this is a long journey for some of these players here. It is a competition to fight for a huge prize pool. And to be honest, we saw so many things, Tafa. We saw so many things.
There's so many things coming tomorrow, though. As for the dice roll for Chained Together, that is going to be happening at the start of day 2, not tonight for now. So the teams will get a chance to rest and go back and prepare the strategies for day 2. We will find out which dice they choose, which spaces they land on, and whether or not any teams are able to claim that bonus prize by day 2. And not to mention, there'll be 2 brand new games for us all to witness as well. So make sure you guys tune in.
Yep, tomorrow's games we are going to be having Fall Guys, and of course the most action-packed shooter and well, the most recent release as well is going to be playing on the finals. So some of these creators, they might be streaming at home as well to try and play the finals here, because additionally the creators themselves, if they get a 3 hours to play
we can see
during
here
the Rise here as well.
This is the current state of the board right now. The players have not been able to do the dice roll yet or change together. So there are still going to be some changes here. And I'm really curious to see what will happen. Right now, yeah, Team B is the team that is furthest on the board currently at space 44. L is at 42 and F is at 40. After that, we have Team A at 31. And then Team D at 24. Everyone else hasn't even reached 15. So there's a pretty big gap between the top teams and the rest.
Yep, it comes down to luck, right? It all comes down to whether or not they get the nice rolls, do they get the perfect rolls as well. I think one of this team started out with only 1 persistent move so far. So that's something very, very frustrating, but anything can happen in this situation. That's why you guys have to tune in and watch the entire Creator Rumble here. If you guys are in for emotions, you guys are in for fun, this is the perfect time to come back again, because tomorrow we're going to have more games up on screen on schedule here. We have Fall Guys for the first game, Creator Rumble, and then we will have finals in 2 different modes, which is going to be Bank It as well as Cash Out.
Just like today, there are going to be different rounds and different game modes being played for the games tomorrow. So you guys don't want to miss a single moment. We will find out at the beginning of tomorrow what kind of dice rolls these teams are going to be getting. And then we will get to witness a bunch of beans pulling at each other, jumping over gaps, and close things off with the finals. Definitely a great way to close out an amazing event.
This is going to be fun. I guarantee you, it is going to be arguments. There is going to be fights. There is going to be sabotages here in Fall Guys as well, because all your favorite creators are going to be hitting against each other as much as they can. Sabotage here, trying to score a little bit of points here and there. But ideally, that's it pretty much for day number 1. I've had a blast here, Stafa. I did not expect to see so many emotions being portrayed by the content creators here. Stafa, we're going to be closing things out for day number 1. Any final things to recap here?
Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by. Make sure you guys check out the WCG Festival in Jakarta 2024 for day 2. And come back over here to stage C to witness the conclusion of the Creator Rumble 60, which of these 60 content creators will be able to claim the 500 million rupiah prize. Only time will tell. And with that, day 1 comes to a close. An amazing time it has been. Make sure you guys check out tomorrow. And thank you everyone who has dropped by today. Continue showing love to all of the creators on the stream right now. And we will go ahead and close things off. With that, everyone, have a good night. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Please acquire with us.